And we are back by day number 2 of the Freestyle World Chess Championship. Is it still a world championship for us, Sahaj bhai? Technically it is, but I think it's fighting for the 5th to 8th place. But of course, we'll also follow the games of the top 4 players. इसमें से अभी के लिए Magnus is the clear favorite. And welcome, Sahaj bhai. क्या ही दिन था कल? We defeated Magnus, but oh, we were like one step away, man.
Firstly, I'll say, Sahil bhai, that अभी भी वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप है because technically हम top 5 में finish कर सकते हैं, right? That's like still some consolation. So that's what Arjun will be fighting for, the 5th place, and top 5 में finish करना, I think, is still very very impressive considering the fact that he took down Magnus in that beautiful game that it was with the white pieces, and today he's playing against Sindarov. Javokir, the current World Cup winner, the future, of course, the candidate, maybe a future potential World Championship challenger as well. We have handshakes, bhai. Let's go.
लेट्स गो भाई लोग। मतलब आज तो ऐसा लग रहा है कि मतलब लड़ाइयाँ ही लड़ाइयाँ हो रही है टॉप प्लेयर्स के बीच। साहज भाई, व्हाट डू यू थिंक?
भाई बिल्कुल, एंड इसके साथ साथ भाई एक एक्चुअल मैच भी हो रहा है, कोस्टेन्युक वर्सेस बिबिसारा, फ्रॉम व्हाट आई कैन सी फ्रॉम माय ऑन माय स्क्रीन। भाई, इट इज अ रियल मैच।
यस, या
तो
इट
क्या
इज
हो
अ
रहा है?
वन वर्सेस वन मैच। आई थिंक एग्जीबिशन काइंड ऑफ मैच है जहां तक मुझे आइडिया है। एंड चैट, क्या हाल चाल भाई? जो चैट में एक बार हाई लिख दो भाई, वुड लव टू सी कौन कौन स्टार्टिंग से ज्वाइन करते हैं। एंड मीनवाइल साहज भाई, स्टार्टिंग पोजीशन क्वाइट इंटरेस्टिंग, क्वीन कोने में, किंग कोने में, एंड पॉन टू F4 खेला है। व्हाट डज द इंजन से अबाउट दैट मूव?
भाई golden pawn, so probably, take everything with a small caveat, but position is still more or less balanced. I think d5 was responded by Javakir, which is the best move, and now g4. Look at this, Arjun already sort of putting the pressure on the flank on the king side, and I'm guessing you want to just gain some space on the king side, which is a bit strange. Yeah, generally you want to attack on the side where the king is, but I think this is more of a strategic kind of a long term kind of an attack that Arjun is building here.
या तो साहब भाई, मेरा सवाल ये है कि मतलब लाइक दो प्लेयर्स यहाँ पे हैं, एक को कैंडिडेट्स भी खेलना है, लाइक द टेंशन इज हाई। सो डू यू थिंक लाइक इफ दे पुट आउट अ लॉन्ग फॉर्म इट वुड गेट मोर व्यूज देन हिकारू?
Tough to say, bhai, but I think he should, because
हाँ
EWC is very important. So
हाँ हाँ, ट्रू ट्रू ट्रू। या इट्स लाइक सीइंग
EWC में
योर
top 3 finish करना बहुत important है, भाई. So
यू नो it's like seeing your siblings or parents fight on Twitter भाई। इट्स लाइक अरे भाई शांति बनाए रखो। ओके, इट्स आल्सो ड्रामा फॉर अस, बट एनीवेज भाई बाद में बताएंगे डिटेल्स।
चैट आपने
बट
देखा
मी,
क्या? चैट से
हम
पूछते,
बताएंगे नहीं
चैट
क्या
आपने
देखा,
देखा क्या?
बट क्या
अगर
आपने
आपने
देखा
नहीं
क्या?
देखा तो दिस इज द फर्स्ट टाइम वी आर टेलिंग यू अबाउट सम मसाला, या.
हाँ मतलब
जनरली इज द अदर वे अराउंड.
इतना क्रेजी मसाला है कि लाइक हम खुद बता रहे हैं। यूजुअली हम लोग, तुम लोग को निकालना पड़ता है हमसे। भाई इतना
करेक्ट
क्रेजी
भाई, करेक्ट.
मसाला, डायरेक्ट मसाला मैंने देखा नहीं है भाई। साज भाई, डू बेटर।
हाँ भाई. या
भाई
भाई,
चेस छोड़ो और
हिलेरियस.
बताओ भाई, क्या लग रहा है साज भाई?
बढ़िया भाई, बढ़िया बढ़िया बढ़िया. देखा आपने भाई चैट? आपने से किसी ने देखा व्हाट वी आर टॉकिंग अबाउट? अगर नहीं देखा तो भाई ट्विटर खोलो.
अरे अरे, इतने हिंट नहीं देने भाई। एंड मीनवाइल साहज भाई, लुकिंग एट द गेम्स, क्या लग रहा है आपको यहाँ पे कि क्या कोई गारंटी है कि लोअर फोर में आएंगे यहाँ पे दोनों प्लेयर्स?
टॉप 4 पॉसिबल है भाई. टॉप 4 पॉसिबल नहीं है. चल.
लोअर फोर, लोअर फोर, लोअर फोर भाई।
हाँ भाई, टॉप 4 पॉसिबल नहीं है. लोअर 4 में, हाँ, वो लोअर 4 में तो भाई बिल्कुल, बट या टॉप 5 के स्पॉट्स के लिए लड़ रहा है. मतलब ही जस्ट प्लेड G6. I'm guessing to stop any kind of F5 plans, and he just continues with knight F3. And now bishop G7, Alekhines gun. Jo, I know, you're gonna say, okay, it's on a file and whatever, but this kind of resembles Alekhines gun to me as well. ये इसका फायदा ये है कि आप B2 पे अटैक कर रहे हो, पर इसका नुकसान ये है कि क्वीन H8 पे आपकी, मतलब फॉर द फोर्सिएबल फ्यूचर वहीं पे फंसी रहेगी. तो नॉट एन
बट
इजी
साज भाई,
डिसीजन.
I agree. The Queen on HF we already saw getting stuck once, but I also feel like जो आप pieces diagonal पे बैटरी सी बना रहे हो, it's like a mob, it's like a crowd जो आपने उस diagonal पे बना दिया है। मैं डरता नहीं हूँ उस crowd से साज भाई, ठीक है ना? मैं बिल्कुल नहीं डरता हूँ।
हम्म. Hilarious. Okay, so he goes knight d6, and now, by the way, look at this. Arjun has just one move in this position. First of all, let's understand knight d6 का point here. The point is कि knight c4 आके mate in one threatened है आपकी, right? So, and of course you are going to look at moves like maybe d3 to stop, knight c4 and all of that. But apparently the best move is a4, ताकि ब्लैक अगर बिशप G7 खेल के यहाँ पे अटैक करे तो हम रुक A2 से बचाएंगे इसको।
भाई रूक ए2 इज ऑकवर्ड, बट याद है मैंने कल भी कहा था, लाइक आई रिमेंबर सम गेम्स फ्रॉम वे बैक इन फ्री स्टाइल, जब स्टार्टिंग में, जहां किंग बी8 है, किंग जी8 होता था, एंड ए4 या एच4 यूज्ड टू बी द बेस्ट मूव। सो ए4 आई थिंक, जब मुझे लग रहा है नॉर्मल है, आई थिंक अर्जुन वुड नो, बट आई एग्री विद यू, रुक ए2 इतना ऑकवर्ड है टू डिफेंड बी2 कि लाइक यू माइट जस्ट डिस्कार्ड ए4 की भाई बिशप
या
जी7 आ रहा है, आई हैव टू डू समथिंग।
एग्जैक्टली, एंड आई थिंक A4 नॉर्मल तब है भाई जब आप F4 G4 नहीं खेलते, राइट? आई मीन यू आर बेसिकली
हम्म।
जस्ट पुशिंग द पॉन्स ऑन बोथ फ्लैंक्स, व्हिच फील्स वियर्ड in like in the classical sense, but of course freestyle is different. So like in classical, you're more कि ठीक है भाई center control करो and all of that, but I mean here you are just pushing both flanks, and yeah, rook a2 I think is very
एंड
very unlikely, right? I think
एंड
Arjun could just be worse.
ट्रू, एंड ए4 खेलना बहुत जरूरी। मीनवाइल चेस फैन का अगर आप सेकंड कमेंट का फाइनल वर्ड पढ़ें, तो ही इज अ, आई वाज एडिटिंग अ शॉट फॉर 6 टुडे चैट, क्लियरली चेस फैन भी बहुत बड़े फैन है उसके, बिकॉज़ उन्होंने लिखा फा। कमेंट्स में भी आने लगा है साज भाई फा, लाइक इट्स
भाई
क्रेजी।
जो आपने शॉर्ट फॉर्म वीडियो जो आपने बनाई 6 घंटे में, वो मतलब चेसकॉम वाली है या फिर आपके चैनल वाली है?
चेसकॉम वाली बनाई भाई, चेसकॉम वाली, बिकॉज साज भाई आप
ओह।
समझे नहीं, लाइक यू नो देयर इज एब्सोल्युटली नो पॉइंट कि आई विल बैकस्टैब माय ओन कंपनी, लाइक लाइक द पॉइंट इज
हम्म।
टॉप 4 में आना है।
या या ऑफ कोर्स सब कुछ समझ आया, बट कुछ भी समझ नहीं आया।
Anyways, भाई।
या
Meanwhile,
कोई लिख रहा है
okay,
जीरो सिविक सेंस।
ये किसी को डालना चाहिए यार, ऐसे डाल के
हाँ
बड़ों
भाई
के।
डालो भाई, बहुत बढ़िया। आई डोंट हैव ट्विटर भाई, डाउनलोड करो भाई। आपको डाउनलोड करने
भाई
की जरूरत नहीं है भाई ट्विटर पर, बस वेबसाइट खोल दो, आपको दिख जाएगा भाई।
meanwhile, Saj by knight d6 के बाद nice move controlling e4 c4, Arjun is still thinking, can we, oh, he's played knight to b3, I think that looks logical because you're moving towards the king, but bishop g7 के बाद आपका plan क्या है? Because if you play a pawn to c3 kind of move, there is apparently bishop a4, and that's very uncomfortable, pinning your knight, stopping your a pawn.
ऑल्सो C5 C4 कुड बी अ प्लान। सो ये कह रहे हो बिशप G7 पे आप C3 नहीं खेल सकते, आपको D4 खेलना पड़ेगा, तो C3 में देयर इज
हाँ,
बिशप A4, ऑल्दो वियर्ड मूव, बट द आइडिया
yeah.
इज कि आप C5 C4 खेल के मे बी यू कैन पोटेंशियली ट्रैप दिस एट सम पॉइंट।
And he
इज
also
अर्जुन इन
stops
ट्रबल
a4,
भाई?
yeah. Physically stop कर दिया आपने a4. It's crazy. Um,
हम्म।
गाइस बताओ किस बारे में बातें हो रही है? चेस के बारे में भाई, चेस के बारे में, नाइट b3।
हम्म।
सो फिलहाल के लिए नाउ सिंदारो ऑफ कोर्स लाइकली विल प्ले बिशप g7, बिकॉज g6 तभी खेला है उन्होंने साहज भाई। एंड कैन वी आल्सो हैव अ लुक एट द गेम ऑफ मैग्नस कार्लसन एक बार, जस्ट टू सी कि वो कैसा कर रहे हैं आज।
ही इज प्लेइंग अगेंस्ट नॉर्दरबेक, जहां पे सिर्फ दो ही चालें हुई हैं भाई। सो नॉर्दरबेक स्टार्टेड विद E4, व्हिच आई थिंक ओके, अगर आप ओरिजिनल पोजीशन भूल जाओ तो इट्स द बेस्ट बाय टेस्ट। ही प्लेज E5 एंड नाउ G3 खेला यहाँ पे नॉर्दरबेक ने, एंड मैग्नस इज थिंकिंग फॉर अबाउट लाइक इन टोटल ही थॉट अबाउट 7 मिनट्स, so 4.5 मिनट इन द फर्स्ट मूव एंड नाउ 2.5 मिनट so far with the black pieces. And of course,
साज भाई,
let's remind the chat that the time control now is a bit longer. It's no longer 10 plus 5 जो कल था, अब थोड़े से लंबे गेम्स होंगे। इट्स 25 plus 10, इसके 4 गेम्स हैं। And of course, this match that you're looking right now on Nordirberg versus Magnus is the semifinals, and kal finals hoga, and then there will be a world champion declared in these 4 matches. So let's see what happens.
एंड आल्सो साज भाई, आई थिंक जो मैग्नस से टाइम ले रहा है फील्स लाइक, it feels like a nice rage bait attempt to me, like मतलब इतना टाइम आप क्यों ले रहे हो? You should play faster just because आपको एक्स्ट्रा 15 मिनट दे दिया, आपको सेकंड चाल पे लगाने हैं, then what's the point of the extra time? This just feels like a rage bait attempt, साज भाई।
भाई लगता है कि आप लगता है भाई आप कैंडिडेट्स भूल गए हो। कैंडिडेट्स में यही हो रहा था भाई।
लगता है आप
लाइक
ट्वीट भूल गए हो साज भाई।
हाँ भाई वो तो
Indeed.
क्रेजी।
Meanwhile, knight e7 played by Magnus.
वुड यू
Such a
बिलीव मी दैट दिस इज द बेस्ट मूव?
wow.
लाइक एक्चुअली बार वाज सेइंग .4 एंड इस चाल के बाद .3 पे आ गया भाई, तो मैग्नस इज ऑन टू समथिंग।
By his deep thinking is clearly working. So Magnus gets up after that long think, and let's go full screen and then switch back to the Arjun game, because 4 गेम 5 गेम चल रही है, अर्जुन की गेम इकलौती गेम है जहां वाइट स्लाइटली वर्स है। दैट्स नॉट अ गुड साइन। थोड़े हटके तो हैं हम साज भाई।
भाई ऐसे ऐसे फैक्ट्स नहीं बताने होते भाई, थोड़ा स्ट्रेस होता है ऐसे 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 अगर देखते हैं तो। सो But yeah, he has just gone knight f6. At least Arjun is basically equal on time. h3 he has just gone, and bishop a4 once again is a good move. h5 is a good move. But yeah, optically, have to say okay, yeah, it's a bit early, but optically looks like black is more comfortable because black has a central pawn. And white के bishops थोड़े से awkward हैं अभी. Like that bishop on f1, bishop on e1 just feels like they're not contributing much. And another sort of downside for white is that white कभी short castle नहीं कर सकता. Like it will be very difficult to castle on the short side because you have already advanced all of these pawns on the king side. As I said, he's gone bishop a4 भाई.
वाओ। साज भाई मेरे को एक भाई ट्विटर पे थोड़ा एक्टिव हुआ आजकल, मैं पता नहीं क्यों, पिछले 15 मिनट से एक रैंडम बंदे का ट्वीट आया, 2011 में एक बंदे ने $7,500 के 10,000 बिटकॉइन लिए, और आज उन्होंने 14 साल बाद $1 बिलियन ट्रांसफर किए उस अकाउंट से। साज भाई हम क्या कर रहे हैं 2011 में, हम कहाँ थे भाई, हम
भाई
क्यों नहीं असल काम कर रहे थे भाई?
I'm
हाँ?
getting those tweets as well भाई. I'm getting them as well भाई. This is crazy. एक बंदा ऐसा भी था ना जो बहुत टाइम से अपनी फ्लैश ड्राइव ढूंढ रहा था, पेन ड्राइव ढूंढ रहा था.
हाँ,
उसको
उसने
मिल गई
लाखों
भाई.
रुपए करोड़ों रुपए लगा
मिल गई
दिए
उसको.
ढूंढने के लिए। हाँ,
उस
नहीं
बंदे
मिली।
को मिल गई भाई, मिल गई.
क्या बात
आज
कर रहे हो?
मिली. आज मिली भाई. आज ही देखा मैंने.
वाओ।
कुछ तो पुराने वाले उसमें कुछ तो पासवर्ड में कोई वो था. लाइक वो पेन ड्राइव नहीं मिली बट उसको पासवर्ड मिल गया और लाइक उसको क्रैक कर दिया उसने. एंड ही
वाओ।
एक्चुअली गॉट द फंड्स. दैट्स क्रेजी नो.
दैट्स द ओनली थिंग आई कैन से साज भाई,
फैल्कन
दैट्स
जी पूछ
इनसेन।
रहे हैं ब्रो व्हाई शो गेम्स व्हिच आर इररेलेवेंट फॉर चैंपियनशिप भाई. लाइक आई वुड हार्डली डिसएग्री कि ये मैच इररेलेवेंट है किसी भी एंगल से. Of course Arjun is always going to be relevant, and yeah, let's try to enjoy the games भाई.
ऑल्सो भाई देखो, आई विल ऑल्सो कवर मैग्नस गेम, उसमें कोई डाउट नहीं है। ऑल्सो द विनर्स गेम इफ इट्स नॉट मैग्नस विच इज रेयर, बट एट द एंड इंडियन प्लेयर्स है, चेस 24 इंडिया है, दिस इज नॉट द ओनली इवेंट इज गोना प्ले, हिज कॉन्फिडेंस गेम्स मैटर। यहाँ पे कल जब मैग्नस को हराया तो दैट्स अ बिग अचीवमेंट। तो सेम वे आई थिंक every game that Indian player plays at the top matters. Yeah, for example, इतने सालों से हम कवर कर रहे हैं साहब, when we started commentating in 2024, I think I started in February for Chesscom India, you came in I think a couple of months later or month later. At that point we had no candidates winner, we had nothing. You know,
हम्म.
some crazy accomplishment ऐसी थी नहीं टॉप प्लेयर्स की, उस टाइम पे
हम्म.
राइज ही कर रहे थे ये लोग, एंड उसके बाद जीतते चले गए। सो बट वी स्टिल कवरिंग दोस गेम्स, लाइक इवन इफ नेसेसरली कोई हर गेम जीतते हैं, वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप नहीं मिल रहा है अपन को। सो सेलिब्रेट करना चाहिए भाई, एंजॉय करना चाहिए इंडियन प्लेयर्स की गेम्स, दैट्स ऑलवेज फन। एंड
Agreed
या
भाई.
फिलहाल के लिए
Exactly.
बिशप ए4 ऑन द बोर्ड।
Yep. So bishop a4, the idea is to play c5, c4. And of course, you are also restricting white to play a4, which is kind of annoying, I have to say. It's not very easy to come up with a move for white because I'm seeing this plan c5, c4, and I'm just saying, भाई रुक को मैं कैसे हटाऊंगा यहाँ से? Like rook c1 just feels awkward. Maybe bishop f2 करके अगर मैंने c5 break किया तो knight e4 आ जाएगा. It's like the moves are not easy for Arjun to make here.
या इट्स डेफिनेटली नॉट इजी चैट, एंड मेरे को लग रहा है कि टाइम यहाँ पे फिर से फैक्टर होगा, इवन दो we have much more time than yesterday, it's still going to be a serious factor in this game. By the way, d3 best move played by Arjun, controlling that e4 and c4 square, so knights cannot jump in, that's important. And long term, long मतलब बहुत long term, यहाँ पे knight e5 knight f7 तो है ही, there is also e4 you can at some point play later on, that can help you grab the center. And also यहाँ पे d2 square मिल गया है मेरे bishop और knight के लिए, and so on. Although Saj bhai, the queen on h1 still completely out of play.
Actually, this e4 idea I really like, yeah, because it may not be possible right now, but like, just hear me out. I can play g5, kick this knight, and somehow pin this rook, play e4, some knight c5 plans, and suddenly this queen can connect on the b7 square with the knight. Like, that's the vision. I feel like it could be possible. Even bishop g2 is there as well. So, a lot of, I think, complications for this game.
Yeah, absolutely. And chat, मेरे हिसाब से Arjun should go all in. He did defeat Sindarov in the round robin phase of this event, so he has good memories. By the way, knight d7 played by Sindarov, not one of the best moves, a decent one nonetheless. And now simple play है भाई, bishop g2, bishop f2. Let's develop all our pieces, and then slowly prepare that e4 move जो हम discuss कर रहे थे. And of course, Sahaj bhai, where do you put the king? Do you castle queen side? Do you kind of keep the king on? क्या solution है king का on b1?
भाई आई वाज सेइंग कि शॉर्ट कासल ऐसे पॉसिबल नहीं होगा बट बिकॉज यू ऑलरेडी एक्सपैंडेड ऑन द किंग साइड आई
Hmm.
थिंक यू हैव टू सी मतलब यू हैव टू चेक how this will be possible, because like to castle on the short side you have to play bishop f2, bishop g2, and then only you can castle. But every time I play bishop f2, like there is an outside move, this bishop takes c3, which I really don't
Hmm.
like.
Hmm.
Like it's, I mean, I feel like knight
I
b5,
think.
like imagine this, yeah, bishop f2, knight b5, for example, bishop takes c3 is such a dangerous
Hmm.
move here. Like you have to play rook
Agreed.
c1 bhai, and then no more castling, because आपका rook move हो गया.
Agreed, Sajbhai. Agreed, and that looks very interesting to me. So यहाँ पे एक C3 weak point हो सकता है. So white has to be cautious. Also, when you castle king side, how do you get the queen on h1 out? Because white के बहुत सारे pieces queen को block कर देंगे. Imagine bishop f2, bishop g2, king g1, rook f1. वो queen कैसे बाहर आएगी भाई?
भाई
I
क्वीन
think
को
the
बाहर आने की जरूरत ही नहीं है ना, कभी c4 फेंक देंगे और ये बिशप b7 पे अटैक करेगा, जैसे ब्लैक की क्वीन h8 से अटैक कर रही है b2 c3, वैसे हमारी क्वीन भी अटैक कर रही है. बट या
चलो
इट्स अ बिट अनकंफर्टेबल for
चलो
both
let's hope
players,
so
yeah,
भाई.
not just for one. Okay, you see, he goes bishop g2, not bishop f2, because bishop f2 में knight b5 just looked very very uncomfortable.
हाँ. Yeah,
So
yeah,
now
he's
if he
being
plays bishop
pragmatic.
f2, black knight b5 आता है तो castle एक move में कर सकते हैं हम. That's actually smart.
हाँ, very smart. Arjun is smart, indeed. Q chat, yes or no? Are commentator using engines? Usually, yes. I think I would definitely take the advice on the engine. I think because chat, first of all, chess में ही calculation is so difficult. Forget freestyle, जहाँ पे there is absolutely no way to understand what the best move is, because even top. In fact, yesterday we saw Magnus make a blunder on move one. Even Arjun we saw. So I think it's
Hmm.
very very tough in freestyle chess. So engines do help us guide our assessment की भाई किस तरफ खेलना चाहिए. Right now, for example, black का best अगर सोचो is e6, is solidifying that pawn on d5, makes a lot of sense. एक और चाल यहाँ पे interesting है h5, trying to force g5 ताकि मुझे f5 square मिल जाए in some cases. तो black has a lot of options, pawn breaks, देखते हैं क्या होता है.
H5 looks very nice actually. E6 also looks very nice. But yeah, I mean, C5 was what I was thinking, but maybe C5 is a bit premature now क्योंकि ये diagonal फिर हमेशा के लिए खुल जाएगा. Like you will not be able to play C6, and कभी मेरा C4 आ गया तो it can be problematic for black for sure. But let's see what he goes for. He's taking his time. Of course, this is the official rapid time control. Yeah, 25 plus, the old one, the old
Hmm.
school rapid time control. So games are going to be a bit slow in the beginning, but towards the end, you'll see they'll pick up the pace and might actually see a couple of blunders as well. It's very much possible.
Saj bhai, blunders are possible, and every round is going to last like 45, 50 minutes to 1 hour. Literally, sometimes you play a game and just 1 hour later, it has 87,000 views. That's
अरे अरे
crazy,
अरे
Sahaj
अरे
bhai. एक घंटे में 87,000 views on that tweet. I mean, game. That's insane.
अरे भाई 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 तो goofy Jen should take notes, yeah.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. I mean, this is like Goofy Gen Pro Plus extra, extra large. That's insane.
Should I say hilarious?
हिंदी में बोलो भाई, हिंदी में जो बोलना है.
हाँ, क्योंकि वो देख रहा होगा ना.
हाँ. और क्या भाई, अनिश को जानते नहीं हो आप? वो कॉन्स्टेंटली इंटरनेट स्काउट करता है भाई, आफ्टर पुटिंग आउट यूसी. भाई सबने तारीफ करी ना मेरी, कितना कूल लग रहा था. मस्त है अनिश वैसे यार. बट सरप्राइजिंग टू सी द ड्रामा ऑन ट्विटर. देखते हैं क्या होगा. बट मीन वाइल सिंदारो स्टिल थिंकिंग, एंड टाइम डॉट बराबर है. And I don't know, Sarve, if you notice this about Sindarov, I noticed this at GCL, I noticed this at, I don't know, जहां जहां पे वो खेल रहे थे, उनकी कुर्सी हमेशा हिल रही होती है भाई एट लाइटनिंग पेस. ये क्या सीन है भाई? ही ऑल्सो हैज रेस्टलेस लेग सिंड्रोम लाइक मी. या
Yeah, actually you're right. We have talked about it many times as well. But yeah,
है ना?
एक वो स्ट्रेस होता है भाई, एक सिग्नेचर मूव आई
बट
गेस.
इतना
बट
स्ट्रेस भाई, इतना स्ट्रेस की कुर्सी देखो ना भाई. भाई इट्स लाइक द ह्यूमन आई कैन barely see the movement.
right, bhai, right. So, but okay, he's thinking right now. But let's see. E6 and H5 are the two moves we spoke about it. E5 कैसी लग रही है भाई? E5 में मर रहा है क्या? D5. I think मर रहा है.
Oh.
E5 knight E5 just, and D5 is hanging.
Hmm.
Because I think optically I want to play E5 in this position because okay, E2 का pawn थोड़ा weak हो जाएगा once you trade off everything. Okay, that's why he goes C6 to play E5. I'm guessing, and that's a mistake by the way.
Wow.
Wow.
Bhai, it looks
This-
so solid, yeah, to defend d5, but maybe the bishop on a4 is now a bit of a stuck piece in some variations. And apparently now queen g1, which is, I mean, okay, decent, but the best move is bishop h4.
Immediately E5 को रोको, but bishop H4 में like rook E8 is what I what I would consider optically. And ab oh
Oh,
bhai, e4 is like
wow.
nearly winning because d7 is hanging. Can't take, and this is hanging. That's great for Arjun. And I think this is what Sindarov missed.
Wow, and I'm scared that E4 kitna important है. We are finding ways to make that happen, and the engine has found a way. So Bishop H4, Rook E8, and E4. Oh, he doesn't play it, but he does play a nice move regardless. Bishop E3 because now you can see कि भाई knight और king same ही line पे है. जैसे आप E5 खेलोगे, suddenly the knight on D6 could be hanging, and E5 is a big blunder right now.
Why is e5 a blunder?
It's lost after E5. Sahaj bhai.
Takes queen h2, and you cannot capture here because this nice intermezzo bishop takes d6, and if f6 then g5, and it is gg basically. So e5 not possible whatsoever. And also let's not forget, Sahil bhai, we also have e4 as a plan here, because once you capture everything, ये bishop king को देख रहा होगा and discovered check on the cards. Why is Sindarov wearing a watch? By I think सब players को एक watch as a gift मिली यहाँ पे, a Rolex watch, and I think it's part of the event.
You know, I think चैट डू लाइक द स्ट्रीम ताकि हमारी वॉचिंग सबसे ज्यादा हो एंड देन हम उनको बोले हमें भी एक रोलेक्स दे दो यार प्लीज
Oh,
हम भी
Castle, by
समय देखना
mistake.
चाहते हैं साथ भाई
By
ओ
mistake, big one. E4 is now very. By look at this. E4 bishop c3 is possible. By E4 bishop c3, E5 knight b5. I don't know. I don't know. I don't like this. By
भाई अर्जुन इज नॉट गोना प्ले e4 या आई मीन इट्स प्रीटी ऑब्वियस इज नॉट गोना प्ले e4
भाई
इट लुक्स
ब्लू
टू
एरो तो बोल रहा है भाई E4 ही खेलना चाहिए यहाँ पे.
नहीं वो h4 खेलेगा भाई देयर इज नो वे ही प्लेज e4 एंड रेज दिस द स्टेक्स या because queen is on h8 it's like giving the queen a purpose already either he will calculate for 5 minutes and then play e4 which is already a bit risky in my opinion because time is going to be a factor we are literally down to yesterday's time control yeah after 5 minute think here or he has to play something like h4 which I love really h4 kilo attack lagao simple move don't need to think much or he can even castle on the king side a move
Bhai,
that the
remember
engine
bishop
really likes
c3 is always a threat now. So like be
huh
very careful when you play something like h4 bishop c3. You just have to always watch out for it. एंड चैट में किसी ने एक इंटरेस्टिंग सवाल पूछा कि आप बिशप b3 क्यों नहीं मार सकते. आई एम गेसिंग आप पिछली मूव पे बोल रहे थे. तो दिस इज लाइक अ मोर ऑफ अ स्ट्रेटेजिक डिसीजन. या इसमें कुछ टैक्टिकल नहीं हो रहा है. एंड ये मूव आई थिंक इट्स नॉट वेरी बैड, बट स्ट्रेटेजिकली एक खराब चाल है. बिकॉज फर्स्टली आप अपना डबल बिशप का एडवांटेज दे रहे हो. And secondly, your bishop is a bit stronger than my knight right now. I mean, maybe you will take on b3 at the right moment, like when there is something tactical happening on the board. नहीं तो ये tension release करने की कोई जरूरत नहीं है, because once white goes ab3, the a file opens up. My rook is now घर पे ही पूरा active हो जाएगा. Even though it's double pawns, you get b4, you get double bishop advantage. It's like a very nice stable advantage if black takes on b3, that is. But I think his last move is very, very, very tempting to me. Like I think big moment for Arjun right
Yeah,
now.
and Arjun has a good chance. Chat format अगर आपको याद हो कल का format था 7 rounds top 4 bottom 4 now everybody is essentially playing a match for the rankings and ये match चल रहा है battle for 5th place. So for example आज जो जीतेगा वो कल fight करेगा 5th और 6th place के लिए जो आज हारेगा वो 7th और 8th place के लिए and also format wise जो match का है it's a 4 game match. So each player is going to play 4 games against his opponent and
भाई
भाई हाँ मैं देखा स्लाइट एरर देयर
भाई
बट
बिशप c3 is hanging now.
क्या बात कर रहे हो भाई
हाँ भाई, मैं तब से वही बोल रहा हूँ भाई, मूव इज दिस इज वर्किंग. bc3 bishop b3 ab3 queen c3, and best white can hope for is a draw here. एक तो ये चेक 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 ड्रॉ है ही, बट आई थिंक आई एम गेसिंग knight d2 is what he looked at. But that's bad. Bhai, a5 is winning for black. Bhai, this is scary. This is
वाओ
losing for black. How is this how?
वाओ
Is white really that slow here? I mean, that's
भाई क्वीन
unbelievable.
h2 पे है आई एम टेलिंग यू क्वीन इज द प्रॉब्लम इफ द क्वीन वाज इवन ऑन f2 आई वुड थिंक वी वुड बी एब्सोल्युटली फाइन
भाई बट स्टिल
सो
आपके पास एक ही पीस है यार अटैक पे. कोई दूसरा
हाँ
एक
आई नो
पीस से
बट
मेट
दूसरा आ
थोड़ी
रहा
ना
है
होती है.
पर आ रहा है भाई नाइट b5 आ रहा है नाइट c5 आ रहा है इट्स कमिंग ऑल विद वन मूव
Yeah.
and also a4 is coming so I think it does look scary and also the defense is far away so मेरे हिसाब से Arjun has to be careful he's not careful so far and Sindarov could now even just take the draw अच्छा
भाई आप देख रहे
this
हो
format
सिंडारोव की शक्ल. सिंडारोव की आप शक्ल देखो भाई. ही इज ओनली लुकिंग एट द क्वीन साइड. ही सीज बिशप c3. आई एम टेलिंग यू इट्स हैपनिंग.
हाँ या He's definitely looking at it right now and he's considering it. Literally, he's not even hiding his intentions. Arjun की तिरछी नजर भी भाई C3 पे जा रही है
भाई कुछ
है
मर
ना?
गया क्या?
You can see it भाई, कुछ तो हुआ है, कुछ होने लगा है.
कुछ हो गया है भाई. अभी तो भाई जीत नहीं रहे थे कहीं पे भी. लेट्स नॉट फॉरगेट के फ्री स्टाइल में लाइक जब बहुत सारे पीसेस रहते हैं तो +1 +2 कुछ उसका उतनी अहमियत नहीं होती, बिकॉज देर आर टू मेनी पीसेस. व्हेन देर आर टू मेनी पीसेस देन दीज evaluations मीन वेरी लिटिल.
किसी ने मैसेज किया है उस फेमस ट्वीट के बारे में, जो पता नहीं मुझे कौन सा ट्वीट है. दिस इज व्हाट चेस नीड्स, रियल ड्रामा. एवरीबॉडी वांट्स टू वॉच यूएफसी बिकॉज देर ऑलवेज बीफिंग. चेस प्लेयर्स आर टू नाइस सो नोबडी केयर्स. देयर इज ओनली वन वे टू सेटल दिस. भाई
हाँ
साहब.
भाई बढ़िया.
भाई साहब.
लेट्स गो. व्हाट इज दैट वे टू सेटल भाई? थोड़ा कुछ एलैबोरेट करो ना यार.
आई थिंक कैंडिडेट्स भाई.
हाँ हाँ
पता नहीं कोई
एग्जैक्टली.
और तीसरा बंदा ही जीत जाए. वो.
तीनों ही है कैंडिडेट्स में, बढ़िया दोनों कैंडिडेट. सेटल इट देयर.
हाँ.
चेस बॉक्सिंग एग्जैक्टली भाई. बट भाई ये
वाओ.
तो बिशप C3 if he takes here, I think Arjun is in trouble. Because let's go a bit deeper. यार takes bishop B3 A B3 queen C3, this is ये यहाँ तक सब फोर्स्ड है. अब कुछ अगर रुक D2 वगैरह कुछ खेला तो ब्लैक के पास सीधा ड्रॉ है. क्वीन B3 चेक, रुक B2, क्वीन D1, किंग A2, क्वीन A4 इज जस्ट अ ड्रॉ. ठीक है, ये एक ड्रॉ है बोर्ड पे. अब आई डोंट नो इफ सेंडर ऑफ थिंग्स के ठीक है मुझे खेलना चाहिए, आई हैव सम चांसेस, और this could be a reason where he doesn't play it out. But of course Arjun could also play it out as well, क्योंकि queen b3 queen c3 is the check. If you go bishop e1 you can say आप ये check दो king c1, अब queen c3 check नहीं है आपके पास. But queen बहुत close है, white की queen बहुत दूर है. You will take 2 moves minimum, queen g1 queen d4, to reach the king. In this time
Yeah.
you can create a lot of mess on the board. So this is probably a very very scary for Arjun, not for Sindarov. So something like knight
Agreed.
b5 a5 is very very scary.
Agreed by. This looks really, really, really scary. And yeah, I wonder if अगर यहाँ पे सिंदारो को ट्वीट करना होता अर्जुन के ऊपर कुछ, तो क्या ट्वीट करते साज भाई? क्या कहते वो?
बहुत सारी चीजें भाई.
जैसे कि क्या कहते हैं?
बहुत सारी
अगर
चीजें
ट्वीट करते
दिमाग में अभी.
कुछ ट्वीट करना, क्या कहते वो अभी?
छोड़ो भाई
कुछ तो
वो तो.
कहते हैं शायद, मुझे लग रहा है.
हाँ हाँ कुछ तो कहते हैं भाई, कुछ तो पक्का कहते हैं भाई. बाय द वे ट्वीट से याद आया, Norderbeck is now much better against Magnus Carlsen.
Oh
Let's
wow.
take a look because this feels like a very stable edge for Norderbeck. क्योंकि he has the center, ब्लैक की क्वीन अभी भी H8 पे पड़ी हुई है. F5 बिशप G3 लुक्स वेरी वेरी टेम्पटिंग. ठीक है व्हाइट कासल नहीं करेगा, शॉर्ट साइड लॉन्ग साइड जहां पर भी करना है उसको. Probably you can do like A4 B3 king B2 like this and you can connect the rooks. And Magnus is in trouble, no? Would you say that
True.
Magnus is in trouble, or do you think this is still complicated? I think Magnus
No,
is in
this
trouble here, bhai.
is holdable. Whether Magnus can win, I think that's the question. I don't think there are great chances of him winning. I think काफी comfortable safe edge लग रही है मुझे white की. The bishop on e1, I'm still not sure how well it's doing, but bishop e3 f5 कुछ हो सकता है. So I think a decent edge, and
But he just
like
played
I think
G6.
it's yeah, I think Magnus can hold this. He can definitely hold this one though. It's not something जहाँ पे like जैसे कल फैबी ने अर्जुन को हराया या अर्जुन ने मैग्नस को हराया, it was always just looking like disaster for the black pieces. यहाँ पे ऐसा नहीं है. So it's kind of stable, more space for the pieces. The queen on h8 also coming in. I think pretty decent for white, but also holdable for black.
Bhai, ek Maggie, Norderbeck is winning this first round.
Done by.
Done? Okay. Plus
कल तो
अभी
आप हार
कितना
गए
है?
थे.
11
कल
है
हमने
ना?
क्या मैगी लगाई थी भाई? कल याद है क्या?
11 on 12. याद नहीं भाई
कल
कल.
क्या लगाई थी हमने मैगी? एक मैगी
कल
लगाई थी
का
हमने
आप
किसी पे.
कल का आप इग्नोर कर दो, बाद में कर लेंगे, बट +11 था आई थिंक ओवरऑल. तो ठीक है, एक मैगी ऑन दिस.
Done. Meanwhile, Chad, as they think, Fabiano Caruana is better with the black pieces. Wow. Why is winning actually?
क्या बात कर रहे हो?
Huh. I think last move was a big mistake. In fact, blunder by actually sorry, Vincent. And Bishop A4 के बाद basically exchange हो गया तो goodbye. Because can we have this relation? Bishop A4, Chad white अपना rook बचाए, rook to C1.
वो
Black
तो
to play.
वो तो सिंपल है, रुक C1।
हाँ चैट, ब्लैक टू प्ले, कम ऑन, लेट्स गो। क्या खेलोगे चैट? साहब आई थिंक वाइट B3 थ्रेटन कर रहा है फोर्क, so I think we can potentially kind of move the bishop back to C6. I think that's very safe, है
प्रोफिलैक्सिस।
ना?
हम्म। नहीं भाई, नाइट A3 या तो फंस गए भाई आप।
भाई
इट्स नाइट डी
भाई
टू
फंस
भाई,
गए।
मेट है। बट यस, a lot of you found it, so that's good. बट मेरा क्वेश्चन था नाइट D3 बिशप A4 के बाद B3 is what looks logical, but apparently bishop takes C3 is just game over. D
वाओ
takes C3, queen takes C3, and it's knight A3 is mate भाई, BC4 मारा तो queen C2 is mate.
वाओ। सो बेसिकली जो ये बिशप C3 है, in many variations, this is like a insanely strong tactic. And I think knowing Caruana, he's going to find it. White players across the board underestimating this threat. Meanwhile, Sahaj Bhai, in the Arjun game, he took on B3. Like he played Rook F8 first, allowed Arjun to castle. Arjun castled in seconds. Now he takes on B3 and black plays H5. So Arjun is still slightly better. It didn't work out for Sindarov. He didn't do it.
Rookie 8 was a big miss, I think. Castle, ये allow कर दिया. I think maybe he didn't want to just, go for that repetition. वो possible है क्योंकि, I mean, if you're looking at, okay, मैंने sacrifice किया piece, but अगर white चाहता है कि वो draw कर ले, तो maybe the sacrifice is not as ideal. So probably this is him saying, okay, ठीक है, we'll try to have a game.
Yeah, maybe your mob is not as big as it seems, साहज भाई कह रहे हैं यहाँ पे अर्जुन सिंदारफ को,
Updates, क्या बात है?
है ना?
By the way,
True, true.
95 के बाद एक ही चाल है ब्लैक के पास, रुक ED8. Otherwise, he's a lot worse. Of course, 95 is very bad because pawn takes E5 के बाद ये रुक खुल जाएगा F7 pawn पे,
Oh,
and इस knight के पास कोई घर नहीं है. Like C8 पे, मतलब okay, that's possible, but that's a very very bad square.
true, true. And chat, मेरे हिसाब से यहाँ पे ध्यान रखना है, black at some point, साहज भाई, that's my take, की would love to take on G4 and exchange queens. Like who benefits more from that queen trade if it were to happen?
Both of them, I think, but more black because
है ना?
black की queen अभी भी H8 पे, वो कभी बाहर नहीं आएगी, वो तो trade कर लो and yeah, ठीक है, end game में अर्जुन थोड़ा better रहेगा because Arjun has double bishops and pawns are on both sides, so slight benefit there for Arjun, but overall still very much holdable.
Absolutely. So, काफी interesting position. Arjun right now doing very well. Apparently, Rook ED8 is the best move, not something that's easy to play because you can't play Rook AD8 because A7 pawn hanging है. So Black is kind of in a dilemma here कि भाई करना क्या है. I think Knight F8 feels more human to me, but again, as we can see, moving the knight back to F8 doesn't optically look great. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. It looks very, very bad. And by the way, Fabi has played bishop A4. We can take a
Wow.
very quick look. Thought it would be a brilliancy. And I think this is basically lost for Vincent already.
Wow. Wow.
Completely lost, yeah? I mean, you have to play king c1 to give up the rook. Okay, you are an exchange up. That is lost. And if b3, there's bishop c3. So huge miss by Vincent with white. And
Wow.
Fabi is going to win by.
So Fabiano Caruana continuing on his great form. I think he did lose to Magnus, but yesterday he started off well, ended off well, and today as well, he's starting off in fashion. So Caruana about to potentially beat. Oh, he just gives the exchange. He says, Bhai, I realize my mistake and I just have to kind of suck it up a bit and hope that I don't lose this.
So takes. He is officially winning, but okay, some compensation for white. But yeah, also time pe bhi he is 7 minutes. That's not a great sign. So far, only one player, Nodirbek, is better with the white pieces. Baki sab is more or less equal, or white is actually struggling overall. By the way,
Wow.
Sindarov has just played a move. He has gone Rook ED8, which we were discussing. Best move played, and we might see that end game pawn takes pawn, and Queen H2 Wali very very soon.
Yeah. Chad, this looks quite interesting to me. And let me know what you think. Rook D8 played, but अर्जुन की बेस्ट चाल यहाँ पे क्या हो सकती है? सो फॉर एग्जाम्पल I want to bring the rook on a1 into the game, but I don't really see a great square. Also, it's attacking a7 right now, so don't want to move it yet. I want to bring the queen into the game, but I don't see a path yet again. So, what is my next move, Saj? Feels like white also is a bit stuck, yeah? Like there's no clear path forward.
या ट्रू बेसिकली आप वेट कर रहे हो ब्लैक कब एच जी फोर मारेगा बिकॉज yeah, I mean, there's not much else to do. Can't really play g5 because f5 का square knight को मिल जाएगा and आपकी queen भी it's not really super active. But I think you're essentially trying to play slow moves is my take. Like d4 is interesting. Yes, e4 is given, but मेरा bishop control कर रहा है इसको. Knight e4 is not possible. And okay, you can think long term. d4 के बाद some point you can think of some f5 break and आप force कर सकते हो black को hg4 मारने के लिए. And that end game looks pretty promising for Arjun.
Yeah.
But let's see. He has 11 minutes. He's still ahead on the clock, which is a great sign. So let's see क्या होता है.
And meanwhile, Sindar, of course, is playing the candidate. So he must be in crazy prep mode right now. Um, I'm checking if there are any other games which are exciting.
Why
By the
Nordirbeck
way,
Magnus looks very, very interesting to me, yeah? Because
okay,
Magnus
let's check it
only
out.
has he has 6 minutes and 55 seconds or so, like almost half the time of Nordirbeck, and he is struggling, I think. This position is not easy for Magnus to hold.
Hmm. Wow.
He's gone just knight d7. I think he's trying to put pressure on these two pawns. ताकि g5 अगर खेल सके, so maybe you can try to exchange a couple of pawns here. But the follow up is very difficult. Yeah, the queen g8 pe abhi bhi it's not looking promising. And the time by time is the biggest factor here. Oh, he plays bishop h4.
Oh,
Best
kings
move.
that pawn. Yeah, putting pressure on the f6 pawn, and now, of course, like you can't take on e5 because the bishop on e7 is hanging. Bishop e7 defend kaise karoge? Maybe queen g7 now. Defending the bishop, protecting the pawn on
But you're
f6.
never
Like
gonna
okay,
take on e5. Like it takes, pawn takes, and white is just better. कि मेरे पास protected pass pawn है and आपके pawns, थोड़े weak हैं यहाँ पे. So you will never take on e5. In
agreed.
fact, the best move here is rook a6.
Oh,
Played, by the
played.
way.
भाई मैग्नस की बात कर रहे हैं हम भूल जाते हैं कई बार who we are talking about. It is Magnus Carlsen. So he's gonna put up. सच में हमारी मैगी बट लगी है if I remember correctly. आपने
Yes.
कहा था मैग्नस हारेगा, नोदी जीतेगा, मैंने कहा था ड्रॉ होगा.
First round,
So
yeah.
अब मैग्नस जीता तो then what happens?
मैग्नस जीता तो कोई भी नहीं जीता, सिर्फ मैग्नस ही जीता फिर.
भाई लगता है दोनों ही हारने वाले हैं फिर भाई. By
नहीं
the
भाई,
way,
मैग्नस विनिंग इज आई थिंक नियरली इम्पॉसिबल हियर, या.
भाई look at this. Go to Caruana's game right now. Because यहाँ पे कुछ crazy tactics. By Queen F8 is the best move apparently. By I'm seeing some insane tactics if white goes wrong here.
रुक बी टू, या.
Oh, like on a bad day,
वो
this could
प्लेड.
totally work here.
White played.
Wow.
Chat, look at this. If white goes knight f4, for example, rook takes b2 is mate. Takes and rook queen a3 check. That's mate.
Wow. Wow.
That's what he's setting up with rook b2 here. अभी possible नहीं कि knight बचा रहा है तो rook से मार सकते हो आप and knight can guard the b2 square, but still very, very scary. He's basically lost.
Wow. This is scary, chat. This is really scary. And Vincent Keimer must be one. Okay, Vincent Keimer often starts off with a loss, but he does come back. So let's see what happens. He plays queen to c1, best move, controlling that a3 square indirectly. तो अभी भी गेम चालू है.
And maybe b3 का plan है ताकि queen a3 mate now pretty much.
Yep. And
But
chat, by the way, big update in the Arjun game. The queens have been traded off. And chat, let's not forget, चार game का match है. So the first to 2.5 wins. Let's see how we reached here, Saj.
so it
Saj, मेरे पास
was
एक मिनट में
this
है, हाँ?
moment. Yeah, sure. So it was this moment, chat. And after knight d7, rook d7 happened, he plays bishop f3. ब्लैक ऑफ कोर्स टेक्स एंड प्लेस क्वीन एच टू. यहाँ पे एच जी फोर मारना ऑलमोस्ट फोर्स था बिकॉज व्हाइट कभी भी जी एच फाइव मार सकता है एंड देन ये क्वीन एच एट पे थोड़ी ऑकवर्ड है. आपकी क्वीन भी ऑकवर्ड है बट ओके, योर ब्लैक किंग समहाउ फील्स लेस सेफ, सो ही टेक्स गोज इनटू द एंड गेम. Arjun goes e4, plays knight b5. Now there is this very typical double bishop versus knight, pawns on both sides. So slight advantage for Arjun there. He goes rook d1 and black plays rook d8. The only worrying factor for Arjun is कि black का rook अब d2 पे आ सकता है. So, and it doesn't matter if you take rook d7 or not, like, unless you are taking and playing rook d1. Okay, ठीक है, let's just trade off everything. I'm not going to give you rook d2. Unless this happens, then of course rook d2 is not a problem. But otherwise, rook d2 is something you have to watch out for. Rooks on 7th rank it can be quite dangerous. He plays e5, okay, allows rook d2. Rook d1 is also possible, by the way. And I think ये draw की तरफ बढ़ रहा है chat. I think very, very big chance. Maybe like 90% chance now for me. If he takes rook d1, I think very, very close to a draw. Can someone tell me about Hikaru's? भाई वो जाके आप ट्विटर पे देख लो यार. काफी लोगों ने चैट में डाला भी है वो ट्वीट, बट आप एक बार जाके देख लो भाई. You will see it. अभी भी चल रहा है वो. Fabi playing like an engine in freestyle chess. Yes, भाई, world number 2. Of course. No, very not that surprising, yeah. So yeah, this match I think more or less gonna end, I think, in an endgame. Ye takes, and bishop takes, and I think something like e6, and okay, you bring the king, put the knight on d5, and very hard to make progress for either side. If I had to choose a color, I would say like maybe very, very slight preference to black. Okay, maybe a slight preference to white, but this knight is just a bit annoying here because you've committed e5, yeah, and knight d5 pe baith raha hai, it's looks a bit annoying, but very hard to make progress, I think, for either player. I think we're looking at a draw chart. Very, very likely. What is the time control? The time control is 25 plus 10, and we have 4 games. So we are abhi game 1 chal raha hai, but expect one game to last about an hour or so. So basically, 4 games honge, and of course, you're fighting for the 5th to the 8th spot in this match. And of course, Arjun starts with white, and then he'll have black, white, and black again. C4 to prevent knight d5. Yes, that's a good point. So let's say if I take, by the way, rook d2 is also something you definitely have to watch out for this. But I'm just saying that black chahta hai equalize karna, so it's not that difficult. Like takes e6, or let's say knight c7, for example. You're saying c4, yeah? Like you do stop this, but with c4, you are giving up b4 and d4 square. So maybe knight e6, knight d4 is possible. I mean, I don't even have to play knight e6. Like I can play e6 also and just put my maybe bishop f8, bishop c5, bishop b4 like this, maybe bishop d4 to attack this. So इसमें थोड़ी weaknesses और बढ़ जाएंगी. And why I prefer the knight sort of slightly in this scenario is because position closed है. Like center more or less closed है. Bishops closed है. उनके पास अभी अच्छे diagonals नहीं है. तो knight थोड़ा अभी ज़्यादा active piece है इस position में.
True, true. Although right now, maybe the knight doesn't have any great squares. Like if you could magically place the knight anywhere, and let's exclude e3 from this debate, where would you place it, Sahaj?
I'll put it on d5. I think it's the best square. If you play c4, knight e3 is possible, knight b4 is possible. This is the best square, I think, for the knight, hands down. And this bishop also is getting in the action. Yeah, bishop f8, bishop. And I also, if you think about it, Sindarov could have taken on d1. He could have completely gone into the endgame and it's equal. He knows this. But e6, I think he's playing क्योंकि उसको लगता है कि उसको जीतने का चांस है थोड़ा यहाँ पे. You know, because his rooks are doubled. He has rook d2 in the cards. Even though it's not the best move, and white can technically play on with this weird move, takes, and apparently rook b1, which still trying to make sense of it. But I don't think it's human because rook d2 is possible. And yes, you're defending this, but just giving the rook on the 7th rank is not an easy task. So yeah, I think practically still Sendarov has maybe slightly more chances.
Yeah, I have to agree. This doesn't look comfortable. And what about king f2 here, Sahaj? Just kind of bring the king closer. I'm like, okay, ठीक है, knight है आपके पास, but at least I will not give you the second rank. I won't make it as easy.
Eventually, you have to take. Maybe he goes bishop f8 just to have an extra move, but eventually you would have to take on d1 twice and then go into the end game. Because king f2, king e3 aa gaya, then let's say you make a random move, yeah, not bishop f8, but let's say king f8 or something. I'll get king e3. If you take on d1 now, अब क्योंकि मेरा king d2 को बचा रहा है, तो मेरे को रुक से मारने की जरूरत नहीं है. मैं bishop से मार सकता हूँ. And then bishop c2, bishop e4. Okay, with the rooks, white has chances because f5 is dangerous, but without the rooks, it's risky.
Agreed. So maybe
Oh,
I think
by
that
the
would be
way,
one of the best moves, yeah?
by the way, आप सही कह रहे थे भाई. Look at this game. Northern versus Magnus. Magnus has equalized completely.
Maybe I still don't think मैं सही बोल रहा था साज भाई. I think Magnus ही सही बोल रहा था. He's gonna
भाई
win
वो
this
जीत
one
ही जाएगा
somehow.
भाई.
हाँ वो जीत ही जाएगा. I'm telling you, he's gonna win this one. That's what he does, and he's an expert and the best in the world at doing that. So I don't expect anything less than Magnus at least gaining an edge. Yeah, like he will be the one pushing at some point. Whether he wins or not depends on the resilience that they can offer. So quite interesting. Meanwhile, okay, I think we can go back to Arjun's game. I think Fabi is still winning. And Chad, by the way, kya lag raha hai? Okay, we cannot really win first place, but what do you think? Like, can we finish in fifth place? Let's not forget that usually the top five hote the freestyle ke format mein. They were the ones getting the invite automatically sometimes for the next one. So does still matter. So kya Chad? Fifth, sixth, seven, eight. Sajay, what's your take on Arjun's final position?
Oh, by the way, Rook D2 check played by Sendaro, which is weird क्योंकि अब King E3 में कुछ है, but King E1 is very good apparently for white, but King E3 में कुछ है. Oh, भाई Rook D3 is mate. Look at
अरे
this.
बाप
King
रे,
E4,
अरे
Knight
बाप रे.
D6, ED6, pawn की mate भाई. भाई, that is crazy.
भाई ओ भाई
Reckless King
ऐसे
E1.
नहीं. भाई अर्जुन भी मतलब 100 साल से फाइट कर रहा है भाई इन चेस years. That's a lot. And now he's slightly better again because you maintain one of the rooks on the board.
भाई Rook D3 F like Knight pawn की mate center में भाई insane. That is the fact that it's possible. Though huge risk by Sundaro, but अब I think Arjun की I think I'll prefer this position more for Arjun because there is at least one pair of rooks left.
Hmm.
If you take this rook is more. I mean, yeah, black's rook is in the open file, whatever. But आपको seventh rank नहीं मिल रहा है. I can put my king on e3. I can try to play f5, and okay, Arjun can maybe push a bit.
Yeah, that's true and that's true, Mr. Not Georgie. ऐसे ही pawn एक star बनता है. And usually it's the queens and the rooks who kind of become the checkmating pieces, but very rarely do you get to see a pawn, finish off his opponent in style.
भाई एक बार मेरे गेम में एक बार हुआ था ऐसे like pawn mate on the center of the board and I've never forgotten that. And it's not like opponent ने उसने miss कर दिया था. It was just one move and you missed it. But
Hmm.
you never forget this because it's so rare.
Hmm. तो आपको भी पसंद है जब आप प्यादा स्टार करता है एग्जैक्टली लाइक एवरीबॉडी लव्स इट यार मतलब देयर समथिंग डिफरेंट अबाउट इट व्हेन यू चेकमेट विद द पॉन इट जस्ट फील्स लाइक कि भाई ऐसे मैं तुम्हें ट्रिक कर लिया है मतलब लाइक आई एम
Hmm.
सुपीरियर इन चेस टू यू वे चेकमेट विद द पॉन बहुत सही फीलिंग आती है एंड मीनवाइल किंग ई1 के बाद सिंदारोव अगेन थिंकिंग मे बी ही हैड टू मच होप्स ऑन किंग ई3 वर्किंग आउट एंड अर्जुन अगेन बेटर मे बी नॉट much better but at least is the one who might put some pressure now.
Yeah, for sure. I think overall across all four games, only Fabi is now completely winning. But apart from that, I think it's more or less balanced. Hans could potentially take out Levon, but still looks holdable territory. Okay, he takes on D1, and now Knight
Hmm.
C7 looks logical to bring the knight to D5. And I will offer a draw then. By white के लिए भी Knight C5 के बाद ना, like you have to play G5. Like कौन खेलेगा G5 यहाँ पे भाई?
Oh, that's so tough. That's so tough. Because you want to maintain like bishop g3, bishop h4, you want to maintain f5,
F5
you
भाई.
you
F5
don't want
चाहिए मुझे.
to fix the structure and give your opponent a square on f5 यार जहां knight आराम से आके chill करके बैठ सकता है रोटी पका सकता है ऐसे नहीं यार.
Hmm. आप आपके F5 का ऑप्शन चला गया तो आई मीन आई गेस पॉइंट ऑफ G5 इज यू नॉट अलाउइंग ब्लैक टू प्ले F6 कभी ब्रेक थ्रू नहीं होगा बट yeah it's hard to assess this because generally whenever you make a breakthrough the double bishops are supposed to benefit from it so
Yeah, and also e6, g6 both could be weaknesses. We have a light square bishop, our opponent doesn't. So f6 just feels, and also the pawn on c3 blocks the bishop. So open करके आप कुछ चमत्कार वैसे भी नहीं कर रहे. So I feel like f6 anyway black might not play. So maybe Arjun is not risking that break, yeah?
yeah but Dabi right now it's Sendarov's move and knight c7 is the
Hmm.
best but f6 is the second best basically so it is working for black still
Wow.
very much equal territory slight pressure for Arjun he can push in this position, but also time pe bhi Sendarov is now basically has half the time of Arjun. So some pressure, some outside pressure.
Hmm. Super tough chat. This is the moment जहाँ पे time pressure will dictate terms as well. Bishop f8 played, trying to reroute the bishop to greener pastures, but again, double time है यहाँ पे अर्जुन के पास. He does have the bishop pair. Let's play bishop c2 Sahaj. Just completely, remove the possibility of f6 because g6 hanging होगा.
Ah, bishop c2, you mean? Bishop c2 is
Yes.
nice. Bishop c2 is, and then king e2, king e3, slowly improve, yeah? Bishop c2 is nice. But maybe he's planning bishop c5, bishop e3, something like this. I like bishop g1. Just don't even give bishop c5.
Makes sense. Makes sense. By the way, oh, what just happened? Hans Niemann का बार कूद मार गया भाई. It just went from slightly better to completely winning in one move.
Oh. Oh, by the way, huge blunder, by the way, from Levonia. +3 now. Queen g4 is just winning for Hans. Queen
Wow.
g4, rook f6, GG. Actually, two
Wow.
mistakes. Oh, he plays it.
Plays it
भाई
by
टाइम डिफरेंस देखो यार लेवॉन और हंस का. दिस इज वरिंग फॉर लेवॉन.
Levon, I think, has not recovered from yesterday's drubbing and is still struggling to come up with the best ideas. He's the one who won the last. Look at him shaking his head. He can't believe, yeah, what just happened.
एक्चुअली दो मूव के अंदर ये पोजीशन थी. ओके, स्टिल सम प्रेशर फॉर हंस, बट फर्स्ट मिस्टेक टेक्स एंड रुक ए2, द बिग ब्लंडर एंड क्वीन g4 is completely lost. He could resign actually right now.
Wow. Chess is hard. Let's just put it this way. Chess is really, really, really hard. And you could be like one of the best players in the world and still
7 seconds.
completely.
Oh, he
Oh, he
resigned.
resigns. Wow. That's insane, yeah? One move and goodbye. Let's go to the next game, Saj. We're back to Arjun's board.
Wow. So Hans is the first one to win his match, the first result from the first match. So that's great news for him. Basically, they're fighting for the 5th to the 8th spot. So Hans is now one step closer, but still 3 rounds remaining against Aronian. Okay, as Arjun goes king e2, activating the king, maybe playing bishop g1, bishop e3, bishop e4. Nice pressure there. He goes bishop e7. Now, best move, bishop g1. Basically, one of the only moves, yeah, to put any pressure. But somehow, for me, f5 looks very, very tempting. f5 में लेकिन I think आपके पास bishop g5 है. And rook d2 check का plan. So f5 is not working right now. So you have to set it up. Bishop g1, bishop e3, bishop g5 roko, and then f5. You have time to set up these things though, because black doesn't really have a clear plan. He's going for the bishop, plays bishop g1. Let's go.
Let's go by. Arjun Erigasi, I think, played very well yesterday to beat Magnus. एक game और साथ जाती तो we could have done something fantastic, but he's continuing to play very well today. And Sindarov under pressure again. And ये bishop pair बहुत बढ़िया लग रहा है भाई. Bishop e6 आ रहा है. And black's play looks difficult.
And f5 is a huge threat. 2
Agreed.
minutes for Sindarov. By the way, just making an update. Vincent is still in that losing territory, but he's trying to hold his own. Time is more or less balanced there. Vincent having 2.5 minutes, Fabi having 3.5 minutes. So it's going to go right down to the wire, but Fabi is winning.
By the way, chat, let's not forget 500 likes jaldi se karte hain bhai. We will give out a diamond membership at some point during this stream. Jab bhi 500 like ho jayenge. By the way, c4 is a bit surprising from Arjun. Would you agree or would you say that's logical?
I think it's logical. Because you're
But I
kicking
thought
the knight,
usually,
bishop e4 incoming.
like, you put your pawns on dark squares because your opponent has a dark square, and you give flexibility to your light square bishop, because now knight b4 is something that worries me a bit. Like, it's
And
very
bishop
hard
e4.
to imagine. Yeah, but how do I kick the knight out of b4 now? Like, there's no
Why
way.
do you
Yeah,
want to kick
without.
the knight? It's a stupid knight. Like bishop e3 f5.
Because I
I'll
love
play on the
football,
king
Saj
side
bhai.
completely. Sorry?
I love football. Like, I want to kick the knight
Ah.
out.
Hmm.
Big fan.
But knight b4 पे तो मतलब it's I think it's a very bad knight. But bishop, I'm seeing some knight b4, bishop e4, and black has to play some c5. Maybe not right
Wait,
now, but
what?
king g7 only move and then c5 खेलना पड़ेगा बाद में. Which looks
Oh, he
weird. By the
goes
way, he goes
back.
knight c7.
Wow. So it did the job. And now bishop b6 could be very strong, playing that knight. Apparently, bishop e3 is also very strong. रुक C1 एक चाल आ रही है भाई, व्हाट इज रुक C1?
इट्स लाइक सुपर स्लो कुछ तो। लॉन्ग टर्म में भी बिशप E4 रुक C2 करके कुछ प्लान होगा. लुक्स वेरी वेरी स्लो दो. But if you go bishop b6, for example, black has to go bishop b4, yeah, to play rook d2 check. That's some crazy moves there.
Maybe that's why rook C1 to defend the bishop on C2.
Yeah, exactly.
That would be that would be insane. Okay, rook C1 is clearly not subtle. Yeah, I mean you barely have any ideas, so black will figure out what white is trying to do. And Sindarov running low on the clock now has 1 minute 47 seconds. Arjun almost double at 3.5. Bishop E3 now very solid, just defending D2, defending F4, keeping the bishops in the center. F5 की तैयारी हो सकती है on the next move. And there might be an attack coming on the black king even without queens. Oh, he plays bishop. Oh, rook D7 played.
And then bishop e3 back. So now f5 is a very very real possibility. And now at this point, I think Sindarov is thinking, by rook straight kar lene chahiye the. Because now this is looking very scary for Sindarov.
Hmm.
I think
Agreed.
Arjun can definitely win this. By could take a like some stellar defense from Sindarov to hold this.
Yeah, and that stellar defense might start with the pawn move to a5. Kafi logical chale. Again, you're kind of blocking everything on dark squares. कल को b5 c5 squares, knight a6 knight c5 या knight a6 knight b4 आ सकता है.
Why
And that
f5
can
is so scary? I don't think you should move your knight whatsoever. Like if I play bishop
hmm,
b1 or something, I would be shocked if you have to play knight a6 here. Why bishop f5 must be lost. See?
maybe bishop b4 then instead. Yeah, just staying ready on that d2 square. Let's
हाँ,
say.
something like you shouldn't move your knight because I think the point is कि ये knight c7 पे जो है इसको e6 पे आना है. So anytime I
Hmm.
play f5, you take, and you put the knight on e6 immediately. If the knight goes anywhere else, then it could be very very dangerous for Sundaro. By the way, 1 minute for Sundaro.
Ooh, this is a lot of pressure. चल बाद में अपडेट ऑन ऑल द गेम्स तीनों की. अर्जुन स्लाइटली बेटर है. नोदरबेक इज कंप्लीटली इवन. अरोनियन हैज लॉस्ट एंड विंसेंट इज स्टिल वर्स बट नॉट एज वर्स एज ही वाज. सो बिशप f8 बैक. भाई क्या कर रहे हैं सिंदारोव? क्या प्लान है इस मूव का?
By just waiting. He's waiting for f5. If f5 अगर आ गया तो takes and he puts the knight on e6, rook on e7, and yeah, I think he's just waiting right now for Arjun to
एक
strike.
एक बंदा कह रहा है दिस इज स्क्रैप वेयर मैग्नस गेम. भाई बताओ यार, क्रैप बोल दिया है इस गेम को यार. वर्ल्ड के टॉप 10 प्लेयर्स में 2 लोग खेल रहे हैं टॉप 12 में. क्रैप बोल दिया. बताओ भाई आपकी रेटिंग कितनी है रॉडनी जी, जरा बताइए हमें.
I'm
मीनवाइल
बढ़िया
साज
position
भाई.
I think यार. It's a very,
हाँ
I mean,
बहुत.
from a chess perspective, also like very clinical. Yeah, I mean, I'm sure you can learn a lot from just understanding how white will break through here.
And chat,
Those
look at
smaller
this.
nuances.
All the games, Nodrbek has 1 minute, Magnus 1 minute, Vincent 1 minute, Caruana 1 minute, Arjun 2 minutes, Sindaro 1 minute. So we are reaching that time trouble phase जहां पे results बहुत जल्दी आने वाले तीनों games के.
Oh yes. So let's see. 2 minutes for Arjun, but yep, 1 minute territory across everywhere. Right, Nodirbek also is looking very very juicy. One slight look on the game of Nodirbek and Magnus. He has just gone knight f4. Look at this. We are going into that endgame जहाँ पे Magnus वो grind करेगा भाई फिर से. I'm telling you.
Yeah, Magnus
And मेरी मैगी
Carlsen,
बक जाएगी भाई.
बिल्कुल. भाई I think he's gonna put pressure. Knight coming to f4. You can see pressure on c2 incoming.
Yeah, because if you take, of course, queen is hanging, so rook g8, knight f4, gf4, rook f4 पे, that's a blunder by the way. Rook g2 and d3 is just winning. He takes on f4, I think. He takes on g8, sorry. So best move, rook g8. Oh, Magnus सोच रहा भाई knight d3 पहले मारे या फिर rook g8 डायरेक्टली मारे. Crazy.
Actually, he should take, no, because I think somehow वो pawn मारने के बाद like वो c3 square मिल रहा है मुझे. And I like it does make sense to take on d3 logically. Yeah, he
Oh, he takes
does.
on d3, bhai. He takes on d3. Yeah, pawn on e5 is now hanging. Bhai, I think Magnus is playing for a win now.
He absolutely is. And to be honest, okay, white has still have the rook on f1, so nothing to worry just yet. दूसरा rook भी आ गया है.
भाई ये
And he's
pawn
gonna push
मरने
that
वाला है
e
ना
pawn.
लेकिन.
हाँ
ये
बचा
मरने
लिया ना
वाला
भाई.
है
And
ना.
now he's gonna push it to e6 maybe. And
Rook e8.
एक बार bishop a3 could enter the game. It could be serious for Magnus also.
Hmm. Bishop is critical.
साथ में
By the way, let's
कुछ
switch
व्हाट्सएप
back.
मैसेज किया है मैंने आपको, वो चेक कर लेना
देखा
एक
भाई,
बार.
देखा.
हाँ. सो साज भाई, लाइक आपने कभी ऐसे वो मैं ना वही टेस्ट कराने का, जनरल टेस्ट कराने का सोच रहा हूँ बहुत जल्दी. ऐसे वो होता है ना ब्लड टेस्ट वो सब. सो कोई
हम्म.
ऐसा कोई डेफिनेटली रही लाइफ में कभी किसी चीज की आपको उन टेस्ट में कभी आपने भी कराए होंगे?
Deficiency.
हाँ ऐसे विटामिन बी वन
रेटिंग की
टू
थी भाई,
विटामिन
रेटिंग की हमेशा
विटामिन
से
बी
थी भाई।
विटामिन सी ऐसे लाइक लाइक जो
हम्म।
कभी रही है डेफिनेटली ऐसी कोई?
विटामिन रेटिंग भाई वो चाहिए थी हमेशा, बट वो उसकी
विटामिन
डेफिशिएंसी
रेटिंग,
अभी भी
अच्छा।
है भाई।
हाँ मेरे डॉक्टर कहते हैं यार थोड़ा खाना वाना खाओ, जूस पियो, हेल्दी खाना खाओ, बट मैं करता नहीं हूँ साज भाई, इट्स जस्ट सैड। एंड मीनवाइल नाइट E8
अरे बाप
प्लेड।
रे, चैट आल्सो लाइक पिक्ड इट अप, दैट्स क्रेजी। कोई डिले है क्या चैट में
नाइट
बाय द वे?
E8 प्लेड बाय सिंदारो। भाई पैसे लग रही है पोजीशन काफी मुझे
हाँ
सिंदारोव की।
पैसिव। जूस नहीं उतना यार, बिकॉज किंग
हाँ
ही
देयर इज
थ्री।
नो जूस इन द पोजीशन। तो जूस कहाँ
कोई
है
तो
साज भाई, वेयर इज द जूस?
जूस है ही नहीं भाई, क्या करे। शिंडारफ को
नहीं
सिर्फ
है क्या?
वेट करना है यार, अर्जुन थोड़ा स्लोली स्लोली स्क्वीज कर रहा है। बिशप
अच्छा
F8।
स्क्वीज कर रहा है, बस जूस है
हम्म।
नहीं तो स्क्वीज क्या कर रहा है अर्जुन?
हाँ जूस ही कर रहा है स्क्वीज भाई। ओ बाय द वे, टेक्स एंड रुक एच8।
व्हाट व्हाट?
भाई टेक्स एंड रुक एच8। क्या सुन लिया भाई?
ओ किंग E7
भाई
के बाद क्या
दिस इज
करेगा
वी आर
लेकिन?
रीचिंग अ वेरी क्रिटिकल मोमेंट भाई।
भाई
ओनली
बट
मूव फॉर अर्जुन, जस्ट सो यू नो, टेक्स रुक एच8, अदरवाइज ही इज
But he will
वर्स।
not. Oh, he takes. Yeah, he takes. But what happens to
हैज
king
टू या।
e7, Saj? Is it winning?
भाई रुक एच8 चेक, इज ही विनिंग?
But king e7?
ठीक है, बट यू हैव द 8th रैंक ना। बैक रैंक इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट, बी4 नाइट कभी भी मूव करेगा रुक बी8 आ जाएगा, दैट्स वेरी बैड।
That's true, Saj. Back
हाँ
rank
मेरे को
is
पता
very,
है
very
लाइक।
important. And
हाँ।
कहीं ना कहीं पे कल को rook b8 आ सकते हैं, क्या पता है सहज भाई।
जो आप सोच रहे थे फिर से।
मैं सोच रहा हूँ भाई rook
गंदी
b8 आएगा
सोच।
यार। Like check king e7. Whenever the knight moves, we go rook b8, and suddenly I'm pressuring b7.
हम्म। रुकेट
No,
चेक
checkmate.
प्लेड,
Rook
लेट्स गो।
e7.
ओ
Wow.
रुकेट 7,
And
ओके।
bishop. Hi, bishop g6 threat है तो king d8 only move right now because king f8 पे bishop g6 आ रहा है. Rook is hanging on d7.
किंग d8 प्लेड एंड नाउ b4 भाई, स्लोली स्लोली, लाइक डू नॉट अलाउ दैट a5 मूव यू वर सेइंग बिफोर।
Oh, super important to play b4 right now. Makes a lot of sense. Bishop खुल रहा है वापस. c2 वाला उसका पोटेंशियल बढ़ रहा है. Sahaj bhai, clearly the juice in the position is increasing. Oh, he repeats, but a5 now.
अरे यार, a5 नहीं खेलेगा वो, किंग e7 ही खेलेगा भाई। उसको दिख रहा है ना रेपिटेशन है यहाँ पे, आई थिंक वो किंग e7 ही खेलेगा। a5 इज वेरी डिफिकल्ट टू प्ले इन दिस पोजीशन, आई हैव टू से।
नहीं भाई खेल देगा वो. सिंदारोव ट्रिकी है भाई. कैंडिडेट खेल रहा है. He will find a5 and completely neutralize all the juice in the position. Sahaj bhai, I feel like
हम्म।
Arjun missed a trick there.
हम्म। And now a5 के बाद he would have, but okay, still a lot of meat left in the position. Still not equal, I would say. Oh, by the way, he plays a5.
भाई
क्या बात है
देखा
भाई, Sindarov with the match
देखा
awareness.
खत्म कर दिया ना सारा मीट उसने भाई वेफर खेल के. साज भाई लाइक वही मैंने कहा
हाँ
था,
यार,
खेलना चाहिए था भाई उस टाइम b4. एंड नाउ
but अभी भी
सडनली
है
द
भाई,
डार्क
अभी भी
स्क्वायर्स.
चांस है भाई। Imagine in some scenario, Rook g8 and Bishop takes g6. Tell me you're not scared of this.
Like I am always scared, but will Sundaro be scared is the question.
But I mean, the fact that Bishop g6 exists and 3 pawn है यहाँ पे, I mean, you'll be a bit scared, no? Rook h1, okay. He wants to go Rook a1. Oh, okay, interesting. b6 पे c5.
Oh, that's interesting. Maybe king c7 now could be a move. Just to bring the king in. थोड़ा ब्लैक के तीनों पीसेस थोड़े पैसिव है. रुक एक्टिव दिख रहा है बट टेक्निकली हैज नो स्क्वायर्स ऑन द डी फाइल इट कैन गो टू. Every square is occupied by white. That's very nice
Hmm.
configuration of pieces.
पूरी d file control में, हाँ। 13 seconds.
Okay, time pressure talking now. 30 seconds for Arjun. 10 for Sindarov. He plays 97. Best move. Rook a1 now.
भाई सैक करना है पॉन b6 पे, सी अच्छा b6 तो फिर भी खेल सकते हो आप, एक्चुअली नॉट अ प्रॉब्लम। थोड़ा
Come
लेकिन
on,
आराम
Arjun.
से, लाइक आई फील लाइक इफ दिस नाइट बिकम्स एक्टिव, लाइक फॉर एग्जांपल कभी c5 आ गया, नाइट d5 चेक, एक बार ऐसा कुछ आ गया तो इट्स सेंडर ऑफ हुज पुशिंग हियर।
Bhai, maintain that tight time difference. You need to maintain that time difference. He gives a check. That's not a good move. King e7 now.
एंड बेसिकली सेंडर ऑफ इज बैक। 7 seconds, भाई मैच अवेयरनेस, क्या बात है यार।
भाई
एंड ऑल्सो इफ यू गो रुक
सारा.
b8 भाई, नाइट a6 एंड इट्स ब्लैक
अरे
हुज प्लेइंग
बाप
नाइट
रे.
c5।
वही कह रहा था मैं साज भाई, ये नाइट बिफोर जब आएगा ना, इट कुड बी नाइटमेयर फॉर
हम्म।
अर्जुन. एंड नाउ बिशप जी6 हेडेड पर किंग d8 जस्ट, एंड सारा जूस इवेपोरेट हो चुका है साज भाई इस पोजीशन से.
हम्म। भाई रिपीट ही कर रहा है वो तो, आई थिंक या दैट्स द बेस्ट कॉल हियर। It could
अरे
actually.
यार.
Ooh, he plays f5. Wow, he plays on.
वेट व्हाट? ही कंटिन्यूज.
क्या
भाई
बात है,
हमें
ओके।
लगा था जूस खत्म हो चुका है, बट बॉटल के बॉटम पे दो ड्रॉप पड़े साज भाई. ही कंटिन्यूज फाइटिंग विद दोस टू
अर्जुन
ड्रॉप्स.
says जूस है भाई, जूस है बेबी पोजीशन में।
भाई जैसे टूथपेस्ट खत्म होता है ना, यू कीप स्क्वीजिंग इट ब्रिंग इट आउट, वैसी ही फाइट
हम्म।
लग रही है मुझे साज भाई. ही स्क्वीजिंग द टूथपेस्ट नाउ.
Exactly. By the way, 96 huge blunder from Sindarov. Rook e7 is the only move in the position.
or tough to find rook e7 actually. Oh, no, I mean, not so tough, but oh, he finds it. Maybe can I play king f4 here? Like try to come to f6 maybe? I don't know if like,
भाई ये
either rook
सिंडारोव
h.
जीत रहा है यार, ये सिंडारोव जीत सकता है पोजीशन, आई एम टेलिंग यू.
He plays king f4, knight a6 best move played. And if
Knight
I go
c5
king,
incoming.
अरे यार king
I
g5
am
पे तो
not
pawn ही
sure if
मर रहा है.
Arjun is playing for a win here anymore. Just putting it out there.
अरे यार साहज भाई, good news though, good news. The plot thickens indeed. Check. Apparently bishop c8 is one of the best moves. What's bishop c8? मतलब कुछ भी खेलेंगे हम.
भाई को
अच्छा
क्या
bishop
नाइट सी
c8
फाइव
king
खेल दिया तो
f5.
क्या हो रहा है? हाँ किंग एफ फाइव, किंग एफ फाइव. ओके बहुत मुश्किल है भाई ढूंढना वो.
हाँ भाई बहुत मुश्किल है सच में यार. अब घोड़ों की रेस में गधे भी दौड़ेंगे, मुझे वैसी फीलिंग आ रही है भाई. दैट वाज
और रुकेश
इनसेन
3 ओके.
स्टफ.
भाई इज डिफेंडिंग द बी3 पॉन. यू वर राइट यार, बी4 पहले खेलना चाहिए था बट नाउ इट्स बिट ट्रबलिंग फॉर अर्जुन. गोज रुकी
Bhai,
3.
I'm always right, Saj bhai. Tell my wife that also. By the way, 96 check now maybe is the move, but
क्यों
I think
भाई?
that should lead to a draw.
Otherwise
Maybe.
king
So she,
g5 king f6. Yeah. Otherwise king g5 king f6. That's good.
yeah. Looks okay, looks okay. Knight d7 also possible. With the active king, I think okay, black ka plan hai king b6, king c5, king c b4 at some point, but white king will also be fast enough. Likely a draw now.
Ah, he goes 96 check. Let's go. Nice. Bishop e6, f e6 probably, and okay.
Just take it, bhai. Just take it. Take it.
By the way, Vincent is
Yay!
now completely lost against Fabi, so Fabi is gonna win that match, and Magnus is drawn, bhai. So you win one Maggie. Let's go.
+12 यार. कल की मैगी मेरे मुझे याद नहीं आ रही यार. कल किसकी थी?
कोई नहीं भाई, भूल जाओ उसको.
नहीं भाई भूलना नहीं
कल
है.
जूस
चेक
नहीं था ना
चैट.
पोजीशन में, तो डजंट
भाई
काउंट.
तो जूस बना देंगे भाई. चैट याद है क्या? कल क्या बेट थी भाई? साज भाई ऐसे बोल रहे हैं, लग रहा है कि वो जीता ही होगा तभी. जस्ट थिंक अबाउट चैट. कल क्या बेट थी भाई? बाय
Okay,
द वे
this game is actually not over yet.
या एग्जैक्टली. दिस इज नॉट ओवर एट ऑल. लाइक वी नीड टू गेट टू द e6 pawn somehow quickly, I feel. भाई ये तो कुछ मेट हो सकती है. किंग d4, किंग c5, रुक h4, b6 मेट.
ओम भाई ये क्या क्या लिख रहे हो भाई? कैसी कैसी चीजें लिख रहे हो भाई? तो रुकेश फोर भाई, another king king
भाई
sorry pawn checkmate. King c5
या
b6 is mate.
या okay, but king c3 then, yeah, but king c3 is scary. King b6.
या रुक यहाँ जाएगा तो रुक e4. तो this is hanging first. Oh, he plays rook h2. Okay.
Oh. I think you should
And
go to g3 now.
yeah,
King
sack
c3
it.
ठीक है, but just go for the e6 pawn now. I think that's the best. Let's not keep it passive because black का king अगर c5 आ गया, suddenly you have to
Plays
start
king
thinking,
c3
oh
भाई.
भाई थोड़ा डर लग रहा है मुझे. थोड़ा डर लग रहा है थोड़ा
King
because
c5 भी
rook
आ रहा है
f6 is
भाई.
rook e2 now.
Rook d3. Rook e2. Rook
भाई
d. Oh.
भाई प्यादा गयो.
Still equal, but अब बचाना पड़ेगा position for sure.
अरे
Oh, he's
यार
thinking भाई, rook e5 मारे, rook e3 check देखिए.
भाई check देना is apparently better, and he does
Yeah.
give that check, pushing the king back a square. And now he will take the central pawn. Still a draw because white का जो rook है ना शायद वो b7 pawn attack कर रहा है. So black को आगे बढ़ना लगभग impossible है. So it's still a draw.
Yeah, exactly. And also rook e3 check was very nice from Sindar. Remember chat, ये कल भी हम डिस्कस कर रहे थे कि any rook ending intermezzos are very very important. हमेशा वो बीच की चाल you should try to find.
या बीच की चाल खेल के आप सारा जूस पोजीशन खत्म कर सकते हो. रुक की 3 प्लेट, कटिंग ऑफ द किंग, पुटिंग प्रेशर ऑन b3. किंग को आजादी नहीं मिल रही यहाँ पे. आई एम नॉट श्योर अबाउट रुक डी. ओके बट व्हाट एल्स कुड ही प्ले? या देयर इज नॉट मेनी
Yeah,
मूव्स ही कैन प्ले आल्सो.
he's just waiting on the 7th rank क्योंकि king move नहीं कर सकता. It's still equal. I think Arjun can defend this.
या
Should be a
या
draw actually.
बाय द chat, हैप्पी वैलेंटाइंस डे. होपफुली यू आर हैविंग फन on Valentine's Day with us, Sahaj bhai. क्या लगता है जो anybody watching us on Valentine's Day, if you had to send them a line to say या कुछ ऐसा कुछ अच्छा नोट, क्या लिखोगे आप उनके लिए? क्या बोलोगे उनको?
भाई वो कुछ वही लिखेंगे जो पिछले आप आधे घंटे से जोक मार रहे हो. I know
क्या?
it's coming from the chat.
Really?
Check, okay. Oh, is he repeating? No, yeah. He's just gaining time.
टाइम तो गेन कर लेंगे, बट ही स्लैश टू कम विद अ मूव. e5 feels like the only try.
e4 e3 भी खेल दिया उसके बाद भी क्या, like I'll just keep waiting, yeah.
Okay. And
Okay.
now what do you do is the main question. By the
Now
way,
there is
Rook
no
E5,
improvement.
also a
At
nice
least
move.
looking after this pawn.
Check, King C3. Now very safe. Back rank पे नहीं जाते. Back rank is always risky.
Any
आज
end
लिटरली
game?
बेस्ट डे था. डेट पे गया और उसका चेस खेल के आ गया. अरे नाइस भाई, दैट्स अमेजिंग.
By who won?
भाई
ये तो बताओ.
जीता जो भी हो, बट यू नो
तो आप
भाई तो
बोल रहे हो
पक्का
ना भाई,
जीते.
आप भी हारे थे अपनी शादी
भाई
पे,
तो
इसलिए
पक्का.
बोल रहे हो आप.
अरे भाई वो गेम हारनी होती है भाई, जरूरी है.
हो, क्या बात है, क्या बात है.
बाय द वे,
टिकू
रुकी
शायर.
7. भाई टिकू शायर हमेशा ही था, पैदा ही शायर हुआ था भाई. रुकी 7, लेट्स गो. ये किंग C2 में भी नाउ.
एनीथिंग, या किंग D4 आल्सो वर्क्स, एनीथिंग वर्क्स बेसिकली. या बेसिकली E2 आएगा तो किंग D3 खेलना है, तो ही इज गोना लूज द B2 pawn most likely, but it's still safe for him. By the way, last game remaining. Actually, no, Vincent is also playing, but Vincent is dead lost. पूरा रुक डाउन है Vincent.
वाओ.
And Bibisara, by the way, defeated Kostenyuk in the exhibition match, the first round.
By the way, chat, Arjun did defeat Sindarov yesterday. So I think kahin na kahin pe it's not now somebody's, maybe he has a good record against now, especially in freestyle. So this should be pretty comfortable to hold. And agla match mein ab, oh, B4 he goes for A4. Next match, Arjun will have the black pieces. A different position will be pulled out, and there'll be a half an hour break between rounds. So rounds ka jo schedule hai, it is basically 7:30 p.m., 9 p.m., 10:30 p.m. and 12 a.m. So har 1.5 घंटे में एक round hai. So after this, we might take a, okay, we might not take a much break. So it's only 8:45. So the rounds will start at 9. Yeah. It's not much of a break
Yeah,
actually. Maybe the games
we
are
can
going
take
to
a
last longer
short
than we
one
thought.
and that's it.
Huh. So the games will take longer than we thought.
By the way, slight tactic, rook d1 check dega, to king e3 is poisoned because rook e1 check and you lose the e7 rook. So you have to bring the king back to c3 and save the day like that. But otherwise, it's winning for him. Is e2 winning for black? Can
Nahin,
I go rook
E2 King
e2 here?
C2.
Rook e2 is losing. Yeah, takes. I was
Ooh,
thinking c5
bhai.
is losing actually.
Bye, 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 bye,
Bhai, he
bye,
plays
bye.
e2.
Bye, King C2. King C2
Bhai,
and
don't
C5
don't
check.
take that. Don't take that pawn. Don't take that pawn.
King
Don't take
C2
that pawn,
खेलना है भाई.
Arjun.
King C2, King
नहीं
C2,
नहीं
King
नहीं.
C2, King C2, King C2, King C2, King C2, King C2. भाई रुक से नहीं मारना वो.
3-2. भाई 2 सेकंड, 1 सेकंड.
भाई चल भाई. Oof.
Oof.
भाई यार
Okay.
ये स्ट्रेसफुल है मेरे हार्ट के लिए भाई. साथ में ऐसे नहीं चलेगा यार. वो गाना याद आ रहा है, क्विट प्लेइंग गेम्स विद माय हार्ट. वो फीलिंग आ रही है भाई मुझे भी.
Okay, अब तो बच गए भाई. पर A3 का थ्रेट अभी भी है भाई. A3 B3, yeah. Rook A1 is not even working because Rook E2 is close enough. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good.
We just rook E5, like very safe. Okay, rook E8 he plays.
B5 perhaps.
But then just C5 maybe?
And then you bring the king. B7, C7 like that.
You want to do that. Okay, I could also just take on B5, actually exchange a pair of pawns.
Rook E7, King B8. See, now he's trying to bring the king, on the center of the board.
By the way, King D2 would be lost. So Arjun can't really move his king.
Ooh, blunder!
Wait, what? You can't be serious. He blundered. Saj bhai, ye kya ho raha hai? Oh, Sindarov also blunders back.
No, he doesn't. Bhai. Oh, he played Rook D4. Bhai, but this is still very difficult to hold. Yeah, Rook
Bhai,
B1.
B5.
How? Bhai, how? Rook B1.
Bhai, B5. B5 खेल. Oh, played. बच गए भाई. Bhai, how is this happening?
भाई बट रुक भी वन कैसे मिस हुआ संडरफ से?
Takes
क्रेजी
takes
एक्चुअली.
rook b4 पे क्या हो रहा है भाई? Takes rook b4 पे.
किंग D3 ना, यू आपको एक ही पॉन मिल रहा है. प्रॉब्लम ये है. बट रुक B1 मतलब इट्स वेरी सरप्राइजिंग फ्रॉम संडरफ एक्चुअली. रुक B1 वाज लाइक
भाई Sindarov has recently blundered a lot. Yeah, if you remember Tata
इजी
Steel.
मिस यार. बिग मिस.
Like,
एंड उसके पास टाइम भी इतना ज्यादा था. एक्चुअली मोर सरप्राइजिंग, आई मीन ऑफ कोर्स फॉर अर्जुन प्लेइंग किंग D3 इज वेरी yeah okay, it's an easy thing to miss, but for Sindarov I think is much bigger.
I get a feeling Sindarov has too much faith in his opponents. Like he has a lot of trust in them. We noticed this in Tata Steel also. Like he would trust his opponents, not pick up on those blunders, and instantly see them afterwards. By the way, rook e6 may be very important. Cutting off the black king here.
And rook e6. Very important to cut off the king on b6 as well.
Okay, this also works.
बढ़िया rook b4 king d3. आपको एक pawn दे रहा हूँ मैं. You can choose and I'll defend the other and that's it.
Yeah.
Plays rook b4 king d3. Only move.
Bhai, that was close, yeah?
Yeah. By the way, last game remaining, Nordirbeck Magnus draw, Vincent lost to Fabi, Hans defeated Levon, and Arjun is the only one
Wow.
playing.
So lots of results, yeah? I mean, also Bibisara defeated Kostyuk. Also one more result there.
By the way, rook e4 only move. Two only moves back to back for Arjun.
Wow.
ये तो बच जाएगी भाई. King c3 is good. That was a big scare from Arjun. Yeah, rook b1 was crazy. And draw. There it is.
Yeah, he said Rook B1. Yeah. He just mentioned Rook B1 is, I think, winning. And Arjun says, yeah, Rook B1. I think they both realized it, that Rook B1 should be winning later on. But Sahaj, by time pressure is the very tough.
Bhai, sorry to cut you off, but I just realized he
Huh.
didn't see that in this position, rook b3 check was there. I just saw him make this. He missed rook b3 check. That's okay. That's understandable.
But okay, that was really, really scary for a second. So chat, Arjun does draw the first game. That means ki, likely the match will last 4 rounds now. It's very unlikely somebody wins 2 games in a row. So Sahaj bhai, are you satisfied with the first game, the result, and how it happened?
I wouldn't. I mean, like for Arjun, I don't think he would be happy with this. Yeah, because he was pushing in an endgame जहाँ पे it felt like it was a 2 result kind of a position. And uske baad se, you are defending a rook endgame. So it's like the game didn't go in the direction that Arjun wanted. And that's a sign of worry for me. Because in a position where it's very hard to find counterplay for your opponent, and then 10 moves later you're defending the position, you were lost at one moment. So that's some sign of worry for me.
सिंधारों को देखो ना, लग रहा है कोई यूएन समिट की कोई मीटिंग चल रही है भाई अभी. अभी ग्रीन एनर्जी के बारे में डिस्कशन चल रहा है भाई. ये वी शुड इन्वेस्ट इन रिन्यूएबल सोर्सेज ऑफ एनर्जी. कोल बहुत ज्यादा हो गया दुनिया में नहीं भाई. Hilarious, bhai.
Green
Sindaro
flag.
must character hai, and we're gonna see him at the candidates, of course, one of the contenders. And both players, big lovers of chess, as you can see, still analyzing the game after it has ended. So Saj bhai, iska matlab, first round is over. Magnus drew. Kamer lost to, I think, Caruana. Hans defeated Levon. Arjun draws against Sindarov, and Bibisara won. So I think round numbers 2 will start at 9 p.m. So maybe we can take a short 10-minute break and be back on the other side. We are back, chat, after that short break. क्या ही save था वहां पे अर्जुन का. At one point we were worried, but the first game ends in a draw. And second game में black pieces होंगे Sahaj bhai, and we should be ready if we can have the camera of Arjun. Where is Arjun? Is he at the board? Is he with the other players? We'll love to check it out. And welcome chat. भाई मतलब लग रहा है कि अर्जुन सेकंड गेम में अगर स्ट्राइक करते तो मजा आ जाएगा साज भाई. Like, do you think there's any chance the game ends in three, like the match ends in three games, or do you think चार गेम तो हम जा ही रहे हैं?
नहीं हो सकता है भाई, बिल्कुल हो सकता है. Like I think first match could be like the second match could be a shocker, could be a surprise, and then you're not able to recover from it. Definitely possible. Freestyle में कोई draw होते ही नहीं है यार. So for sure it's on the cards
Yeah.
for me.
And by the way, board पे actual position आ जाएगी, but you can see it on the bottom right chat. Knight on A1, Bishop B1, Rook C1, King F1, Queen H1. So Queen is again in
बोर्ड
the
पे भी है.
corner, but King, हाँ, King इस time पे थोड़ा सा like close to the Queen. So King side castle करना, you can literally do it on move one. Sahaj bhai. So that's great news bhai. King safety wise, very 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 nice.
And actually they are discussing d4 when c4 is actually the best in this position. C pawn abhi bhi c2 पे ही है from what I can see. Knight b3 d4 is what they're discussing. Yeah, the c pawn is still there.
But
Actually surprising. Yeah, c4 is something that I would consider here for sure, because okay, you're opening up the bishop. Bishop कभी e4 पे भी आ सकता है to attack b7. I don't know, that's looking very very nice.
agreed, agreed. C4 definitely makes sense. Bishop khul raha hai, you're attacking h7. काफी logical, but they are considering d4 and knight b3, and g3 is definitely something at some point you have to play to bring the queen out. I think we saw yesterday how Arjun suffered with that queen on h8. Oh my god, I would not love to look at that game ever again in my life. I think that must be Arjun's worst loss in like a decade. Yeah, मतलब क्या completely destroyed every piece on the back rank.
Yeah. Again, I mean, definitely freestyle events. From what I've seen, for sure, it could be one of the worst losses. But yeah, I think Fabi played fantastic. Yeah, from like move one, it was like some 98% accuracy.
Yeah.
So I have to give it to him. But yeah, bhai. Actually, in this game also Queen h8 पे stuck थी in game one also, and यहाँ पर भी Queen h8 पे ही है and h1 पे भी है, तो have to keep an eye out for the queens there to get it
Hmm.
out as quickly as possible.
चैट का कमेंट पढ़ो ना. अनीश भाई बताओ बंदे चाहिए तो. भाई से मजाक नहीं भाई. ये ये गुड़गांव नहीं है भाई. इट्स एन इंटरनेट बैटल.
Why
सो
Twitter is no
इंटरनेट में
less,
बंदे
yeah.
लाने की जरूरत नहीं है, अपने आप पहुंच जाते हैं.
Candidates will tell भाई, but अनीश ने 4 साल पहले कौन सा कांड किया अनीश ने? I don't think this is true, yeah. When allegedly वो account से hack हुआ था. No, I know. But it was never proven. So I don't know. सही है भाई, लेकिन ड्रामा है. It's good.
ड्रामाज
Bishop is
इनफैक्ट
f4.
एमिल सुटोस्की ने नीचे मैसेज किया उन दोनों को कि भाई थोड़ा लड़ाई कर रहे हो, थोड़ा वेट कर लो. 2-3 हफ्ते कैंडिडेट्स पास आने दो फिर करो. सो क्लियरली everybody is not everybody is I would say everybody is happy with some drama, to be honest. चेस में ड्रामा हमेशा चेस को हाइप देता है. If you remember what happened in 2022 December, if you remember what happened with Gotham Chess and that controversy, I think ऐसी controversy चेस को हेल्प ही
क्या
करती
हुआ
है in
था?
some ways.
कौन सी वाली?
अरे जो जहाँ पे वो सेट सम, अरे भाई अब उसको फिर से स्टेयर नहीं करना है यार. मूविंग ऑन.
अच्छा,
लाइक उससे किसी के अगेंस्ट कहा था ना कि ये बंदा
वो
चीटिंग कर रहा है,
सुतोस्की
एंड
वाली.
देन नहीं नहीं
सुतोस्की
सोसी कहाँ
वाली
से
कह
आ
रहे
गया
हो?
भाई. नहीं उसने कहा था ना एक बंदा
एक थी.
इंडोनेशिया चीटिंग कर रहा था समथिंग समथिंग, एंड देन ही वाज नॉट.
Yeah. Of course. I remember that.
By the way, Tiku by playing safe. Why London system मेरी favorite opening है. What do you think? And meanwhile, वहाँ पे we can also see Babisara and also Kostinuk in the other board now. They are playing an exhibition match. Okay, how do you feel about this, Sajwa? Like, two people playing a different tournament now sitting together. एक तो already freestyle में चार लोग आपस में डिस्कस कर रहे हैं. Now two different players. Like, it's crazy to me. भाई क्या ही event है freestyle.
Yeah, it's a nice addition. And also, I mean, Bibisara के matches, I mean, हमेशा exciting रहते हैं, very aggressive. So, and also she's one of the favorite candidates, yeah, if not the favorite. She's one of the favorites for sure. I mean, considering her form, that's definitely the player to beat, I would say, for the three Indian female players in the candidates.
Yeah. has been playing very well. By the way, the games are starting. Chat, let's go. Do like the stream. I think मजा आने वाला है. अब अर्जुन का second game. This time the opponents don't change. That's the difference from yesterday. And of course, we'll also have the finals tomorrow. So, by 3 days ka event for freestyle. What's your take on the number of days? Like, would you prefer having a longer event? Would you prefer having a shorter, or do you think this is just perfect?
I think freestyle generally I would prefer if it's classical more because it
Hmm.
helps understand what's going on, a bit more. Uh,
Hmm.
so rapid, I think it's a bit fast for me. Like I like okay, the freestyle Fridays are very, they're a lot of fun, but when it's the world championship, then I think classical would make more sense to me. Like I would feel
Hmm.
more. Then you have time to, okay, you can. Of course, you don't have time to prepare, but you have time to navigate around the position more. So I would just like it to be classical. That's it. And what about? Oh, what? He did not just do that. Did he just play h4?
He did, bhai. He just
What?
played pawn to h4. भाई ले लो मजे हो गए भाई. ये क्या चाल है भाई?
Bhai, I have what? I maybe he's trying to prevent g6 or something, or is that actually g6 is the best move here if we can talk about it. But yeah, h4 is weird. Bhai, maybe he's just completely throwing him off. Yeah, and we know that Sindarov didn't look at this. They were looking
Yeah,
at some
100%.
d4, knight b3 type of idea. So h4 is completely new from him.
And we also know Arjun didn't look at this. I mean, without even knowing what he looked at. So h4 is a surprise, and now Arjun plays in the center. I think काफी logical है. Also because now queen h3, there could be bishop d7 ideas, so also harmonious. Oh, there's no bishop d7. Sorry, it's hanging.
E6 by. E6 by. But yeah.
Oh wow.
Yeah, maybe you thought the knight was on b8. Yeah, the bishop d7 possible tha.
By normal chess की आदत है, like I would totally play bishop d7 after queen h3 and just realize, oh my god, I should blunt the game away. So ध्यान रखना freestyle में कई बार ये ऐसी मेटे भी हो जाती है भाई, you never know. Like for example यहाँ पे you let's say play f6 bishop पे कुछ कुछ crazy, यहाँ पे knight d7 could be mate. Yeah, like बहुत बहुत tactics है यहाँ पे.
Exactly.
Okay, now c4 he plays. Bhai, this is becoming more and more complex. First h4, now c4.
He's
Why
forcing him
can't I
to
just
take
take
on
the pawn?
c4. Yeah,
Yeah, I would.
basically he's forcing him. But generally you want to play d4 in this position. That's how in classical chess, of course, d4 is the most logical move in such situations. But यहाँ पे dc4, yeah, he's basically posing the problems early on to Arjun. If he takes on c4, then he's good. By the way, dc4 के बाद भी like I can play d3 technically. And okay, you are a pawn up, but I have some compensation. Rook is active, bishop is active, bishop b4 पे भी आ रहा है to attack this. I mean, could be a sign of worry. By g4 also is incoming. I don't know. This looks
The
interesting at
first
least.
the first
Fresh.
question is, अगर मैं I am noob Saj bhai, let's say, से करने की जरूरत ही नहीं है. Let's say d takes c4, rook takes c4. What is the problem कि मैं directly rook से ना मार pawn को? Is there an issue with that?
Rook takes c4 is possible, but supposedly there's knight b6 जो tempo के साथ आ रहा है. Then you have to put the rook back to c1, and okay, you're just losing tempos.
Got it.
And maybe that's the problem, but still possible. But okay, right now it's Arjun who has to decide whether to take on c4 or not, and it's not an easy decision whatsoever. And by the way, if we can take a look at Norderbeck versus Magnus, first move was g4 here. So I think some preparation from the players. Yeah, this is the current position with g4 and c4. If we look at Vincent, he also has played g4 bhai, and second move pe hi aapko blue arrow dikh raha hai bhai.
भाई साहब,
So g4
second
and
move.
h4, all of them played g4 and h4 here. That is crazy.
No, I think somebody played g3. I think
It
on the
was
board.
Sorry, Aronian.
Hans. Yeah. So that was g3, but I think still similar concept. In fact, that's quite a nice position because rook h5 पे कैसे भाई? Can we have a look at the starting moves of this game, because this looks ridiculous. ऐसा लग रहा है कोई मतलब district championship चल रही है भाई, district freestyle.
b4 c5 mistake थी, by the way. Takes and rook c5 is also a mistake, by the way. ये same mistake जो I think Sindarov कर सकता है, right? Because he also played c4 d4 rook c4 possible उधर. And now rook h5, whatever this is. And now d5. Apparently h4
Okay,
g4 is what white should do here.
I love this position. I love this play by hands, by the way. भाई बहुत ही ज्यादा बोलते हैं ना ऐसे, लाइक क्रेजी प्ले है भाई. लाइक आपको जो दिख रहा है दिमाग में, लाइक मैं उधर ना नैना में उड़ना चाहता हूँ, लाइक मतलब एंड सच में उड़ने लगा. लाइक ऐसी फीलिंग आ रही है मुझे. वट एवर ही वॉन्ट्स टू डू, जो हमारे खुराफाती दिमाग में आइडियाज होते हैं, वो सारे रियल लाइफ में खेल रहे हैं हैंस नीमन. but of course it might bite him at the end. But let's see क्या रहता है. Nice position.
By the way, look at this. Arjun has taken on c4 and rook c4 taken.
भाई
भाई
he
अब rook
plays
h4
knight
पॉसिबल तो नहीं
b6.
है.
Okay, now c5 only move to gain the edge, because I think otherwise you might just play d4 as white or something, and then you don't have c5. c5 very important right now, and maybe bishop c6 भी आ सकता है कल को, putting the bishop opposite the queen.
Played.
Played.
Let's go. Nice move. Also, knight b3 now is less likely because c4 खेल के the knight will be not be active. If you delayed c5, एक चाल से भी delay करते, तो knight b3 के बाद c5 कभी नहीं आता.
Agreed. Such an important move, gaining space in the center usually. Also, bishop b5 could be in the air at some point. The king on f1 is a bit, now that white has played h4, not sure kingside castles is that easy to play. Also, queen h3, as we discussed, is not the best. Queen h2, not possible. Bishop anyway looking towards the h2 square. So, white ने h4 खेल के थोड़ा सा अपने लिए कॉम्प्लिकेशंस क्रिएट तो कर ली हैं दोनों साइड्स के लिए एक्चुअली, बट अपने लिए ज्यादा मुझे लग रहा है.
I think because you would love to play g4, g5, and you would love to target the queen, but जब भी आप g4 खेलोगे, bishop c6, and the queen doesn't really have a lot of squares, and that's the problem. And now h4 just feels odd. It's like you would love it if the pawn was on h3 or on h2, but feels a bit exposed on h4. But okay, still all the pieces are remaining, so very very complicated. By the way, bishop e4 is supposedly the best move here. Not an easy one because you're not even threatening to take on b7. Ideally, when you develop your piece early on in the game, you are creating tempos for yourself. Okay, I'm developing my knight, I'm attacking the pawn, and okay, it forces your opponent to make a move. But right now, you have to find bishop e4, which is not that simple.
या एंड आज की समरी चैट कोई पूछ रहा है तो पहला गेम जो हुआ था दैट वाज अ ड्रॉ बिटवीन अर्जुन एंड सिंदारोव, एंड सेकंड गेम चालू हो चुका है. इट्स अ बेस्ट ऑफ 4 गेम्स, सो जो भी 2.5 पहुंचेगा ही विंस and gets a chance to finish in first place, which he will battle for tomorrow. So h5 played, nice move, gaining more space. अगर in for a penny, in for a pound, अब ऑर्डर कर ही दिया है भाई, चीज बर्स तो भाई खा भी लेते ही हैं सहज भाई, क्यों पैसे तो पानी में गए.
Yeah, of course. ये analogy मतलब थोड़ी छोटी थी, तो इसको I mean we'll think about it to
साथ
add it
भाई
on
लाइफ
maybe
में
or not.
एवरीथिंग कैन नॉट बी ग्रैंड भाई, कई बार छोटी छोटी मोटी चीजों से लाइफ में यू हैव टू फाइंड हैप्पीनेस, एंड दैट्स व्हाट आई बिलीव इन. h5 played, and now g6 is the best move. How likely do you think g6 खेलेंगे यहाँ पे अर्जुन? Very unlikely I feel.
Or g5 is also possible. Same idea. Oh,
Oh
he
wow,
plays
oh
g6 by the way. Let's go.
wow, भाई that's crazy, he found it. Yeah.
So he's okay with going into the endgame with takes queen h8. And he has a couple of tempos. Yeah, black has a knight on b6, pawn on c5, and white के सारे pieces अभी घर पे ही हैं. तो एक h pawn बढ़ा था जो अभी trade होने वाला है. तो and that's the best move. So yeah, this is good for Arjun so far.
And देखने लग रहा है h6 should be the best move, trying to, let's say, cramp black a little bit. But h के बाद there is f5, followed by maybe even e5, and suddenly black is just clearly better. So normal rules of chess somehow don't apply here. Yeah.
Central control एकदम very very important. Yeah, I think the gamble Sindarov took, in the opening has not paid off.
And Saj bhai, paid off से याद आया, यश भाई कह रहे हैं Sanjay needs to understand this analogy. Sanjay bhai, what do you think? Have you understood it?
भाई I no भाई, अब तो मैं एनालॉजी को भूल भी क्या हूँ भाई.
Oh nice, that's so sad. अर्जुन
Exactly.
की बस क्वीन ट्रैप नहीं होनी चाहिए भाई. नहीं नहीं भाई, क्वीन ट्रैप नहीं होगी. The dark square bishop is far away from the c3 square, and even if it were to magically appear, we do have bishop e5 always. We do have f6, so no chances of that. Do not worry. बिल्कुल safe है queen, and g6 is the right step in that direction to open up the queen to attack.
Yeah, exactly. I think this is right now. I think Arjun is looking very very promising. I think the only game yeah जहाँ पे black की better है basically.
Yeah,
Yeah, only game.
and Levon seems to be getting a better position. Caruana better, Magnus equals. So Arjun beating the odds to get a better position from the opening itself. But Sahaj bhai and chat, I mean, players are thinking a lot. And Sahaj, you mentioned the classical format is something you would love to see. But मुझे याद है classical format. In fact, Magnus जैसे प्लेयर्स भी used to think for 25-30 minutes on move 2 sometimes. याद है आपको?
हम्म।
When we did cover freestyle last year. So I get a feeling कि जितना भी आप टाइम दोगे ना freestyle में, like वो सारा टाइम पहले 10 मूव में इस्तेमाल हो जाना है. So ब्लंडर तो होंगे ही. Like you might give them like 2 hours each, but they will think for 40 minutes for move number 3. Yeah. So I might even say let's have rapid like 10 plus 5 maybe is my best format. I love it. कल कितना मजा आ रहा था.
But you
आज भी मजा
cannot
आ रहा है
really
but कल मजा आ रहा
explore. But I think
था.
you cannot really explore the potential of freestyle in rapid alone. I think practically मुश्किल होगा ये करना. So I don't know. Maybe in the beginning you can have classical and then like slowly you can go into rapid. But I think classical is more fun for me so far.
Yeah, yeah. I think मेरे को थोड़ा
Unless you
मसाला
do blitz. 10 plus 5 is the best. Like 10 plus 5 mein matlab, okay,
हाँ.
the games are going really quickly. So, but yeah, overall, I think still classical is
या
interesting.
भाई
But
मैं
yeah,
तो
she'll
मसाला
go with.
फैन हूँ. सो तब से मैं ट्विटर अब तक खोल के रखा हूँ, कुछ और मसाला ना है. सो आई एम गोना गो फॉर
Hmm.
10 plus 5 देयर. बट दिस इज ऑल्सो नाइस. एंड मीनवाइल स्टिल नो मूव्स बाय सिंदारोव, जो अभी ऑलमोस्ट 3.5-4 मिनट पीछे हैं. एंड जैकेट भी उतर चुका है भाई. सो स्टेक्स आर राइजिंग.
Inflation की तरह.
वेट, हाँ, आई थॉट इज गोना वेयर इट अगेन बट नो.
Okay, the jacket's off. Should we go into the end game or no? That's the question.
आई डोंट नो सहज भाई, लाइक एंड गेम में मे बी वाइट इज डूइंग ओके बट जीतने के चांसेस तो मुझे मिनिमली लग रहे हैं. तो अगर सिंदारोव को जीतना है, अगर उनको 10 के दम में 11 स्कोर करना है, अगर उनको डर के आगे बढ़ना है, अगर प्यास बुझानी है, अगर खतरों से खेलना है, तो उनको खेलना पड़ेगा भाई विदाउट एक्सचेंजिंग क्वींस.
Hmm. भाई ये तो मैं कितने टाइम स्टैम्प नोट करूंगा यहाँ पे. ये
नहीं
तो
भाई, टाइम स्टैम्प छोड़ो यार.
वीडियो ही ब्रेक हो जाएगी
दो
भाई.
2 मिनट में बन के आ जाएगा सामने मूव. सो आई थिंक टाइम स्टैम्प से ज्यादा मूव पे फोकस करना चाहिए साज भाई.
एंड भाई उसका टाइम भी बहुत कम ही है. स्पीकिंग ऑफ 5 minutes लेस ऑलरेडी. He has to go into the end game. If he doesn't, like if he plays anything else, then black gets the option to play f5, queen f6, e5, and like you mentioned, center will be completely in Arjun's control, and that's a huge worry. In fact, the second best move is bishop e4, yeah, in this position. And once you play bishop e4, black gets f5 with a tempo. So very
वाओ.
unlikely he goes for bishop e4. I think he's gonna take like eventually. I mean, he knows he should take, but he's thinking, ठीक है भाई कुछ और. I mean, can I
हाँ.
complicate the position somehow?
Yeah, yeah, it's a sign that he's thinking that he's not happy with the position. By the way, can we get Arjun on the stream at some point? I think difficult because we don't have any connection to people on site. But we do have 2 videos with Arjun coming up soon. Joe, I think within the next month, you will see 2 videos on the channel, both amazing. So stay ready for those. And second, if Magnus converts to India, we will have number 1 player in all formats, Bilkul Bhai. If you
क्या
can't
बात
beat
कर
them,
रहे
then join them. Taken to the extreme by Ash Bhai.
केविन ड्यूरेंट उसकी याद आ गई भाई. Any NBA fans will know exactly what I'm saying. Is Arjun out of top 4? Yes, bhai. He's fighting for the 5th to the 8th spot. So still fighting for the 5th spot, which is I think very very important. So let's see what happens. Which player plays if any player withdraws from candidates? ये होगा नहीं कभी भी.
हाँ
ये
भाई,
impossible है.
लिटरली
और
मुझे याद है 2020 में कोविड के पीक में भाई, लाइक all the players made it for the candidates. Like they flew, played half the candidates at one point and half the candidates at some other point. There were no Indians back then. Maybe not everybody was following the candidates from like among you then, but like candidates कोई miss नहीं करेगा. Like if they are like if they're also like feeling sick, they will still make it somehow. And
you know, I'll tell you something. I think जो elite players होते हैं ना, like I think they think of themselves and other players as strong players in terms of how many times you have played candidates and what was your performance in candidates. Same goes for World Rapid, World Blitz. कितनी बार खेले हो, आपके कितने पॉइंट बने, टॉप 10 में आए, all of this. It's very 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 important for elite players to perform well at the candidates because that is what people remember the most. Because this is the like the the it basically it shapes you in many ways. So
agreed by. And the fact that Fabi is a favorite, वो कहाँ से आया? वो इसलिए आया because he's already played it the most number of times. In fact, last 7 candidates I think Fabi has played. He's won it once. So the experience means कि भाई he is the favorite already. In fact, he almost won it the last time as well. जब वो
Hmm.
मुकेश के साथ वो barely Mukesh qualified. So by the way, Knight C3 played after a long think. And apparently the best moves is now G5, just ignoring that pawn.
Not happening.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Bet my
I will
house,
bet
yeah.
my house. G5 नहीं हो रहा भाई.
कौन सा वाला हाउस साल में? दिल्ली वाला है तो चाहिए नहीं. Sorry. अगर बुडापेस्ट वाला दे रहे हो तो देन मे बी आई एम इन. बट दिल्ली वाला चाहिए नहीं भाई. रहना ही नहीं दिल्ली में भाई. रहना है तेरे दिल में. गाना था बस.
Of course, of course. KD joined Warriors after losing three. Yes, bhai, you know. Losing up to 3-1 to them. Who from India has ever dominated Magnus like that? Who are we even kidding? Magnus to nahi, you're right. Not Magnus, but we're talking about Magnus joining, yeah. In that sense, maybe it's worse for KD. But yeah.
True, true. Let's see chat क्या होता है. Meanwhile, Arjun is now having his thing. I think extra time means आराम से सोच सकते हैं. 6.5 मिनट आगे है. That's a lot of time.
G5 is, I think, basically looks very, very unlikely to me. क्योंकि आप G5 directly खेल सकते थे G6 की जगह. And you would technically get the same position with an extra tempo. The other move is Queen G7 खेल के G5, which is pretty much the same as playing
Queen
G5
G7
immediately.
also looks tough because it allows h6 with tempo. So I think G5 and Queen G7 both kind of feel like they're not going to happen. If they had to be done, it would have been done already. So I'm kind of banking on something like, I'm not even sure, like, because I want to play bishop c6, but I'm guessing कि यहाँ पे c5 pawn could be weak in some variations. I can't play b6. Maybe knight d7 is the move I might consider.
नहीं, pieces को पीछे नहीं लेके जाना भाई.
Uh,
Bishop C6 looks good though. I like it. What's wrong with Bishop C6?
Bishop c6, apparently there is a move
At
like
G6, yeah, probably. I haven't looked
knight
though, so I
b3,
don't know.
knight b3, and then c4, knight a5, and the bishop gets attacked. So you have to move it again.
भाई मैं सोच रहा था
So
bishop. Okay, I'll get to know what the moves are, but I was thinking knight E6 here actually. Then knight
knight
A5 is
f5.
better for white. Crazy, huge.
Exactly.
If true.
So yeah, it is huge and it is true, Sajbhai. And इसलिए I think bishop c6 maybe is not the best. Well, knight a5 idea again is really, really tough. So Arjun, by the way, missing out on that spot yesterday. Sahaj, it was a heartbreak for us, but he did beat Magnus, and now he's beaten him a few times. If you go back and check World Blitz, sorry, he crushed Magnus once. Now
Yeah.
he's defeated him in freestyle as well. So एक streak बनती जा रही है, which is not comfortable for a player like Magnus.
Yeah, faster formats, I think Arjun, yeah, he does very well against Magnus, I have to say. Also, one game that I remember, I think I'll remember forever, is that match in Tata Steel Blitz 2024, I think
Oh,
it was,
that was
where Arjun
insane.
defeated Magnus with the black pieces and some 20 moves. Yeah, some knight f2. I think I remember it was a crazy, crazy game, some crazy prep by Arjun, but very few people can say, okay, I've beaten Magnus with black in 20 moves.
Bhai, in fact, when he lost that game, I was there and you were commentating, I was recording. And as Magnus left for the players' launch, like he was moving like I was running after him literally to get some content because he was moving so fast. He was really like angry at his loss. He doesn't like losing at all. So yeah, and he's also fighting. By the way, can we have a look at his game? कि क्या कर रहे हैं Magnus Carlsen?
Yes, of course. This is the current. By the way, as we moved just now, Arjun had played a move. Was it G5? I
And
just saw
F5,
G5.
bhai.
F5. Okay, okay. We'll
Completely
come back to
pissing you
that.
off, by the way. Like he's like, okay, golden pawn. I'm gonna play f5.
By the way, this is the current position for Magnus. He also went for that G4 H4 wala idea, and I think maybe this is what Sendarov envisioned. Yeah, when he was playing H4 G4. This is the kind of position you would want. Okay, bhai, you have some space on the king side. Can't really castle on the long side. Slowly, slowly you play. But Arjun did जो D5 खेला पहली चाल में, that kind of threw him off. That's at least what I understand from the first few moves. And now F4, like Bishop C3, F4 is possible, yeah, in this position, and some pressure for Magnus.
Okay, I mean, only in freestyle you can have all the pawns in the fourth rank. Yeah, मतलब कुछ भी push कर दो कभी भी and it makes sense. Like chess में we have clear principles, like ये pawn push नहीं करना है opening में, it can weaken your king. यहाँ पे somehow you break all these rules and they make sense, and sometimes they don't, and it's very difficult to figure it out. In
भाई
freestyle, Arjun has a
ये
better score against Magnus. Really?
I I would have to check the stats on that, but I think it could be true. Yeah, it could be true. By the way, look at this. हम लोग freestyle की weird positions की बात कर रहे थे. Take a look at this position. What is going on? भाई that rook is on h5, the queen just took on b7, नाइ रुक मर रहा है सीधा, queen b8 मर रहा है, सब कुछ मर रहा है, बट क्या हो रहा है भाई? बेस्ट मूव्स पता है क्या यहाँ पे साहिल भाई? बिशप टेक्स f4 एंड चैट लाइक वन मेंबरशिप. किसी को बिना देखे अगर आप बता सकते हो व्हाइट की बेस्ट चाल, आप जीनियस हो यहाँ पे.
Bhai,
अगर
bishop
आपको
f4
दिख
was
जाती है
already too much, I think. We've already crossed the the extremes of humanity. Mental capacity जो हमारी है, bishop
भाई.
f4.
मूव इज रुक a5. यहाँ पे
Okay,
मेट हो
let's
रही है, बट यू गो
okay.
फॉर
चलो अब
दिस.
आगे बढ़ते हैं. इतना दूर हम घुसी गए मड के अंदर. Let's move forward. So, can we continue the variation, Sahaj bhai? What is the next move for black?
98. Knight d8, best move. Queen f attacking the queen. Queen f3. Ruka नहीं था.
Bhai,
Beautiful. Bishop.
second best move is queen h1, by the way, all the way back.
Oh, oh, amazing, amazing. But look at this. Bishop h3 check. Rook g2. Bishop g2. King g2. Bishop takes g3. Bye.
And now not taking the bishop, queen takes h5, by the way, allowing
And
bishop
bishop
e1.
like ये proper freestyle game
Bhai,
है
it
भाई. समझ नहीं
continues.
आ रहा
It
क्या हो रहा है.
continues, by the way. Takes on g5 with the pawn. And now queen f6. And now bishop. Okay. I think let's
Bishop
stop.
h7, rook g7, okay, bishop d3. I'm just waiting for the moment जहाँ पे weird moves खत्म हो. You would think weird moves खत्म हो गई हैं, but black plays e6 and white की best चाल यहाँ पे g6 है. Like, not in a million years am I considering g6 here.
Okay, let's just put it this way, कि भाई इस game में a sharp game with chances for both sides, Sahaj bhai, I think.
Yeah, sharp. Let's go away from this guy as quickly as possible. Let's go back to Arjun to see what he has played. He did go f5 and a slight inaccuracy, I believe, by Sindarov to play f3. And
Okay,
now
knight
he's back. By the way,
e6, best
g4
move.
possible.
I best move the knight e6, but okay, come on. You're not going to play g4 now, yeah? That looks very risky to me at first glance. Unless you're planning to trade queens. अगर आप h g6 करने वाले हो, then it makes sense. आप queen trade कर रहे हो, then g4 makes sense. But if you don't go h g6, g4 could be very risky.
तो एडजेस क्वीन h8 मार के g4 खेलना आपको, डायरेक्टली नहीं.
Oh, look at this. If g4, pawn mara, chat, black, pawn se pawn, let's say. And chat,
fg4,
black
yeah.
to play best move. Come on, chat. What is the move?
lovely, 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 lovely. Love it, bhai.
Best move for black. I don't think chat निकाल पाएगी. There's no way chat finds this. कोई एक बंदा भी नहीं होगा यार जो निकाल पाएगा, I think. ओ निकाल दिया भाई. Crazy, वो भी blind folded newbie ने. भाई short castle and black is winning.
Wow, short castle, bhai. That is crazy. ये बहुत easily miss. Actually, you know, like I don't know about like you, but I used to miss like short castle, long castle checks in middle games a lot. Like classical game की बात कर रहा हूँ मैं. Like I would forget कि king और rook move नहीं किया है. Like and I would like miss those moves so many times, and it's like freestyle में it's so easy to miss a move like this, no?
Absolutely भाई. इनफैक्ट कार्लसन कयाकिन की गेम थी एक, आई रिमेंबर, नॉर्मल चेस में भी, जहां रुक h7 मार दिया था कयाकिन ने, एंड देन कार्लसन
हाँ.
कैसल्ड, रुक f1 मेट हो रही है और रुक h7 हैंगिंग था.
Yeah.
सो इट्स हैपेंड बिफोर.
Yeah. Fine, but okay, good development for Arjun overall, I think. For sure, Sindarov does not look comfortable here. You can see knight on a1, just not doing much. Pawn on f3. I mean, he's played f3, but okay, his king is a bit weak. G4 is not possible, as we saw. Takes, short castle. But of course, g4, fg4, rook g4 is possible. Like this is still interesting. Gh5, rook g8, queen g8. And okay, Arjun has an extra pawn, but he double pawn hai. Okay, so you can still kind of manage this. And to be honest, optically, I like Sindarov's position like slightly more. I don't know about you, Sahil bhai, but I like look at this knight c2, knight e3. I like this more for Sindarov.
Yeah, at least optically दिख रहा है कि his pieces are coming into the picture. Bishop h4 आ रहा है, knight e3, and Bishop c2, bishop b1, sorry, could be a powerful piece as well long term. And bishop on e8 looks rather stupid right now. So, dekhte hain. I think time is going to play a factor again, because as we can see, 11 minute versus 16 minute, roughly 5 minutes ki edge. And Arjun has done this yesterday as well. Yeah, jis game mein wo time pe aage the, he won that game. So I think time difference rakhna is super crucial. It might also be a conscious strategy by Arjun and his team ki bhai time pe aage rehte hain, and that's going to convert into a win for us likely.
Yeah. Exactly. So let's see.
By the
What's
way,
under of place?
एक नजर लेवन की गेम में भाई, because they did not find bishop f4, bishop d6 खेला गया है, and now the best move is still the same, rook a5 attacking
हाँ
a7.
भाई, rook f5 पे knight f4. It's possible, भाई. And now bishop f2.
Also, rook f5 is a move, by the way, and rook f5
He
पे
plays rook
again knight
a5.
f4.
Why he
Oh, he
plays rook
played it.
a5?
Wow.
While wait a
Nice.
second. If you look at this follow-up, knight f4, bishop f2 only move, by the way. Otherwise, big trouble. Bishop h3 check. ठीक है? Bishop h3 check. King
King
e1.
e1.
gh4. Oh, he doesn't play it. Yeah, it goes knight d8. Oh, that's probably not good. But yeah, bishop b6, rook g3. ये type position, bhai. Potentially. So crazy. But he doesn't go for it. He goes knight d8. I think that's a big mistake.
भाई अच्छा, मैं चेस नहीं खेलता, मैं लूडो लूडो का खिलाड़ी हूँ भाई, बिकॉज ये तो समझ में नहीं आ रहा मुझे व्हाट वाज दिस शिट. बट एनीवेज, नाइट d8 played attacks the queen. It does make sense though. At first glance, you're attacking the queen. And now, chat, white to play. What is the best move? Any guesses?
Actually, both are fine. Yeah, queen h1 and both queen h7, both of them are fine. But
But
it just
queen
doesn't look fine.
h1. Why queen h1? I would think of like something else. I don't know what that something else is, but queen f3, but it doesn't work. Yeah, this bishop h3 checks. So queen h1 खेलना है bishop की check रोकने के लिए.
But supposedly queen a7, bishop g2, and rook g2 is also fine. Bishop h3, rook g2 is also fine.
Wow.
But okay, very, very weird position though. But that means
Wow.
Levon will strike back in the second game and the score is going to be even.
By this game is just insane. I don't even want to calculate this game. Let's just see how, as it comes. Meanwhile, um, checking the Arjun game. Wait, there was a move, yeah? What did he play?
Arjun
Queen
has
g2.
gone.
He goes queen g2, by the way. Aronian, so not the best move. But okay, going to Arjun's game now. Knight c2.
Knight c2. Yeah, immediately. So knight e3 ka plan. He doesn't go for g4 immediately. And that was a slight inaccuracy, but very hard to prove over the board. Apparently, knight a4, and this queen is gonna join the attack on b2. But not an easy move, because at any point you can take and play queen h8 and remove this attack on b2. Also, knight a4 ke baad, if you just ignore it, also you're supposed to go knight c3, which feels like strange is an understatement. What's the problem with king f2 instead of rook g2? By king f2, mein, like there will be mating attack ideas. Like I'm sure it's hard to explain, like over the board, but there's a lot of mating attack ideas. So you have to go rook g2, and I think it's also like an instinctive move. And anytime there is an attack, you try to sacrifice something to let go of the attack. You never want to play against initiative.
By the way, Sindar, looking at the ceiling. ऐसा क्या है भाई ceiling पे?
Queen's Gambit. Let's go.
मेरे दिमाग में कुछ और था, but I'm not gonna say it. But meanwhile, no moves in the hands game. Can we look at the Magnus game एक बार भाई क्या चल रहा है? Because I think that game is also similar. There's g4 h4, and I feel like black ने अच्छा खेला यहाँ पे. Rook on f7. The king is very safe. The queen has an open diagonal. Somehow Notabek's understanding of the position is pretty comfortable here, and the white king on f1 might not feel so comfortable.
But okay, you need more than one piece to attack f2. Like fg4, if you take ever, okay, rook g4, queen g4 should be fine. I'm just wondering, can I castle here?
Yeah,
can,
exactly. No? That is the move. If you don't, then white is in trouble. You have to castle queenside.
Okay. Right now, immediately.
Maybe you can wait a move. Like, that's okay. But castle karna padega. Otherwise, I think the rook on f7 does seem to be creating some pressure. The queen also joining in at some point.
Yeah, I think that looks promising. for Magnus. But yeah, time wise, I think Magnus is a bit low in comparison to Nordirvik. Some 7 minutes. But yeah, it's that typical stable slight advantage for Magnus where he's very, very dangerous.
By the way, Yash is asking, will there be confession booths in the candidates? I remember we had one last time when Gukesh actually won, if I'm not mistaken. Like I remember Hikaru talking about his preparation against Vidit, right? Like जब Vidit ने खेला था Bishop S3. I remember him saying something at the confession booth. So that will be an interesting detail. Although, I mean, confession booths usually were a Norway chess thing, right? They started it, I think, first, if I'm not
Yeah,
mistaken.
they started it first and यहाँ पर भी है वो more or less. सच बात बोलूँ एक बुरा तो नहीं, बिल्कुल नहीं भाई, बोलो. वैलेंटाइंस डे पे सच ही बोलते हैं भाई.
सही में अच्छा.
Well, let's go back to Arjun because some developments. He has played bishop e5, activating the bishop, and knight e3 पे दूसरा bishop भी activate. And now Sindarov is thinking 2 minute difference. Very, very good advantage, I would say, for Arjun now. Now it's too late to take all of this because it's like कोई piece आपका बाहर ही नहीं आया अभी तक. And g4 just looks ugly. Feels like you're weakening your own king.
Yeah, this is the moment जहाँ पे Sindaro has to fix his problems now. Otherwise, a couple of more moves and then suddenly Black could just take over. There are no clear weaknesses he can attack. The knight on c3 completely dominated by the bishop on c6. कोई square ही नहीं है. The knight on e6 could come to even f4. Yeah, like it has so many good squares. And if you
There
take
is an
on
idea.
g6, hmm,
a3 bishop a2, and it's pinning the knight. It's cute.
by a3, apparently the best idea is knight d4. And if bishop a2, attacking the rook, if we can have it on the board, let's say,
Hmm.
chat में 400 वाले वाले साज भाई तो
Hmm.
now you just sack the rook with g5. You say ले लो rook भाई, चाहिए ही नहीं मुझे.
And if you take, then queen takes, yeah?
Queen takes, and somehow white is just almost losing.
You can castle
So
on either side right now, and both sides are bad. You
this is
can
a
castle
tough
here, you can
position.
castle there also. Crazy, no?
Yeah, this is a tough position. I think bishops on c6 and e5 make a great impression right now. And Sindarov thinking 9 minutes now, needs to play quickly and needs to play well.
Yeah, let's see what he goes for. But a3 or a4 were the best moves in the position. So that line with bishop a2 and taking on g8 was one of the best moves. But let's see क्या होता है. वो
वो कह रहे
मजा नहीं आ
हैं
रहा भाई. आई थिंक वो क्योंकि गेम्स थोड़े स्लो है ना.
हाँ.
आई थिंक इट्स नॉट 10+5. इट्स अ बिट लॉन्गर. तो शुरुआत में थोड़ा सा स्लो है, बट आई थिंक इट डज पिक अप द पेस इवेंचुअली.
And also, I think Arjun's fighting for first place tomorrow, right? I think that also makes a difference. कल हमारे पास world champion बनने का मौका था in the freestyle format. Now that's kind of evaporated, so that also reduces the hype a bit. But I think anyways, it's regardless fun. And now which is पूरा lineup आ चुका है. Really, I don't think so. कौन announce हुए हैं open section में? I think 5 players have been announced and 6 हैं. So कौन से 5? It's been first one announced was Magnus. By the way, he takes on g6, not the best move.
And takes on h8 as well. So endgame incoming and okay, dream position, yeah, for Arjun.
भाई
Bishops are
डैमेज
super
कंट्रोल कर रहे
active,
हैं यहाँ पे.
knights are super active, white's knights are active, but okay, they don't have any access points.
Yeah.
Black has the open file, like everything is working perfectly.
Oof, b3. Why I don't like that move from white. And does nothing to counter any of the bishops now. And coming back to Norway chess, I think we have first was Magnus, second was Prague, third was Vincent, fourth was Gukesh, fifth was Firouzja. Anybody else I'm missing who's qualified for Norway? I don't think so. So we still have one more name remaining to be announced for Norway chess.
मेरे को लग रहा है फाबी होगा भाई.
Fabi they would have announced earlier, right? Because like usually they would love to go in some order of announcement. And if they announced Magnus first, then Fabi would be number 2 or number 3. Gukesh is already there. Arjun cannot be. It will be shocking if we have 3 Indians out of 6. And I have some information key. It's not Arjun. So I don't know who it is.
Hoping to see. Bye. Rook d8 played, by the way, attacking the d2 pawn, but at least putting some pressure there. Very stable edge for Arjun. I mean, we know that Arjun is going to be pushing for the remainder of this game. And actually, last time also we had a similar, okay, not the same position, but a similar scenario where Arjun had that end game where only he could push, and I feel like this is kind of similar to that. So he's getting good positions out of the opening, that is for sure.
Yeah, I think his understanding of the position is great, and also he's taking less time while doing so. By the way, good question. Somebody saying Ding Liren ko bulate hain Norway mein. I just noticed one interview, which I think one YouTuber from, I think Greg Must Read or something, he did with
Hmm.
Wei, where he mentions कि भाई यार वेई भाई आप डिंग को आपने इन्वॉल्व किया मेरे प्रश्न में, बिकॉज आई नो यू गाइस आर फ्रेंड्स, लाइक यू माइट हैव taken his help. And Wei just laughs for like 15-20 seconds and doesn't stop laughing while he's answering. Like it's like हाँ हाँ आइडिया काफी अच्छा है मैं पूछता हूँ. So it felt like there
I
was
mean,
some information being revealed.
I'm not. I wouldn't be. I mean, it would be shocking, yeah, if Ding is not there. I mean, literally, it's number one and number two. Yeah, I mean, they're known for helping each other. So,
But Ding didn't take his help during his world championship match, right? And Wei was a strong player even then. So I don't know.
but we don't
Ki,
know whether he did or not. Actually, it's possible that he did.
but नाम reveal नहीं हुआ भाई. Like अच्छा Chinese maybe
Hmm.
they didn't share the names. Yeah, possible,
Yeah,
possible.
could be. Only rapport, yeah, was revealed, but apart from that, not really.
Hmm. Meanwhile, Rook D8 के बाद you can't even develop the bishop easily because D2 pawn now hangs. So White still has to think further. G4 is the best move, but it's not easy to push that pawn because Black can also play F4, and then you have to move the knight again.
And knight has to go back to d1. And I mean, I get the idea. Knight f2, knight e4. Okay, you have an outpost in the center of the board, but it feels super passive. Or it is the best move, like knight f2, bishop e4, or knight e4 is something you have to go for. But I
Oh,
think
he
a tough
plays
moment for Tindaro.
G4.
Wow.
By the way,
Let's
finds it.
go.
Amazing.
And only move now for Arjun, yeah, f4. Otherwise, it's equal. Okay, but logical one.
Yeah. What is Arjun's next big classical event? By the way, I saw Vidit do an AMA on Twitter and somebody asked him, so what is your next event? Which one are you playing? And he mentions ki, there are no events planned for him in 2026. Then I thought about it deeper. Like if you, like Prague has candidates, then Prague and Gukesh have Norway chess. Then Gukesh has World Championship and all the Indians have Olympiad, possibly Vidit or Nehal or
Prague
whatever.
Masters also, yeah? For Gukesh.
Yeah, for Gukesh. But Arjun's events are not like Arjun's playing freestyle, but like uske baad, I'm not sure. Like Olympiad se pehle, which events is he playing? He's not part of
Hmm.
GCT. He's not part of Norway. Um, so I'm not sure which event is he playing next before the Olympiad. So it's not a packed calendar for Arjun.
Maybe like he'll choose one of those very strong open events, yeah? Where he's
Yeah, but
known
it's
to
going to
sort
be
of pick up.
tough because
Yeah.
he's lost a bunch of rating. If you play these open events, you do risk losing a lot of rating as well sometimes if your
But
form is
Arjun
not.
to वैसे भी risk करता है ना, but he's risky in general. Like it doesn't matter who he plays, so he's used to that. That's why it works so well against, let's say lower than
Hmm.
2700 players more or less. Tepe Sigeman could be. I was thinking about that as
Yeah.
well, but I don't think it's been announced yet. It would have been announced if he was playing.
But we don't have the entire list. They only announced Magnus, and because Magnus, once he plays, then of course many people might be interested. And of course,
Hmm.
Tepe Sigman is a tournament which Arjun has played before, so it
Hmm.
might happen that that's one he plays. And May, by the way, is completely packed for the other players, so it will be fun to have Arjun play Tepe Sigman also. And then Saj by May में हम May 1 से May 31 तक commentary कर रहे होंगे भाई. In fact, May 1 से लेके June 6 तक commentary कर रहे होंगे भाई. That's gonna be a packed month.
Crazy, actually. Yeah, crazy. Candidates is gonna be hectic. First date क्या है candidates की?
I think 25th is the arrival, so I'm guessing it will be a day or two after that.
26 or
Um,
27. Got it. Got it. Got
yeah,
it.
something like that.
Gonna be a
Exact
packed
date.
month, bhai.
Yeah, and also April end में we also have the Chesscom Global Chess Championship. So and candidates खत्म होते ही वो भी है, and it's going to be one of the pathways to qualify for the EWC. So very important I think for many players to play that as well. तो मजा आएगा. And वैसे भी आज के EWC GCT ये सब ड्रामा चल ही रहा है ट्विटर पे, तो gonna be an important event for players.
Correct. But in Norderbeck is in Tepe Segeman. Did you read that somewhere? Because I don't think I have. I don't think they've announced it yet. Could
I'm gonna
be
check the
wrong.
taper segment Twitter. I think we'll get to know if there is any information.
Yeah. By the way, game wise, just coming back to the game, it's very clear what Sindarov wants. He wants to put the knight on f2 and put one of his knights on e4. And I think this is why he's gone bishop d4, knight f2 provoked, but yeah, knight, it will be pinned. So it won't be easy to play knight f e4. You could still go bishop e4, try to trade the bishops off and get the other knight to e4, but still some pressure
By the way,
from Arjun's side.
as usual, as I've learned in the past before, अगर chat को कुछ masala information है, it is usually correct. Noderbeck is playing Tapest Sigma. In fact, दो ही player announced हैं, and they are Magnus and Noderbeck. भाई ये तो खतरनाक strong event बनने वाला है यार.
Uh, so it's gonna be from in May, yeah? Like first week of May, or when is it?
I think it's May 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 1 to 7, basically.
तो भाई तो कैंडिडेट से क्लैश कर रहा है ना?
नहीं नहीं भाई, May not March.
हाँ, sorry, my bad.
भाई May और March में difference नहीं होता साज भाई, ये कैसे ऐसे कैसे चलेगा यार.
I fell
पता
off.
लगे May में आ गए कैंडिडेट. भाई कैंडिडेट्स, यस लेट्स गो फ्रग.
ये तो जीरो सिविक सेंस वाली बात हो गई मेरी. बाय द वे, यू कैन आल्सो टेक ऑन d2 हियर, बट आई थिंक व्हाइट g6 मार सकता है. तो ही इज फाइन मोर और लेस देयर, बट बिशप f2, नाइस मूव बाय सिंडरॉफ. एंड नाउ ही हैज टू डिफेंड दिस. किंग f7 और किंग g7 ओनली मूव्स. धीरे धीरे करके सिंडरॉफ इज क्लाइंबिंग बैक. आई फील लाइक ही इज नॉट एज वर्स एनीमोर.
Yeah, but endgame, of course, yeah, matlab you will have chances to hold. I think endgame ka purpose hi ye tha, he was trying to damage control, right? So he's like, I don't think I'm better, I'm worse. I want to hold fort here rather than trying to push, and he exchanged the queens. So Arjun still being slightly bit of black, I'll take it. He's also ahead on the clock. यहाँ पे king g7 खेलते हैं. Best move, connect the rooks, and you're not worse. Yeah, it's a great position to have. G6 pawn hanging. Let's play king g7.
Yeah, I think either of these moves work, but king g7 slight more preference. Maybe it's on f7 there are some checks possible. That could be a reason, but 19-20 का फर्क more or less.
By the way, I'm curious. I saw one comment जिसमें लिखा था Goofy Gen. Chat, how many people do know who Goofy Gen is? Would love to know. Nodrbek तो head shake कर रहे हैं, तो he clearly does not know. What do you think? Do you know who Goofy Gen is? Sajay, when
भाई
did you
सिंडारोफ.
hear of his name first?
भाई सिंडारोफ.
Sindarov, sorry, my bad. Nodrbek तो वहाँ खेल रहा है भाई, पेपर सेगमेंट.
आज भी खेल ही रहा है भाई. किंग g7 played. Let's go.
Yes, great move. Ooh, bishop
And bishop.
e4. Not the best idea apparently, because bishop takes f2 के बाद rook takes d2 hanging है. Is that a mistake?
I mean, white is sort of creating these double pawns, and he thinks, okay, it's not that bad. So let's say if I take knight takes force d, rook d2, bishop c6, bc6, and knight e4. I'm guessing.
Yeah,
I'm
you're
not sure
right.
which
Actually,
knight.
this looks.
Rook b2, rook b1. I don't know.
Yeah, this
I
looks.
mean, sure, Arjun is pressing, but uske aage I'm not so sure.
Not convinced. Tamil content creator. Yeah, people do know him. Yeah, so he is become very popular. By the way, he went from 0 to 1 million followers in just about 3.5 months, and is creating some epic content. Something I'm definitely learning from. So it's fun to watch him. Will you stream Grenke Chess? So we might not stream Grenke Open because I think April itself is. I think it's clashing with candidates, right? If I'm not mistaken. Grenke directly clashes with candidates, so would not make sense. He's content a chess player from Tamil Nadu, exactly. Is it possible for Indian org to sign other chess players for EWC? I'm sure it is, but you will have to make it to the EWC, right? So qualification path is very difficult. So if you do sign a player, will he make it to that path? Is the
But I
question.
think unlikely होगा. अगर होगा भी तो एक दो like non-Indians रहेंगे, but largely it would be Indian players. That's my take.
Meanwhile,
that's a mistake by Arjun. He goes for the pawn, but he's not giving the knights. Now, apparently, knight c3, rook d2 is his plan, but still I can take and play knight e4, and it's more or less equal, I want to say.
Yeah, because this feels like a worse version, no? Somehow. Because now c5 pawn is already attacked somehow. Now
Okay,
imagine the
forced.
bishop at some point coming to this crazy diagonal looking towards your king. Like, this is something which could go either way. Yeah? Three results possible, like suddenly, for me at least.
Apparently now bishop c6, bc6, knight e4 is very important. Rook a2 पे knight takes c5. Okay, you're a pawn down, but temporary है वो. कभी ना कभी bishop d4 check आ जाएगा.
Yeah. Will Arjun get invite of Tepe Simran? I think he will because there are simply no players because बाकी लोग GCT खेल रहे हैं. So if they're playing GCT, then that takes out many of the top players, right? I mean, MVL, Anish, Prag, Gukesh, like all these players are busy. So who do you invite? Like Arjun to invite to जाएगा ही. I'm pretty sure about it.
Hmm.
And we'll get to see Magnus against Arjun bhai दोबारा in a classical format this time.
That will be fun, of course. So, so only one path for Sundarov so far, that is to take on c6, play knight e4, and actually now I had some chance to calculate the position a bit deeper. And in this position, knight c5 is forced, knight c5, and you're not supposed to go rook. I mean, rook c5 is possible, but there is an interesting idea here, which is bishop d4 check, king goes to g8, bishop h8, and knight takes b3. So you are losing. I mean, you have to go rook c6 and king h8. So technically, you're down in material, but rook g6 ke baad, you are more or less saving this as white. But that looks insanely difficult to play over the board for Sindaro. I mean,
By the way, this is if you think this is difficult, let's switch to the other game, which is Levon versus Hans, and just look at the position first. Let's just understand the position. I mean, if you're Stockfish, and now look at the best moves. Queen takes a7, ignoring whatever is happening on the king side, just grabbing a pawn. G3, queen takes b6. Why? Bishop c7. Sorry, bishop c7 yeah, no? Or bishop
bishop
h3, I
c7,
don't
yeah.
know. Bishop c7. भाई ये चल क्या रहा है? What is this position? कौन जीत रहा है भाई?
I mean, I mean, if you understand, like, optically, white is a piece up. So, black was what dangerous attack hai, but if you can neutralize the attack somehow,
भाई
white
this
should be
position
winning.
is just insane. So yeah, and 17 ही move हुए. Imagine that. So Levon winning. By the way, Levon is completely winning. बाकी तीनों game dead equal है. So it looks roughly even. Let's go back to the Arjun game. Rook d2 played, and
Yeah,
white is still
Sendarov having
thinking.
3 minutes.
That's a
So,
bit
some
surprising to
pressure.
me. Why not just take on c6 here? Like that feels obvious. Double the pawns. What's wrong with bishop takes c6?
I mean, I think after takes, he's not sure if knight e4 works in this position. I mean, technically, he can just go king g2 also and play this out. By the way, castle be possible, eh?
Oh wow.
But maybe he's just doing that one final thing before he has to play basically, a bit faster because he doesn't have a lot of time left.
And a point by Ayush ki Vidit and Nihal बहुत inactive hai. I don't think that's true. In fact, Nihal is very active right now, and he's gained a bunch of rating points. Last I checked, he was 2721. I'm going to check that again. He is indeed 2721. So he's
Yeah,
doing
why?
very
Because
well.
he
World number
won some
24.
games in Bundesliga.
Yes. And I would argue he is one of the most active players. In fact, at least in terms of gaining rating. Yep, most Indians were losing
Hmm.
rating in the last month. So Nihal doing pretty well. And if an Olympia team were to be formed right now, he would make it comfortably.
Yeah, for sure. And by the way, I just read this in the chat, but look at Magnus's time, bhai. He has 1 minute on the clock. That's it.
I mean, it's Magnus, no? Like, I mean, well, it's
May
Magnus. I mean, you could have 20 seconds and he's going to win this one. I'm not worried too much. Rook c2 now. I mean,
I
he's
mean,
not going
knight
to
g5
win
में draw आ
likely.
रही है सीधी, rook b2, rook
Huh.
h7 check, and there is repetition possible there. But Magnus could want to
Yeah.
play like 45 seconds only for the world, for, well, world number one, let's just say.
And he's
Knight
not
g5.
used to having two draws in the first two rounds. He's used to finishing these games in three games. Yeah, like
Yeah,
एक
yeah, of
match है
course.
तीन games से खत्म.
By in World Blitz also, he was playing against Norderbeck in the finals, and that game was finished in, it was a match of four, and he finished it in 3 games. I remember it. Like, so it's not, yeah, for Magnus, it's not normal.
By the way, talking about having 1 minute on the clock is the case for Sindarov as well, who's taken on c6, pawn takes c6 and knight e4 played. So best moves, a2 pawn gaya, c5 gaya. Okay, lots of trades happening now. Draw की तरफ बढ़ते हुए game with Arjun having slight chances, but ये bishop d4 check is a menacing threat, Sahaj. I'm a bit scared of it.
But I think from the way he's playing, I think he's comfortable. But by the way, Bishop D4 खेलना forced नहीं है. आप Knight C5 के बाद Rook C5 भी मार सकते हो. That's also
Hmm.
equal. Okay, but
Hmm.
eventually you'll get the check. Pawn भी मरेगा. I mean, that's more or less fine. So I think another draw incoming maybe.
Hmm. Yeah. Very likely. And in fact, Magnus के दो draw, Arjun के दो draw, so it's not easy for it's not been easy for players to get a win, yeah, under the belt.
Hmm.
काफी tough matches. Suddenly time format change हो गया just from going from 10 plus 5 to 25 plus 5 whatever. Like it's become much tougher to get a win. Top level chess, players always play the best moves, don't make a mistake. Very hard to capitalize.
Yeah, by the way, he's thinking here. Yeah, bishop d4 check is the move that he's considering right now. Why? That's scary.
भाई
Why
देगा
is he
चेक, वो
thinking?
100%
I thought
करेगा.
rook c5 मारेगा वो यहाँ पे.
नहीं नहीं भाई, 100% बिशप D4 यार. सिंदारो है भाई, उसको complications करनी है. And Arjun will also love that actually. He loves complications. Bishop D4 check, king G8, bishop takes rook. You don't take the bishop on H8 because knight hanging, and knight takes
Hmm.
B3 intermediate move. And
And
the
rook
game
c6,
is,
king h8, rook g6. We saw this a bit earlier. And
yeah.
mate in one का threat है, but you are more or less fine here. It is equal, but very hard to judge this as equal, have to say. But at rook c5 just feels more natural to me.
But somehow you have two knights, the king on F1. अगर knight E3 आ जाए कहीं से, knight C4, knight E3, like I would genuinely back Arjun here. So I think it's okay if he plays bishop D4 check. We would love to see that in action.
45 seconds for Sundaro. Shahid, do you
Moves
think
getting
Arjun has...
tricky.
Oh, bhai, played.
Played.
Bhai, to answer your question, rating wise, I don't know. 2800 is I think a pretty nice rating to have. Rating wise, I don't know. It's possible to overcome that, but abhi rating deflation chal raha, so it might be difficult. But strength wise, I think for sure he hasn't peaked yet. I think, in fact, the World Rapid and Blitz was an example of he still is achieving things that he didn't before. So I don't think he has peaked in that sense.
Yeah. By the way, there's this tempting check to give on D2 first, and it is a mistake. So maybe the knight is supposed to go to C1 instead at some point. Yeah, he doesn't do it.
But
Well
I think
done.
you know,
And
bhai,
now,
you need rook a1 check, and because he
हाँ.
mate in one hai bhai.
Oh, by the way, Rook H1, Rook H6, both mate. Baap re. King H7 only move, yeah, Rook A1 check. One of these two moves. But you
गलती
need the
से
Rook
नाइट टेस्ट
Sahaj.
कर दिया.
You need the
Sorry,
mating material, right? So I would rather not play Rook A1 check.
but I mean king h7, rook g5, king h6, rook g8, कभी ना कभी तो rook a1 check देना पड़ेगा ना आपको, नहीं तो ये check mate हो रही है.
Rook G8. Ah, Rook G8. Yeah, that's a good move. And either we repeat with King H7 or we trade rooks, yeah?
Yeah. So when you trade the rooks, okay, maybe you have chances, but two knights are very okay. They are not the best pieces here. Let's just put it like that.
How is Niemann Daket doing? Nice. Nice, bhai.
Love it,
Nice.
man.
Nice.
Hans is he was lost. Oh, he's completely lost, by the way, now. Completely lost.
Niemann Daket की checkmate. दी हुई checkmate. बड़ी ही जायकेदार होती है साज भाई.
I don't think that's the word he used, but yeah.
जायकेदार ही होता था ना, क्या बोला था भाई?
Kasai, Kasai.
अच्छा, कसाई. Sorry भाई.
Something like
Sorry.
that. Yeah. Kasai Numa hoti hai.
कसाई नो. Yes, sorry, my bad. My Hindi not so great. English also not so great though. Okay,
ओह
by the
चैट को
way,
ही पता है भाई, लेट्स गो. जालिम नहीं होता भाई, सोच के यू आर स्लिपिंग. जर्मनी में रह के आप भूल गए हो भाई.
बस दंग करते रहना तुम.
4 minutes for Arjun. King h7 is the move. He's just deciding भाई रुके वन चेक कब देना है. Otherwise, it's just going to be a checkmate. You have to go for it.
Okay, I mean, in normal circumstances, you would take the draw. I don't think Arjun has great chances, but you see the clock, the time your opponent has, you know कि भाई कभी ना कभी तो जीतना पड़ेगा. Like otherwise, it's not as four draws, you go to tie breaks. So, I
भाई
mean, you do
पिछले
play
गेम
on,
में
I
it
think.
didn't work well. Yeah, पिछले गेम में he tried to play well, like he tried to play on and then he had to defend for a long time. So
Ah, but I think यहाँ पे like you have to go on. I think you have to play Rook A1. If you see any chances, you have to play on. Like your slight chances भी दिख रहे हैं आपको of Sindaro messing up. Sindaro psychological pressure पूरा डाल रहे हैं भाई कुर्सी में आगे बैठ के. But if you see any chances, you have to go on. भाई क्या उबासिली बंदे ने यार. खतरनाक.
बोर हो रहा है. फोकस कर रहा है भाई. फोकस. रिमेंबर व्हेन यू
हाँ,
yawn you are trying
बस.
to focus.
Yeah. Best endgame for 1800 भाई. Avengers endgame. The best ever. Meanwhile, Rook G6 के बाद King H7 and Rook A1 check. Only two moves.
और
If we
बाय द
can
वे जो
highlight them.
बंदा कह रहा है कि दिस पोजीशन इज अ डेड ड्रॉ, आपको मैं याद दिलाना चाहूंगा, ओलंपियाड में इंडिया वर्सेस चाइना बोर्ड 1, एक प्लेयर के पास दो घोड़े थे और दूसरे प्लेयर के पास एक रुक था। बट जिस प्लेयर के पास दो घोड़े थे उसने ड्रॉ करने से मना कर दिया था, इवन दो द कमेंटेटर्स लाइक माई सेल्फ वर शाउटिंग, भाई दिस इज अ ड्रॉ, दिस इज अ डेड ड्रॉ, बट दैट प्लेयर सेड नो, आई सी समथिंग, and then eventually he got that win, and a very important win to defeat China in the Olympiad, and this position is not very different from that.
True. And also, like, even though at the end India did win the Olympiad comfortably, at that point we didn't know. At that point, we yet to play the US, I think, and it was a very, very close match. Both India and China were leading, and वो point was extremely crucial. And this might be the same case here. This point might be extremely crucial, might be the only way.
Exactly, भाई अगर वो, I mean because we won basically all of the matches that we played, and that match was very important because अगर वो draw होता तो चाइना के साथ draw जाता, सबका draw हुआ था वहाँ पे,
Was a close match actually.
very close. I mean, I will agree कि okay, Gukesh had way more time on the clock. It was a classical match, so you could stretch it out a bit more. Arjun के लिए it's difficult, it's rapid, and 10-second का increment ही है. So perhaps you might not see the same type of play, but definitely if anyone is pushing, it is Arjun right now. You have an extra piece.
Yeah. Okay,
Check.
check. He goes, he wants to play on Saj. That's a sign, yeah? He wants to play on. He will trade rooks and he will continue the game. If he push the app on at some point.
Takes it, and the game is on.
Let's go. Okay, E5. You can't go A5 just yet. Knight hanging here. So maybe knight. I don't know. Where do you move the knight? So many tempting squares.
Thing is, I wanna play knight d5, but this rook a6, rook a7 just looks so annoying.
Hmm.
एक बार ये pawn मर गया फिर तो मैं क्या ही खेलूंगा इधर. Maybe knight d4 I can try.
Knight
I'm
D4. Okay, king
I'm covering
F2.
e6 square ताकि ये भी ना मरे.
But king F2 आ रहा ना भाई. King F2 के
ठीक
बाद
है, then
क्या?
king h7. At least you don't have rook e6.
Hmm. Let's
Okay,
see.
let's Arjun taking his time. By the way, Arjun is like one mistake away, yeah, where he has to defend the position again for a long time. एक बार वो a pawn मर गया, f pawn मर गया, something along those lines. If you miss one
Yeah.
thing, and it can be very dangerous. So you have to be precise
Yeah, because white
from
does
Arjun's
have three
perspective.
connected pawns. So if something goes wrong, he could easily win here. So it's still a three result position. Sindarov की chair फिर से super fast speed में घूम रही है. And Arjun has control the a6 square now. So rook a6 no longer possible. Now I can maybe move the knight and start pushing the a pawn. Maybe the knights can support the pawn, Saj.
I think you could have gone rook c6, but he says okay, king f2 e3 is simplest. Yeah, the knight still needs some time to regroup, like knight bd7, a5, a4. So he's using that extra time to play e3, एक pawn हटाओ, because very important thing is that if it's just two knights alone cannot checkmate the king. क्या पढ़ रहा हूँ मैं चैट में भाई.
सच में भाई कई बार लगता है कि भाई कमेंट्स पढ़ने भी नहीं चाहिए
भाई
बट पढ़ेंगे भाई हम पढ़ेंगे डोंट वरी एंड e6 played, so blocking the path, and now rook f6 maybe trying to win the f4 pawn and saying, okay, I'm going to win one pawn, push the g pawn, f pawn, and I myself am going to create two credit pass pawns at some point. So
अरे जीत तो सकता है कोई, मतलब जूस तो है पोजीशन में, लाइक आई फील लाइक इट फील्स लाइक कोई ना कोई तो जीतने के लिए खेल सकता है यहाँ पे. व्हाट डू
सारे
यू
आप हंस
थिंक?
क्यों रहे हो मेरे को समझ नहीं आ रहा है
मैं नहीं हंस रहा भाई. I'm just
लग
I'm
रहा है
just
आपकी
I
हवा
feel
से
like I
नहीं
feel like the position is very exciting. It looks like a draw, but it just feels like दोनों साइड जीतने के लिए खेल सकते हैं, and that's just a very exciting prospect for me.
हाँ
Chess
बहुत
perspective, yeah.
एक्साइटिंग है मीनवाइल अर्जुन has less than a minute now, so the time difference has completely evaporated. So we could see a sharp run here because chat B second for Sindarov. He plays rook f6. Will he play knight d5 now? But then rook f7.
f4 pawn मर रहा है भाई, ये तो बचाना जरूरी है. If this hangs, then okay, white is playing for a win.
Yeah, it's he
Ooh,
goes for it. He
भाई
goes
rook
for it.
f4.
He doesn't want to draw. He's like, let's go all in.
भाई ये तो गलती थी भाई, rook f4 में he has to
Bye.
save this now. Okay, but 19 seconds though. Surely Sindarov didn't consider this. I think he was looking at only knight d5.
Okay, but okay, he doesn't take the pawn, yeah? Even he's scared a bit. Now a4, let's go.
He wants to go rook a7, I guess, but the knight c4 है मेरे पास नहीं. हाँ
भाई
नहीं
वही
नहीं
तो
rook
like,
c7 है. Sorry, never mind.
but I think at some point like maybe knight d5, yeah, and but rook a5 है वहाँ पे, so it's still tricky. It's still tricky.
But how do you say rook a7? You're just playing a4. That's it.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. a4 played,
Okay.
by the way. Now only two moves, rook a7 or rook c7 played.
Knight bd7 खेल दो भाई. At least सब defended है उधर. And 7th rank भी बच गया तो king बाहर आ सकता है.
Okay. समझ में हंस क्यों रहे हो?
मैं नहीं हंस रहा भाई.
हंस रहे हो भाई?
I'm just excited
साज
about
भाई
the
सीरियस
position.
पोजीशन है साज भाई. It's a very serious position.
हाँ भाई भाई बिल्कुल बिल्कुल.
Okay, king. Now the kings. The game is about the kings now. The white king might come all the way to the queen side. The black king is going to come straight to e5 now and try to support his pass pawn. At least defend the pawns on the king side ताकि knight थोड़े आजाद हो जाए उस pawn को push करने के लिए. Yeah.
फ्लेक्सिबल होना इंपॉर्टेंट है ना किंग के लिए थोड़ा. Like otherwise you're just tied down to the pawn on f3, which is not nice. Maybe that's why he's not playing e3. कि king थोड़ा आराम से can go on the other side.
Yeah.
आपको क्या लगता है भाई कोई जीत सकता है यहाँ पे? Anything possible या फिर do you
मेरे को
think
बस ये लग रहा है
the game
साज
is
भाई,
over?
कई बार ना हम कई चीजें नोटिस करते हैं साज भाई, यू एंड आई, राइट? वी नोटिस देम
हम्म,
अर्ली
हाँ हाँ.
एंड दुनिया को बाद में नोटिस हो जाती है.
Like इस पोजीशन का जो पोटेंशियल है, you mean?
हाँ, ये जो ये तो दोनों एक्चुअली रुक एंड गेम है. लाइक वी रियलाइज द पोटेंशियल ऑफ दिस एंड
लाइक
गेम
हमें
वे
पता है
बैक
गुकेश जीता था
जब
पहले
मुकेश.
2 नाइट्स के साथ, तो अभी
हाँ, चैट को
अर्जुन
अब
भी
रियलाइज
जीत
हो रहा
सकता है.
पोटेंशियल कि भाई दिस कैन बी
हाँ.
रिपीटेड, दिस विन कैन बी
हम्म,
रिपीटेड नाउ. किंग d4
हम्म,
किंग e3, लेट्स विन.
मतलब जूस है. Like there is still
हाँ,
like a lot of prospects.
या
Look at this king
एग्जैक्टली.
d4 भाई. King d4 is scary. Knight e5 is incoming. And king e3 also. Oh, he goes king
अरे
d6.
ही
Okay.
गोस बैक. He's playing it a bit safe. I think maybe e5 he wants, yeah?
Ooh, knight b8 is crazy. Rook c5, knight a6 check. That's crazy. Knight b8, knight c6 check is there also.
Wow.
Ridiculous. Apparently g5 is a mistake. Why is that? Why is g5 a mistake? Ah, king e6, king f5. Just take this pawn. Easy mistake, I think, here.
But okay, it's not a losing mistake for white, so white is still not risking much. Maybe rook a7, just kind of maintaining the tension.
Yeah, rook
By the way,
a8.
both players have no time on the clock now.
Tough, bhai. Very tough. Oh, knight b6. Okay. Arjun still trying to put that pressure. Oh, check. That's a mistake.
और कितनी बड़ी मिस्टेक है साज भाई? माइनर मिस्टेक, नो?
It's a good question, bhai.
क्या लगता है मैं चैट पढ़ता क्यों साज भाई? नहीं.
अभी तो भाई मत ही पढ़ो तब. बहुत रिस्क है भाई चैट में आज.
चेस चेस फोकस करेंगे हम लोग भाई, क्योंकि चेस स्ट्रीम है.
6 seconds by the way. Ooh, g5. Knight d5 check is incoming now. Rook d5 is not possible.
भाई
King
किंग
d5 पे
c4
you
ओनली
are
मूव.
in the box.
I don't think he's going to go king c4. King a3 looks so much more. Oh, he goes king c4. Wow. Sindaro finding crucial moves at the right
And
point.
repetition. Why repetition possible? Check king b4.
But do you think Arjun repeats?
I think Sindarov will repeat.
Wow. No, Sindaro will Arjun repeat though?
Good question actually. I guess we'll find out. Apparently 96 is the way to continue the game. Oh, he plays it. Plays on. No draw.
Wow. साहब आपको मैंने व्हाट्सएप मैसेज किया, वो बाद में पढ़ लेना. By the way, 95 check. King takes a4, but he's giving that pawn. Wasn't that like the pride and joy of Arjun's position?
But he is hoping that he'll get the g5 pawn in return. I'm guessing. I think he'll bring the king back to d6. Ooh, 97 he goes. Now knight g5, possible? Ah, then rook h5 is there. Have to be careful. अभी नहीं मार सकते.
And knight f7, rook h7, knight gaya. So you have to be very
Hmm.
careful.
Right. So king d7 or king d6. You can take this pawn बाद में also. Okay, but it's still a draw. ठीक है, अर्जुन खेल सकता है.
Yeah, Arjun definitely can play. There's no doubt about it because if the king comes to e3, he's moving towards that point, and now rook h7 is the best move.
तो सुपर चार्ट मिस करा क्या? अच्छा, never mind.
I think king e3. If he can win g5, bring the king to e3, win e2, then somehow we can have a pass pawn, and these two knights can still create some action.
Very important. Goes rook h5. That's a mistake. King d4.
Also, like knight d4 ideas look very played. Now
भाई
rook
मुझे
h2 only move.
एकदम वो गुकेश और वेई वाला गेम याद आ रहा है भाई. लाइक धीरे धीरे करके द नाइट्स आर जस्ट शोइंग देयर पावर.
I am thinking
Literally, I'm
even king
reminded.
c4, just to kind of, keep the white king stranded.
I mean, I think that king is only going to be a problem, yeah, because the knights will give so many checks. I think
Oh, king
first
e6 is
step is
coming.
to take
Nice.
this pawn and that's it. And white
But the
से
point
e3
is,
allow मत करो. कुछ भी करो, e3 मत allow करना बस.
if you grab the g5 pawn, maybe it's enough time for the white king to join in. Like that was my worry. Like king b, yeah, exactly. This was my worry. Maybe it's not enough time to now grab e2. Like the white king will sit on e1. Oh, he's going to c5 actually.
He's going king d6 and just sacrificing something.
Change camera
Tough,
angle.
tough,
Kyun
tough.
bhai?
By the way, Magnus drew his match against Nodirbek.
Two draws, by the way, in that match. Likely we're going to see two draws here as well, unless we see an upset. Knight g6, saving the pawn. King d5 maybe now.
Nah, put the king on e4. Nice. You have to
Okay,
play knight
knight
f5 or something, yeah, just to get knight
yeah.
g3 check or not let the king sit here.
King f5, rook h5 check, king
Rook e5
f6.
मर रहा है क्या? Wait, rook e5 मर रहा है यार. Rook e5 is a draw.
Oh,
Rook e5 is hanging.
oh, that's an easy draw, yeah?
No, okay, but not so simple because you cannot exchange the pawn as easily. So maybe half a minute में
Right, that's the
मुश्किल है.
only draw. That's the only draw. If you don't play it, black is actually has
Rook
great
h2
winning
ना?
chances.
But rook
Now, rook
h2
h2
just.
97 check is better for black. So he has to take on if he's considering it.
But I
Has
doubt
10
if it's
seconds.
better.
10 seconds. 8. He needs to play now. 6, 4, 3.
Oh, rook
Oh, he
h2.
doesn't do it. Oh, he misses 97 check was the move for Arjun.
I still
Now
think
again
it's
close
draw,
to
yeah?
equal. Yeah.
I still think it's draw. King d3 and at some point you just have to play e3. Exchange both of the pawns, you're good.
Okay.
By the way, once again, the last game remaining. Okay, now Kostenjuk and Bibisara are still playing, but I think they started a bit later, if I remember correctly. But yeah, only two games
Arjun
remaining.
playing some very long games. Both games, I think, for Arjun and Sindaro were the longest in round 1 and 2. So they're going to be tired by the end of this match and expect more blunders coming in the next two games. Oof, this is tricky. Knight h4. Nobody wants to give up. By the way, 47th move पे last exchange हुआ था. So
भाई
it's
50 moves तो नहीं होगा भाई इधर.
बहुत
उससे
दूर
पहले
है.
ड्रॉ हो जाएगा. अरे करे ड्रॉ एग्री कर लेंगे.
Knight
Okay,
g3.
knight. Oh, अब e3 possible है apparently. Oh, e3 is a draw. अरे यार e3 आ गया. The thing is that you can play e3 and take, and you can just like sacrifice a
sack the
rook for
rook.
the pawn, and that's it.
Yeah. Yeah. Chat, यहाँ पे black तब जीत सकता है when black has like say two knights and a pawn, yeah? Like something like वो pawn white का है एक extra बचा हुआ. But do you think that can happen, Saj?
No, no.
No, na?
Why will I sacrifice the rook for the pawn in that scenario? Unlikely. Would have
Yeah,
been.
knight
I,
f3.
I would love to see that endgame though play out.
Two knights versus rook.
No, no, two knights versus like a pawn, yeah. Like your white has king and a pawn,
White
black
खा लिया
has
ना भाई,
king and
pawn
two
तो खा
knights.
लिया उसने, तो pawn खत्म ही हो गया actually. Rook a4
अरे
now
यार.
and
Yeah, rook a4,
so
rook a4. Simple, yeah.
खत्म. Just a point. Noderbeg did play this endgame against Ukesh
Yeah.
at Freestyle itself last year.
And then Gukesh just offered his hand. He's like, "Chal bhai, band kar isko." And then they took a draw. I remember.
Yeah, he didn't
Nodarbek
even
was
wait for
playing
him
and he was like,
actually.
"नहीं खेलना मुझे, ये बंद कर इसको, draw है."
Okay, but you're not getting it right now. Maybe
Yeah,
you
you
have to
are.
do
King
that.
d2, na
Yeah.
simple. King d2, f3 खेलोगे तो
Rook
rook f4
f4, rook
check and I
f4
just
check.
take
Yeah.
the pawn.
Okay, king g5 maybe now. Maybe f3 you try. Oh no, he goes
Take
king
it.
f5. Okay. Yeah. It's a draw officially. Now I don't think they will play on. It's my
Wait.
guess. I
Arjun is
hope
playing.
not.
Arjun is playing.
Bhai Sahab.
अरे भाई ओके
Bhai,
आज
no
सब देख
way.
लिया भाई
No way. He's laughing,
आज
Sundaro.
सब देख लिया भाई
Why Sundaram is laughing, but okay, I mean, Nodvik also
yeah
did it, yeah.
he's literally laughing भाई that's amazing
And chat, why are we laughing at this endgame is, why Sundaram is laughing is because you can lose here, but there's no forced win. So white को खुद से कोने में जाना है and has to trap himself, right? So that's why basically.
yeah basically there's a moment where black will give a check and you have to choose between the corner square or the not if you don't go to the corner it's always a draw तो इस यहाँ पे आपको कुछ सोचने की जरूरत नहीं है टेक्निकली
Yeah.
यू कैन लूज बट यू हैव टू गिफ्ट द पॉइंट टू योर opponent and
Yeah.
many players just agree a draw here
Yeah. And fair enough. I mean, if Arjun wins, he will look like a complete James Bond right now. If he and Sundarov will not be happy. Like it's going to completely tilt him for the remaining two games.
भाई
So
दो
to
नाइट
be,
से अगर आप हारे भाई दैट्स नॉट अबाउट जस्ट दिस इवेंट आई मीन पीपल विल रिमेंबर दैट फॉर एवर इफ यू लूज दिस
we still remember Udubek's thing. Yeah, if Gukesh had
ऑफ
lost, you
कोर्स
will remember it. So I think you're kind of damaging a player's confidence for years maybe if you win this one.
चैट को
It's a
लग रहा
long
होगा
term
कि भाई
plan.
कि अर्जुन इज मेकिंग प्रोग्रेस हियर बट ट्रस्ट मी दिस इज ऑल वेरी नॉर्मल देयर इज नो प्रोग्रेस
Uh,
हियर लाइक इवेंचुअली एक चेक आएगी अर्जुन के साइड से एंड देन ही हैज टू चूज बिटवीन द कॉर्नर स्क्वायर एंड द नॉट एंड यू नो द अदर स्क्वायर बेसिकली एंड ही ऑलवेज हैज टू चूज द अदर स्क्वायर दैट्स इट
yeah, let's just why is Arjun so logged in? Because let's just say it's a two result position.
अर्जुन
That's
इज
why I think
लॉग्ड
he's
हाँ
yeah,
टू
he's
रिजल्ट है भाई अब टाइम पे भी
no
हार गए
risk.
तो फर्क नहीं पड़ता भाई
No risk. Maybe knight c2 Sahaj Bang, the king has no squares.
किंग बी वन भाई
वही तो like only two squares remaining. Why?
like I'll show you the knight b5 king b1 होगा भी and he'll play king b3 so in this position like there is a check somewhere like let's say मेरा knight b4 पे I give you this check you have to put the king on c1 that's the only tactic I'll just play this out here let's say knight b4 here I'll give this check यहाँ पे a1 पे गए तो knight c2 mate है but अब c1 पे गए तो this is a dead draw so
Yeah.
कोई तरीका नहीं है यहाँ पे अर्जुन के जीतने का
Basically क्या होता है, you can trap the king with one knight and then if your opponent has a pawn, if white had a pawn, आप अपने दूसरे knight से उस pawn को रोक के रखते till the right
हम्म
moment and जैसे ही वो moment आता, you would bring the second knight and white will be forced to push his pawn in a stalemate position and then you checkmate. But यहाँ पे वो pawn नहीं है, so there is no way you can trap the king and delay. Like knight
so
c3 यहाँ पे stalemate है.
what Tikuvai means is like in this position, let's say अगर black knight before गल रहा है stalemate है.
हाँ.
But imagine मेरा एक pawn होता है h5 पे. Like you would have to play push and you would promote it. You would give me 3 moves and उन 3 moves में मैं checkmate कर सकता हूँ. That's the only way to win.
हाँ. Let's say pawn h5, knight h6, I will bring the knight in, आप pawn push करोगे, आपकी queen बन जाएगी, but I will still checkmate you. So
Yeah.
basically, but यहाँ पे कोई तरीका नहीं है. I think Arjun knows this pretty well. And my chair हिलनी नहीं रुकी. By the way, Sajja, also like the tab, yeah? Why do you think the tab is there? Is it for the 2D vision or is it like something for the
Check the
transmission
moves
of
I
the
think.
moves?
कितनी moves हुई हैं.
Yeah,
It's
yeah, yeah,
important.
yeah.
भाई ये क्यों खेल रहा है यार अभी भी?
Okay, I mean, he's trying your move, Sahaj, your plan.
Yeah, he's gonna give maybe one check, yeah, and that's it.
Uh,
But this is not the position, by the way. It has to be a bit different.
या सिंदारो के पास चॉइस तो है नहीं कोई तो दो ही मूव है वही खेलनी है उसने
Surprising actually that he's still playing this.
या
Maybe
I
like
mean he's going
Nordic
to
भी तो खेला था गुकेश के साथ technically, so why not repeat it?
I mean he's going to stalemate yeah I mean he's going to end with the stalemate we know that I think stalemate से गेम खत्म होगी अच्छा
भाई 10
membership
साल पहले
भाई
हो सकती थी stalemate.
भाई भाई 500 likes of membership pending है so
लो
don't
भाई
miss out on
stalemate.
that chat
Look, stalemate is possible now. Watch him move the knight. You see, he's not going for
अरे यार
stalemate. He's playing भाई.
king c4 no sorry knight c4 yeah knight b4 भाई let's go
भाई जावोकर के पास 3.5 मिनट हो गए भाई अब इतना फास्ट खेल रहा है वो तब से
भाई बाकी लोग भी कह रहे होंगे अरे यार ये कब खत्म होगा भाई because they can't start the next round until this ends oh he's still trying
गुकेश का सही था उसने सर हाथ ही आगे बढ़ा दिया था भाई खत्म कर
वही
नहीं
करना
खेलना
चाहिए
मुझे फिंडरov को भी यही करना चाहिए था
था हिलेरियस भाई एक्यूरेसी बढ़ा दे दोनों 98 एक्यूरेसी होगी दोनों की
And
Knight
chat is the
b3, come
problem
on.
है, you might say कि ठीक है यार, you know he's trying to push and white गलती कर सकता है, but ये ऐसी पोजीशन है जहाँ पे गलती is just allowing mate in one, that's it.
Yeah,
उसके
yeah.
अलावा कोई गलती नहीं है यहाँ पे. यार भाई अगर अर्जुन का टाइम खत्म हो जाए तो ड्रॉ होगा. हाँ जी, वो वहाँ पे ड्रॉ होगा बिकॉज आपके पास इनफ मटेरियल नहीं है मेट करने के लिए. तो लिटरली आप 2 रिजल्ट्स के लिए खेल रहे हो ये पोजीशन. ये तो मैं भी नहीं हारूंगा भाई, बहुत मुश्किल है हारना. एज लॉन्ग एज यू कैन सी अ मेट इन वन थ्रेट, यू विल नॉट लूज दिस. आई थिंक ही इज जस्ट वेटिंग फॉर द राइट मोमेंट. एक वो चेक देगा बाद में कभी.
Yeah.
Like that position is happening again, like king a1, let's say king c2, king b5. Actually king c2 के अलावा let's go knight d6 here, 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 like this. If I give this check, king a1 आओगे तो knight b3 mate है, but king a3 गया तो king भाग जाएगा. That's it.
Yeah. I mean, there's no chance कि आप time pressure में भी डाल सकते हो opponent को. He's playing so quickly, he has no choice. So, and Arjun actually does look more locked in than he should be. Though I have to agree with the chat a little bit here. ज़्यादा ही focused है नहीं?
भाई क्वेश्चन, अगर ये पोजीशन टाइटल ट्यूजडे वगैरह में कभी आती है तो इज इट एन अग्रीड, लाइक इज इट अ ड्रॉ, या कैन यू प्ले इट आउट, और डू यू नो दिस?
I don't know, and I don't want to find out also, Rajbhai, actually, to be honest. But yeah, you
I
can check
mean,
it out, yeah, in a
it's
chess game.
interesting, I think.
कभी ना कभी तो आएगा ही जिंदगी में कभी. You have a chance. Let's say you have 2 pawns, make them both knights and see.
एज भाई अगर 50
But
मूव हो जाए पर मेट इन वन हो तो क्या क्या होगा भाई? अगर 50 मूव्स हो गई हैं तो इट विल स्टिल बी अ ड्रॉ.
automatic draw. Okay, that makes sense. I think that is quite logical actually.
लाइक
Chesscom is
टेक्निकली आप ये
smart.
कर सकते हो कि यू कैन टेल योर द आर्बिटर कि मैं ये मूव खेलने वाला हूँ, ये 50th मूव है, और वो मूव ब्लंडर हो सकती है, वो मूव मेट इन वन अलाउ कर सकती है, बट इट्स स्टिल अ ड्रॉ.
Hmm.
यू कैन टेक्निकली डू दैट. ओके भाई, ड्रॉ, स्टेलमेट.
Chalo bhai. And there it is. So that is a draw, chat. So both games between Arjun and Sindharov ending in draws. Very, very long draws. And इसका मतलब final 2 games remaining है. And साथ में इसका मतलब जो भी next game जीतेगा is very, very likely to take home the entire match, yeah?
या फॉर श्योर, बट वन थिंग इज फॉर श्योर भाई कि 4 मैच होंगे, 3 तो नहीं हो रहे, तो 4 फॉर श्योर होंगे. एंड भाई आर्मागेडन भी हो सकता है, सो बिकॉज
True.
फर्स्ट 2 games have ended in a draw, but yeah, let's see what happens. So far
So
it's
chat,
exciting.
yeah, it's exciting. And next game will start in just about 10 minutes. So I'm going to have dinner quickly. Saj bhai is going to have breakfast very quickly. And we're going to be back after drinking some juice in just about 10 minutes. See you on the side, chat. Be right back. And we are back, chat, after that break. And it is round number 3. We can already see Magnus, Sindarov, Fabi, and I think Aronian analyzing. Do we know where Arjun is? Sarvai, welcome back.
Arjun, I think, is playing with the black pieces, so he would be analyzing with other players. He is there on the in the corner on the right. We can see
Hmm.
him. So he's analyzing with the black pieces. Arjun, I think, got no. Sorry, it wasn't a double black. I think no. I think
Yeah,
it's a
I thought
double
he's got
black. Yeah,
double
for
black.
Arjun.
Oh,
Double
yeah,
black.
he
है
got double
भाई.
black, yeah?
Double black for Arjun. Now he analyzes with other teammates. I'm guessing.
No, but हर किसी का double black होगा. I think maybe the teammates will be the same, yeah?
Okay, that makes sense. That makes sense.
So, yeah. How come this is a freestyle world champ? Yeah, पता है. You might say कि world championship क्यों है, but 960 world championship पहले भी हो चुकी है a couple of times. It just didn't happen every year. So now it is happening. We should embrace it, I feel. Now you can argue कि 960 freestyle, like what's the name, what's ये, कौन organize कर रहा है, and so on. But it's not something that's happening for the first time in this format. Like if shuffling wala pieces wala format world championship दो बार पहले हो चुकी है. Wesley has won it once. I think Hikaru won it once. तो
Hikaru is the most recent one, I think. But Wesley
hmm,
won the first one, if I remember
yeah.
correctly.
So it's pretty okay. Like the fact कि ये world championship है, it's not that crazy. It's not that surprising.
What's surprising is कि the amount of draws that are happening all across. Yeah, Magnus के दोनों matches draw. Then Arjun के, of course, दोनों matches draw. And with Hans and Levon, it has been crazy games, but still the score is 1-1. So it's very even across all players except for Fabi and Vincent. जहाँ पे Fabi still has +1.
Hmm. True.
And we can
Hmm.
see the players analyzing their queen e5 पे बैठे. By the way, this time the queen is on in the center of the board. जहाँ पे king होता है usually, वहाँ पे हमारी queen है इस बार. तो queen h8 पे कोने में नहीं, मतलब बैठेगी कहीं पे भी. That's a good sign. And first position is okay, not as I would say. I don't think white has an advantage there whatsoever. And there we see the players getting ready for the matches.
You can't have they are not random players. By in what capacity do you think these are random players? Um, there were qualifiers, like some likely qualified from their performance in the last year's tour. So in no way I think you can call them random. You can argue for different way of qualification, but random would be a very harsh word when you have, Magnus playing, you have Fabi, you have Arjun, Sindarov, the World Cup winner. Like you literally have how many candidates? You have Fabi playing, you have I
Sindarov,
think Sindarov, and any other candidate also? या दो ही है?
Fabi, Sindarov, या दो ही हैं भाई so
But
far.
also Hikaru was invited, so technically 3 candidates could have been there. So it's definitely not completely random. Let's put it that way.
And Nodirbek, of course, world number 4. So Tata Steel winner. So not random whatsoever.
Yeah, last year was a bit different, but also it was limited to world top 25 players. So it wasn't again completely random. Now, of course, Magnus won a bunch of these events, so got invited to every event. Same for a couple of other players. So you can argue that it's not perfect, but yeah, maybe it's also not random. So hard to argue. I think now what we have in front of us is the World Championship. So let's just focus on that. And of course, there'll be iterations, and hopefully it gets better in the coming years. And meanwhile, right now, Arjun, black pieces. I don't think white black matters too much. But what do you think about the position in front of us, Sahaj? Is it one of those positions jahan pe a certain color might have an advantage?
No, I think, and I think I like the queens on e1 and e8. Yeah, but it's more or less equal. I think not a big advantage to white. And some positions we've seen a much bigger advantage in the past, but this feels normal. And we start with d4. Let's go. And by the way, the best move for Arjun is h5, जो Sindarov पहली मूव में खेला था against Arjun.
Really? For me, it doesn't show h5 actually.
खेलो एक बार.
For me, it shows e5 as the best move.
h5 is number 2, yeah, 0.24.
Wow. Okay, no
h5,
way you
e4,
play.
e5.
No way you play e5 also, yeah? No, h5 भी नहीं, e5 भी मुश्किल
They
लग
were
रहा है, like queen
analyzing this
ऐसे.
position though. e5, d5, queen e5. I saw this on the board. Arjun के board पे.
Yeah, but it's like, it breaks the principles of the opening, yeah? Bring the queen out early. Scandinavian, kind of swished. ऐसा कुछ feeling आ रहा है मुझे.
बट स्कैंडिनेवियन में जब क्वीन D5 पे आती है तो आपके पास नाइट C3 रहता है टू किक द क्वीन. यहाँ पे नाइट
Hmm.
F3 पे नहीं आ सकता टू किक दिस क्वीन. मे बी दैट्स व्हाई क्वीन E5 इज गुड बिकॉज यू कांट गेन टेम्पो.
Yeah, that's true. That's definitely true. So Arjun, considering his options, I'm pretty sure he must have looked at d4 because looked like a logical move, opening up the bishop. London bishop की तरह f4 पे आ सकता है यहाँ पे. Can resemble, after you castle, this can resemble like a very normal position, yeah? Pawn to
Hmm.
c3, bishop c2, bishop f4, castles. This can resemble like queen e2, can be very normal.
Yeah, 100%. By the way, so far, three games I'm seeing, one has played E4, which is Nodirvek. D4 was played by Javokir, and then C4 was played by Vincent. So players are pretty divided with the white pieces.
By the way,
And
e5
Levon, I think,
played.
is still thinking. Yeah, is Levon still? Can I just go to that game? Is he still thinking on move one? Yeah, he is.
Wow. By the way, look at Sindarov's move. It's a mistake on move number 2, bhai. So d4,
Okay, what?
d4, e5, and queen a5.
भाई क्वीन टेक्स A7 में रुक ट्रैप हो रहा है.
Apparently, you can just play d6 यहाँ पे, and if queen takes a7, just play knight to d7. And Arjun does play d6. Oh my god.
Wow. And now takes on E5 immediately. Sandarov playing a bit faster than usual. Queen E5 and D5 are two moves. D5 is the stronger one because after Queen E5 you can lose the pawn and then Queen can retreat and okay, you're just a pawn up. D5 mein this is not possible for some reason.
Yeah. Why is Arjun black again? Yeah, well, I think the format must be such key, as if somebody who gets white first now gets white second to try and equalize it. So don't worry, आखिरी game Arjun के पास white होगा, so it will be completely equal.
And it's the same for
And
everyone. Whoever had black in round 2 is getting black in round 3 as well. That's two blacks, two whites. Doesn't really change much. Okay, he takes D5. Nice move. Queen A7 pe now, knight D7 is possible once again.
okay, it's very hard to argue. Yeah, where's the compensation? I mean, you see the compensation, but it's not completely clear to me, at least, what the compensation looks like. So white could just chop off that pawn on a7. Apparently, it is the second best move. The best move is e4, just putting the pawn in the center. But he does take the pawn, and now knight d7 only move.
Otherwise, rook gayo. So knight D7 is going to be forced.
Up, you can't play knight b6 here, Sahaj. Apparently,
क्या
and look
बात
at
कर
this.
रहे हो?
After queen b8, queen a4 only move. And
भाई
now
ये
white
कहाँ
has
से निकाल
only
रहे हो आप लोग?
भाई ये इंजन की अंदर से निकाला है मैंने कुछ बोलने वाला था बिशप द पॉइंट इज यहाँ व्हाइट के पास इकलौती चाल है अब एंड कैन यू गेस दैट मूव दैट इज बिशप g5
Wow.
भाई
हाँ,
look at
because you want
this
to defend this.
after bishop g5 only move for white is c4
Actually, but C7 is hanging, no, now. Why do I need to hurry? Why can't I just take this pawn? Ah, Queen A2 is also hanging in the rook is trapped. Wow, wow, wow.
yeah so I would actually even back knight b6 like it's not a bad move so any move that saves the rook is a good one.
Why do you think he sacrifices the rook that early on? I'm not so sure.
नहीं नहीं नाइट d7 नहीं खेलेगा but like even if he were to play knight b6 it looks okay for black so I mean either he
Hmm.
loses in this move or he's okay there's no in between की -1 नहीं है किसी position में.
Both knight moves are fine, essentially. Knight B6 and knight D7.
Sindarov pout कर रहा है भाई. Let's see if he is happy with that pawn he has just grabbed. Arjun thinking he's considering all his options 3 minutes plus behind already so as of now the pressure is on Arjun.
Yep, absolutely. And by the way, all the other games have begun now. I think Aronian has also started. But most of those guys went for E4, D4 ideas. Only Sendarov looked at this Queen F5 and found it interesting. Yeah. पहले मैच में भी he played that H4. यहाँ पर भी he's creating that imbalance early on. Yeah, it promises to be an exciting game.
Yeah, and surprising Magnus has not won until now. Like 2 games, 2 draws. That's very rare for a player like Magnus to not win. Like he must be himself surprised, I think. And what engine you're using in Stockfish 11? Just knight d7 is the only move. No, apparently knight b6 is also a move.
थोड़ा
I am also
स्ट्रॉन्ग
using
इंजन
stock
होगा तो
efficiency.
दिख जाएगा भाई. नाइट B6 क्वीन B8 क्वीन F4 खेलो, फिर उसके बाद इंजन समझे. मेरे पास भी सेम ही था भाई. इफ यू गो बैक इनटू दिस stream, you will see my bar initially was shooting up, exchanging +3, and as soon as I played queen A4, it went down. By the way, he plays knight B6. क्या बात है भाई.
Oh my god! And it's showing as a blunder to me right now. But what a move! Knight b6. Wow! Did he just calculate all of this at the board? If he see, either Arjun has played one of the most impressive moves of his career, or he's just gonna lose in 3 moves. Like there is no alternative.
Bhai, this is very impressive regardless. Yeah. I mean, even the engine, after letting it sit for a while, does not understand it fully. It's not a
Uh,
blunder chat. And queen takes b8 is now forced for Sindarov. He has to take. Otherwise, he's much worse.
yeah, and if Queen a5, the other alternative, then after Rook a8, you are worse. And I mean, Snaru might go for this, but I think the intent of playing Queen e7 was to attack the Rook. So going back is kind of admitting that something has gone seriously wrong and उन्होंने देखा ही नहीं है. And if he has
भाई ये
missed knight
ब्लंडर हट ही नहीं
b6,
रहा यार.
भाई हट क्यों नहीं रहा यार ये?
And look at the follow up. Yeah. So we were looking at this queen a4, bishop g5 only move, you said. Take c4 only move, you said. Queen takes a2, and now bishop c2 to defend this rook. Queen takes e4, defending the pawn. And what's the material count? So Sendarov has a rook, and Arjun has a bishop and a pawn. So 5 versus 4 points, but a lot of compensation. Queen is active, bishop is active, knight is active. White ki queen completely out of place. Will be hard to castle. I like this. I like this direction a lot for Arjun. Let's go.
Yeah. And but regardless, मेरे हिसाब से सिंदारोव के ऊपर psychological impact क्या पड़ा होगा उस move का, that's more important because had he seen this, if he had not seen this, तो I'm guessing वो कुर्सी और तेज लाना चालू कर देंगे साहज भाई, and then maybe he gets scared of this idea, he thinks oh my god I've missed this, and then he just backs down with queen a5.
And Queen F5 is a huge blunder here, by the way. It's a huge, not a blunder, but it's a huge mistake for sure. I mean, you're giving your opponent so many tempos. Yeah, Queen C5, Rook A, Queen A5, Rook A8, Queen E1. Basically, the Queen went to A5, took this pawn, and went back. That's 4 moves you invested for just one pawn at the corner of the board. That's not ideal. And if I go Rook A2, just by pure logic, Black has E5, Black has Knight B6, and the Rook on A2. That's 3 extra tempos in the position. And you started with the white pieces. So that's not ideal.
साहिल
And
भाई
look at
lost
this.
Magnus and Simul. भाई ये
Did you
कैसा
see
सवाल
that?
है?
By the way, my engine just went again to +3 and then it went back down again. समझ नहीं आ रहा भाई इंजन को.
भाई इंजन को अब तक देखो ना, वही चेक करी ब्लंडर के इक्वल कैसे है, वही तो बात है. द मूव इज सो टफ that the engines are confused. They are actually confused about the evaluation. Like they think it's a blunder first, but then they realize, like, in fact, if I check my graph on the right side, you can also check the graph still shows +4 for me.
क्या बात है भाई.
है ना?
या वो ब्लंडर भी दिखा रहा है भाई. Crazy. 62% accuracy for Arjun, it says.
Wow.
But it will get updated, of course. But
By the way, Sindarov ka time, I'm guessing, is going to go below Arjun because the shock value this move delivers is definitely going to take him some time to navigate. And Sindarov भाई पीस बड़ा बढ़िया घुमाते हैं, as you can see. बट क्या वो
yeah,
ऑन द बोर्ड भी पीस ऐसी घुमा पाएंगे साज भाई, इज द क्वेश्चन.
by the way, ये position तो बहुत crazy है ही. But Levon and Hans की position, you will not believe me if I said this came from the exact same position. Like, look at how normal this looks. Yeah, Italian, दोनों side ने castle कर ली king side पे. Normal, they are playing a normal classical game.
भाई
That's it.
by the way, he took the rook
क्या
and
बात कर
queen
रहे हो.
a4 played, and if you check the bars of all the games it still shows white is winning and then it drops back to equality after
ओ लो
queen
भाई,
a4.
accuracy ठीक हो गई अब 94.7. Let's go.
वाओ भाई, ये तो लग रहा है कि 10th में फेल हो गए, रीटेस्ट का पेपर रिवैल्यूएशन के लिए दिया एंड पता लगा कि हैंडराइटिंग के लिए मार्क्स काट दिए थे, whatever,
Hmm.
and suddenly you're back. Queen a4 and now bishop g5 is the move, bhai. How easy is
Hmm.
that?
Difficult, bhai. Very difficult. And if not this, then knight of d7 is just going to trap the queen. So it has to be played. Maybe c4. Is c4 possible? You're losing this.
C4 is possible, yes, but then queen
Yeah.
d1, and that's worse somehow.
Uh-huh.
So,
That's not very good.
and I'm pretty sure if you put this in a very even stronger engine, like it might just show like white is winning or black is winning. I would not be shocked.
Hmm.
Although, क्या ही crazy position है भाई. I'm enjoying this.
Yeah, not how many times do you get to see a full rook and a pawn being sacrificed after 5 moves, just 5 moves. That's it.
Sindar of testing is what power? Um, साज में आपको समझ में आ रहा है क्या चैट क्या कहना चाहती है?
Nahi bhai, no idea. So I'm so clueless. I've been very clueless.
Since GCL. By the way, the amount of time Sindar is taking, I am becoming more and more confident for Arjun.
Yeah, for sure, because the follow-up is so difficult. So c4 queen d1 we already established is very good for black. You have access to the back rank. Bishop is pinned, knight is pinned, castle nahi hogi. All of that, and bishop g5 also we looked at. Like black can just take on a2, and he is fine. So in every scenario, either Javakir plays only moves, or he could just be lost as well. It's a big
Yeah,
possibility.
true. And कोई पूछ रहा है real questions, yeah? Suggest me one good Imran Hashmi movie. I can suggest you Taskari, the TV series that came out recently. Very nice.
Haven't seen it, but good recommendation. We'll check it out.
बहुत सही है भाई.
So that's the current
साजा हंस रहे
position.
थे
He has
क्या?
18 minutes. No, 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 bhai. I was just
ऐसा मुझे लगा. I thought you heard a joke somewhere, but okay.
no, 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 no jokes,
मुझे
bhai.
बता दो
Good.
यार. It's been a tough day, chat. Meanwhile,
I think today's day has been quite smooth so far. Arjun was pressing in game one, game two as well. Juice तो है.
yeah.
Queen is not gone, by the way, at chat, because there is an outside chance bishop g5 and c4. Remember, bishop g5 के बाद, for example, knight of d7 is not as promising because white can take on c8 and then take on d8 as well. And इसके साथ आपको basically 3 pieces मिल जाएंगे एक bishop, एक queen के लिए, which is more than enough material. Rook and 2 bishops for a queen, that is.
मेरे हिसाब से chat, I'll be honest. I think we're gonna see a result here. First of all, because of how complicated the position itself is, and second, also like we've seen a bunch of draws, but freestyle chess is so complicated that the chances of a draw should be lower than normal chess because you can't force a draw. You can't play some opening theory deadline. So it's kind of something is waiting to give, yeah, in some extent. So I think ये वाला game में result आएगा. Let's just hope कि it's in Arjun's favor because if you lose, then you're essentially fighting for tie breaks. You don't even
Yeah,
have a
true.
chance to win in the normal format. So ये जीतना बहुत जरूरी है.
Yep. So I'm just going to refresh the board page, yeah, for a second. एक bug आ रहा है मुझे. There it is. Sorry, chat. Yeah, we're back.
By the way, a good question by chat कि after bishop g5, can I just play knight d7 and trap the queen? Actually, you can.
Just answered this by.
अच्छा, you answered this. क्या? Okay.
Just answered this. Here is takes and bishop d8, and you have rook and 2 bishops for a queen, basically.
Yeah. And you're not developed, so it doesn't look great. Meanwhile, Sundarov का time अब 5 minute पीछे है. So Arjun slowly getting into the driver's seat.
Aye, with the rook sacrifice for sure. It is so hard to make a move for Sindarov, I have to say, like, it's so difficult to make a move here. Like c4, knight b3, whatever this is, it nothing feels comfortable for Sindarov right now. I think this is a huge problem. And chat में someone's asking, is it true in different positions of 960, white must have advantages more than the normal setup? Yes, in some positions, I think for sure you will have a higher advantage. We saw, I think, one instance of it yesterday.
Hmm.
But apart from that, I think very few positions, I think, have that.
But also, like, you might have a lesser advantage in some. So there are pros and cons. But I think the main thing is it's difficult to navigate for both sides. They don't know what the best first move is even. So it's just tough for each player, and that's why you see them think like 5 moves में ही कितना time इस्तेमाल कर लिया, वरना in normal chess they would have played like 15 moves at least by now.
Yeah, for sure. By the way, he's taking a long time here. 4 minutes for previous move and already 6 minutes or so for this move. This game, Arjun could take over, bhai. And let's not forget,
Mhm.
and then in round 4, he will be white. So all he would, if he wins this, then all he would have to do is be solid and hold a draw. That's it.
Mm.
This looks scary, actually. 13 minutes now. Damn, that's a lot of time. 7 minutes he's taken for this one move alone. Okay, he's about to make a move. Let's go. Not yet. Even David Howell said Arjun lost after knight b6. Because in the beginning, like Bar is saying, white has +3. Bhai, buggy ho gaya pura machine. It's a very high class move
कोई
to
कह
come up
सिंदारो
with.
की जैसे सिंदारो की जैसे बग क्यों है भाई? सिंदारो ने क्या किया? I think it's just the position is so complicated कि इंजन को भी टाइम लगा यार समझने में. That's it.
Hmm. यहाँ पे अगर 10 मिनट का मैच होता it would have been insane. Okay, maybe Arjun wouldn't have sacrificed the rook then also.
Yeah. Also, Sundar would have been a bit more cautious about going for Queen A7 because he would know कि counter
Hmm.
play आ सकता है. So
Yes. One question related to, not related to the game, but Anand sir won World Championship 5 times. Yes, that is true. And Magnus has also won it 5 times. But why is Magnus rated higher or good? Because उन 5 में से 2 मैचेस उसने विशी सर को ही हराए थे वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप में. That's like a very clear like argument in Magnus's favor. But अगर आप, I mean, when you talk about the best chess players, after a certain point, it's more about, okay, it's more about consistency, but it's also about आपको ज़्यादा player किसका style आपको ज़्यादा पसंद आता है. तो yeah, that's what it
also, I
comes
mean,
down
the
to.
ratings, yeah, like Vishy said, the peak rating is around 2817. And many players, like at least around 10 players, have a peak rating around that. Like, for example, MVL has a rating around that. I don't know Grishchuk or not, but like 2815 के आसपास है, 6-7 player है. But when you look at Magnus, his peak rating is 2889 in the live or whatever, 2881 in the published ones. It's
Yeah.
so far ahead of anybody who's ever played chess. He got का title अपने आप ही आता है. And also, like, if you look at the tournament, like if VC was playing, you would be sure he'll finish in top 3, but you would never think he's gonna win every event. Yeah, Magnus, you are like anything apart from first is like a disgrace. Well, he's like he
Hmm.
sucked at that event. Yeah, like I think that expectation you only have from Magnus. Maybe you had it from Kasparov earlier. He her event में first. That's why I think he's considered the GOAT. I mean, you look at the number of आज literally एक short form बना ही रहे थे उसमें था like Gukesh has won one world championship title and Magnus has won 20. So it's
अरे
just
वाह.
it's an insane comparison, why? So yeah,
And yes, you're right, chat. He's going for c4. I also caught that. He's taking a long. भाई 10 मिनट सोच लिया उसने already इस position में.
भाई बनता तो है पोजीशन इतनी
Crazy.
कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है एंड तब भी नहीं निकाल पाया बेस्ट मूव भाई दैट्स हाउ क्रेजी इट इज which and when is the next chess event? So next chess event is Prague Masters. That starts, if I am not mistaken, from 25th. I can verify that exactly for you. 25th, yes. And that's gonna have Gukesh. It's gonna have Arvind. It's gonna have Noderbek, it's going to have Vincent, it's going to have Hans, and some other players as well. So, and of course, challenges, we're going to have Surya, we're going to have Divya. Divya, by the way, just before the candidates, is playing her, I would say, only event, right?
I think
So,
that's a
how
good
she
thing, no?
performs
Like, it will be
there,
very, very important to play that event, I think.
yeah, and play it well. I think you want
Hmm.
some confidence. You also have to hide your prep, but you have to good results. Not easy. By the way, he does find Bishop G5. Wow.
Brilliancy, beautiful.
Wow. What a move. And
Almost 11 minutes. 10 minutes
has
and
Arjun
56
seen it now,
seconds.
Sajbhai? Has
I mean,
Arjun seen this?
forced ही है ना अब तो Bishop G5 तो forced ही है. I mean, he was also thinking for a long time. So I'm assuming Bishop G5 did he did consider it. But now it's real. You cannot play knight of d7. Remember that you can sack the queen, take the bishop, and that's way too much material. So he has to capture back bishop g5. But it's not easy because after bishop
Hmm.
g5, you're also giving up queen c7. And then you have to calculate queen a2, queen b6, queen b1, and figure out whether that is working for you or not. And he goes
By
bishop
taken,
g5.
taken.
भाई मिस नहीं
And
है.
now,
भाई बारी कंफ्यूज हो रहा है
हाँ,
यहाँ तो लग रहा है मुझे.
भाई ये पोजीशन इतनी कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है, बाहर को घंटा पता क्या चल रहा है. And now c4 is the move. Queen c7 is also possible, by the way. That's also, by the look at this, Queen c7, Queen a2, and now apparently the best move, chat, white to play. The only move. Come on. Can anybody guess?
Yeah,
I
I
chess
see
is.
it, but I don't believe it. Yeah, I mean, I had
Come
to
on, chat.
calculate to believe it. This is
Come on,
ridiculous.
chat. Black to play, only move to save the game. Can you find it? No, not h4. H4 loses. Yes, it is rook to c1, which. And he played queen c7, brother.
अरे
Queen
अरे अरे
a2,
अरे.
rook c1 want to happen on the board, and he took a2. Bye.
Only
If
move,
he finds.
plays it.
Oh
Let's go.
my god.
Bhai, impressive. Yeah, very impressive from Zendarov to calculate all of this. And the point is, if you go bishop c1 here, then there is knight b3 attacking both the bishop and the knight, and एक piece मर गया. Yes, Arjun has some pressure still, but okay, looking like Sendarov can hold this.
Bhai, if let's say, I wanted to go back in time, tell my 23-year-old self कि भाई नौकरी मत छोड़ो, like chess नहीं खेलने का future नहीं है. And then I had to give evidence कि how tough chess is. I would take this game, I would send this game into the past to 2015 and show myself this game कि भाई ये game अगर समझ में आ रही है तो continue. Why?
भाई ये गेम तो
Hilarious.
समझने के बाद भी समझ नहीं आ रही है. Actually, I'm still wondering why can't I just go queen b2? What's wrong with it?
Why knight b3 anyways?
Then
Apparently.
bishop c1. Ah,
And
but
queen
that's the
b6.
same. Ah, okay, it's the same.
Wow.
Apparently,
Hot
knight
take
e6 is
वही
also very strong.
wins the candidates. भाई वही कि इसको पड़ी यार, अभी कैंडिडेट बहुत दूर है. But kudos to Sindaro for finding this, yeah. Like genuinely impressed. And Arjun also, by the way, to find this because he's the first one who saw this, yeah, all of this.
Yeah,
But
for sure. And yes, bhai,
is
that's I think very good observation for Sundaro. And I agree with you. I think that's one of his very important skills. I think.
एक बंदा कह रहा है Queen B1 here. I mean, I'm all for innovation, but double slit experiment करो भाई, single slit नहीं, कोई point नहीं
Mhm.
है. By the way, bishop C1
Taken
taken and knight B3 played.
and a bishop b2 or somehow like bishop h6. I don't know if this is good or not, but I like bishop h6 like g6, bishop g7. But then I realized, okay, I have to probably play king g7. So let's just take
Yeah.
this and play g6, king g7, and that's it. Okay,
Also
double
defends the
bishops.
pawn on e5. So also has bishop d4 check ideas if you were to push the f3 pawn. Uh, does look logical. Also controls a1, bishop on b2. No rook a1 long term. But yeah, still tricky, yeah, because if you look at the king side, अगर आप एक rectangle बनाओ, but not in the center this time, just make it for the right 3 rows, yeah, on the king side. It
Like
looks like
this.
अलग ही गेम चल रही है कुछ वहां पे कोई पीस डेवलप ही नहीं हुआ है. एंड क्वीन साइड पे एवरीथिंग इज गॉन टू शिट. एंड ऑन द किंग साइड लोग अभी नेटफ्लिक्स एंड चिल कर रहे हैं घर पे. लाइक
Yeah,
इट्स
bhai, true.
लिटरली अस सहज भाई. सो द फर्स्ट 5 files is us tomorrow, at Freestyle Chess finale, and the right three rows are everybody watching India and Pakistan by cricket. No idea
Nice.
what's happening, what crazy, but वो cricket match देख रहे हैं भाई. Or maybe the opposite, whatever it is. Like we are the freestyle guys on the right, but whatever it is, but it's insane.
कल किसका है वैसे इंडिया से?
भाई
Which match is
पाकिस्तान
it?
से कल.
Oh, crazy.
टुमारो कल चैट या तो रोती हुई मिलेगी या फिर पार्टी करती हुई.
या तो खुशी के आंसू या फिर आंसू.
हाँ.
And people say freestyle is boring and classical is best form chess. भाई Falcon भाई, I mean, आप ठीक नहीं लग रहे हो यार आज. I feel like आप I don't know. First of all, किसने बोला आपको ये कि freestyle boring है? I mean, the chat में, I mean, we are reading all the chat. Nobody has said freestyle chess is boring actually. It's, I think, very very fun. And classical chess is also fun.
इंडिया के साथ मैच नहीं देखना चाहिए भाई, हम तो नहीं देखेंगे. हम तो स्ट्रीम करेंगे. सो
Hmm.
हमारे लिए डिबेट है नहीं. बट मीन वाइल, there was a guy on social media who predicted like three upsets, and one of the upsets he said was Zimbabwe defeats Australia, and that's happened. So
Hmm.
now that video went viral. So let's see. And he also said Pakistan defeats India, but I doubt that. Let's see. Sindarov defend kar lega. I mean, of course, like he's found all these moves. Of course, he's doing okay.
Now
And
it
time
looks
difference,
savable, yeah.
yeah.
कि सिर्फ नाइट जी3 कासल ही करना है. ओके ठीक है, डबल बिशप है आपके पास, बट आप क्या कर लोगे?
And time
पोजीशन
difference will
बहुत सारे
reduce हो गया,
एक्सचेंजेस
yeah.
हो गए हैं.
Like, matlab, it was 10, 8, 9 minutes. Now it's 5 minutes. Um, Arjun should use this time. Will Gukesh defend 2026 World Championship, साज भाई? क्या लग रहा है?
भाई कैंडिडेट्स तो आने दो पहले. लाइक कैंडिडेट्स हो जाए, वो पता लग जाए. वील हैव अ लॉट ऑफ टाइम टू डिस्कस ऑल ऑफ दिस. बस एक कैंडिडेट तो आए भाई पहले. I mean, you cannot say that he's gonna comfortably beat the eight of the best players in the world. That's not fair to anyone.
I think also Gukesh in current form maybe is not the favorite against, let's say, somebody like Fabi, Hikaru.
Hikaru.
Maybe he's not the favorite. Maybe even Sundarov, yeah, he's not the favorite. But it's a long time, because if we go back, like November mein hai World Championship, that's like 7 months or more away. If we go back 7 months, Gukesh probably was doing pretty decent, yeah. Matlab, he wasn't doing badly. So I think, and even now, Tata Steel for him wasn't bad exactly. Like it was just that if you remove that one blunder against Nodirbek, which would never happen again, like it was a decent event. So I think um, he might be in epic form. Let's not forget कि Olympiad, luckily for Gukesh, is always 2 months before the World Championship,
तो
and it's
मोटिवेशन
going to
मिल
be the
जाता है
case
भाई.
forever. So
हाँ.
basically, till the end of time, until chess exists, you're going to have the Olympiad 2 months before the World Championship. So इससे better format हो नहीं सकता, because Gukesh Olympiad तो फोड़ता ही है. So
हाँ, वो तो
confidence
है
high रहेगा
वो.
हमेशा.
That's the one consistency in life, yeah. मतलब गुकेश बोर्ड
uh,
वन पे हमेशा demolish. I don't know if he has lost a match yet on board one. Maybe in 2022 he did, yeah.
no, he didn't. I don't think he did.
Against Northern no? Didn't
No.
he?
अच्छा हाँ, 2022, yes, two. But two didn't
22
go
में
well
हारा
for
था
him.
ना. 24 में तो
अच्छा
ऑफकोर्स वो तो भाई
हाँ,
क्या
true, true,
डोमिनेटिंग
true, true.
परफॉर्मेंस थी भाई.
Yeah,
नॉर्दरबैक के
two में
साथ ही
हारा
हारा
था
था आई थिंक
Nodrbek
वहाँ
से.
पे.
But he was
बट
winning,
स्टिल,
but yeah, he lost that one.
या
You're
ही
right.
वाज विनिंग दो. यस आई रिमेंबर.
Olympia team select हुई नहीं, but I think we have discussed this before. I think open session की team में Gukesh Pragarjuna confirmed. And then fourth, Nihal Sareen. If he just does not play anymore classical chess, he will qualify. And then you're likely going to have Vidit as the fifth contender if he maintains his rating. And Arvind or Hari Krishna के catch up करने के chances are very low. Arvind के पास एक मौका है Prague Masters. He has to do it then. And women's section में again, 4 players are confirmed. Hampi, Harika, Divya, Vaishali. And one more player will be selected between Tanya, I think it was
वंतिका.
Savita, it was like Vantika. Which one did you say, Sajay?
वंतिका. वंतिका,
हाँ,
सविता
exactly.
एंड
तो
मे बी
इन
रक्षिता
तीन,
एज वेल. आई डोंट
हाँ,
नो
इन
रक्षिता रवि की रेटिंग कितनी है अभी, बट शी इज क्लोज आई थिंक.
क्लोज 236 समथिंग. सो आई थिंक 3-4 लोगों में से एक सिलेक्ट होगा. तानिया राइट नाउ हैज द हाईएस्ट रेटिंग, बट शी इज नॉट प्लेड इनफ गेम्स, तो गेम्स खेलनी पड़ेंगी टू क्वालिफाई. Also not sure कि Hampi Harika both will play. Yeah? Hampi did not play last time. So we cannot be sure कि एक और player की जरूरत नहीं पड़ेगी. So if you are
What
like a
if?
woman player around 2350 plus, like this could be the golden time to pump up your rating.
Correct. Chad is asking, what if Gukesh doesn't want to play Olympiad? Bhai, if this is impossible, but if he doesn't, then okay. Like, there's going to be, Gukesh won't play, then okay, someone else will be board one, board two, board three. But okay, that's impossible. By the way, he goes bishop
Yeah.
h6 and queen b1. Wow. He's attacking the bishop straight away. Queen d6 may be possible.
Yeah, but apparently the best move is Queen C7.
भाई बट क्यों क्वीन सी सेवन क्वीन डी सिक्स दिख रहा है मुझे बिशप ए सिक्स के बाद बट व्हाई कांट आई प्ले क्वीन डी सिक्स स्ट्रेट अगेन apparently
Why?
knight a6 is like very good for black. So you have to play queen c7, bring the bishop to e6 and then play queen d6 ताकि black knight e6 ना खेल सके. That's
Okay,
so
that's
weird.
impossible. There's no way he finds this, yeah? I
And
mean,
it makes
tactical
sense yeah because
sequence.
queen d6 knight e6 के बाद if black castles then rook d8 आ रहा है and ये knight d8 को बचा के
Oh,
बैठा है. That's why bishop e6 you have to provoke.
I forgot about castling actually. Why? Castling is
Hmm.
possible once you move the knight for both players. So the kings are not in that much danger actually. Um, but okay, that's subtle. Earlier when Sindarov played the move, he had a lot of time. He had 20 plus minutes. Now he has 9, less than 9 in just about 1 second. So I'm not sure if he'll go for it. Yeah, it will require a deep think.
Yep, that's for sure. Looks difficult for him. This queen c7, queen d6, I think is a very, very computerish idea. अगर निकलेगा भी आइडिया तो आई थिंक संडारोव का टाइम बहुत कम हो जाएगा. Otherwise, you miss it. You just play queen d6 straight. I'm sure he has seen queen d6. The first move you look at. Queen d8 पे क्या हो रहा है by the way? ये move miss हो गई.
Queen
Why is
d8.
queen d8 not working?
Oh,
Just trying
bishop
to.
d7, just cutting off the queen and it's over. Yeah, resigns. Wow.
That's clever. It's very clever. This is it's such an easy mistake. Yeah, bishop d7 and just the bishop is gone. GG.
Yeah,
A
bishop
very easy
h6 क्या
mistake.
बढ़िया बैठा हुआ है ना.
Why is it possible? Arjun already thinks he's like close to winning. I think it is
नहीं
possible.
नहीं नहीं, I don't think so. I think
Why? Because queen d8 is losing, queen d6. I mean, what other move do you look at here?
I mean, queen d6 is not winning, so maybe
I
he
mean, this
thinks he's bet. He
is,
might think he's slightly better, but he might not know he's winning. And also, like Sindarov technically hasn't done anything wrong. I mean, he did go for a pawn in the corner, but nothing wrong apart from that. But yeah, I think maybe he thinks he's slightly better. And कोई कह रहा है why ignore? नहीं नहीं भाई, चौबे जी आपको आज तक इग्नोर करा है जिंदगी में? कोई कोई कर सकता है क्या चौबे जी को इग्नोर?
of course, hot takes.
हॉट
Edge will
टेक.
never cross 2600. भाई ये hot take नहीं है कहीं से भी.
Not that hot, let's say.
हाँ उतनी
Chess
hot
24
take नहीं है.
India will
पर
never
बुरा लगा आपने बोला भाई.
hit 1 million subs. Bro, I mean, this is a live stream only channel. So, I mean, 100K touch karna would be a great thing. 1 million to kabhi ho hi nahi sakte. Unless we start posting short form ya videos. It's not gonna happen live stream se. Unless Saj Bhai does like a crazy dance or something. Yeah, Saj Bhai, dekh lo.
भाई पॉसिबल तो है. पॉसिबल तो कुछ भी है भाई.
है ना?
मैं भी एक
Anything is
जोक मारने
possible.
वाला था बट आई स्टॉप माई सेल्फ.
Yeah, yeah. Good that you stopped yourself by self-restraint. It's very important in life, I've heard. Have you
एनालॉजी
heard
डाल
that
दो.
somewhere?
हाँ ये बढ़िया आइडिया एक्चुअली. ओह बट ही इज गोइंग फॉर द क्वीन. I don't think he was going for queen c7 by the way. Like the way he was making the move. I think he's going for queen d6.
Why not posting small videos? Because we post them on Chesscom India. So basically, both channels are run by us, the Indian team at chess.com. And Chess.com India is, you will see live streaming also there, but also shorts and long forms. And यहाँ पे you will only see live streaming. By the way, Sindar just looked at the clock, played
अरे
Queen
भाई.
C5.
Like have to give it to Sundaro bhai. So impressive.
Wow.
यश भाई जो आप कह रहे थे it's happening yeah like in critical moments he finds those best moves and he does it a lot actually.
Now, Bishop E6, the best move.
एंड देन क्वीन D6, या व्हाई वॉचेस अलाउड? भाई यूजुअली वॉचेस अलाउड होती हैं जो डिजिटल वॉचेस नहीं होती, लाइक इट्स बिन लाइक द नॉर्म फॉर अ वेरी वेरी लॉन्ग टाइम.
एंड ऑल्सो ये वाली तो खुद ऑर्गेनाइजर ने ही दी है.
हाँ.
इट्स रोलेक्स ब्रदर, रोलेक्स. सो ऑर्गेनाइजर ने ही दी है तो इट्स नॉट गोना बी एन इशू, आई एम श्योर. एंड वन ऑफ द perks of giving that watch must be कि भाई पहननी होगी, आई एम गेसिंग. या
क्वेश्चन टू सहज भाई, अगर किसी जीएम को इक्वल पोजीशन में लगता है कि वो बेटर है, तो ये उसके लिए पॉजिटिव में काम करेगा या नेगेटिव में? भाई दोनों में. दोनों में. बट अगर आप एक गेम की बात करते हो तो दैट्स नॉट अ बिग इनफ डेटा सेट. लाइक आपको उसके लिए आपको कम से कम एक टूर्नामेंट या 20 गेम्स, लाइक यू नीड अ लार्जर डेटा सेट टू अंडरस्टैंड कि ये थिंकिंग प्रोसेस काम करती है कि नहीं. बट इफ यू आर ट्राइंग टू प्ले फॉर अ विन कंसिस्टेंटली, then I think in the long run it will help you. बिकॉज एक वो लाइक एक तरह की वो आइडेंटिटी बैठ जाती है. देन प्लेयर्स ऑटोमेटिकली ट्राई टू इक्वलाइज और फोर्स इक्वल पोजिशंस अगेंस्ट यू, विच इज गुड फॉर यू.
my take is that Sahaj bhai will cross 2600 in this year.
थैंक्स भाई. किसी ने तो बोला. चलो, टिक्कू
नहीं, वो
भाई के
चैट
मुंह
में
से
कह रहे हैं
सुनने,
आर्यन भाई.
मतलब आई वॉज वेटिंग फॉर इट भाई, बट नहीं हुआ वो.
आर्यन चौबे जी कह रहे हैं भाई चैट में.
हाँ, आप तो नहीं बोलोगे ऑब्वियसली.
भाई 2600, आई मीन एक यू हैव टू स्टॉप कमेंटेटिंग भाई, तब जाके होगा. एंड दैट्स, वो तुम करने नहीं देंगे.
ये सही है भाई.
फिर क्रेजी कमेंट्स कौन पढ़ेगा साज भाई.
हाँ, दैट्स ट्रू भाई, दैट्स ट्रू.
और टेक
2500 तो
साइड.
भाई, 2500 तो भाई 10 पॉइंट दूर हो भाई. दैट्स इट. वन मोर टूर्नामेंट होपफुली.
ये ये मुझे उसकी तरह याद है, गैम्बलर नहीं होते, जस्ट वन मोर गेम भाई. वन मोर गेम. और सारे फॉर्म में है भाई. Sergeant Sahil, what is Vishy's playing style, and his style close to whom amongst Mukesh, Arjun, Prag?
Gukesh,
Arjun,
Arjun,
what do you
and
think?
Prag. Probably Prag, I would say. But no, Vishy sir's style was different, bhai. सबसे different था.
Hmm.
No, I think maybe Prag, but I think overall no. Like he was very different. Also, chess has changed a lot. Yeah, जो Vishy sir करते थे वो maybe uh, it's not as played anymore. But yeah, but probably Prag.
Meanwhile, Sindarov को सीलिंग पे कुछ तो दिख रहा है. I don't know what it is. He's been
Games देख रहा होगा I think
consistently
वो.
वहां पे. इतना ऊपर थोड़ी गेम्स होंगे.
कितने ऊपर होने चाहिए games साहिल भाई?
I don't know. I mean, as a civil engineer, I can calculate, but I don't want to show off here, Saj bhai.
Oh.
Hashtag Thapar University. Don't go there, bhai. Okay, still thinking.
What was Vishy's style exactly? Like he was very fast, he was very brutal, like he was very aggressive. In some
Bhai,
structures he was very like I think he has maybe the one of the best knowledge when it comes to Spanish and hedgehog positions, I think, if I remember correctly. Like like the best player in the world in those two type of positions. So very very fast and very very aggressive. But not, आप सोच रहे होगे अर्जुन के जैसा, but नहीं, Arjun is different. Like Arjun is more chaotic. Vishy sir was more controlled in that sense.
भाई कैमरा एंगल चेंज कौन कर रहा है? आर वी डूइंग, वी आर नॉट डूइंग दिस राइट? ये पीछे से ही आ रहा है चेंज, राइट?
भाई वो होते हैं ना जो आजकल के कैमरास होते हैं, लाइक इफ द प्लेयर मूव्स द कैमरा मूव्स विद इट. सो एक वो लाइक देयर आर न्यूअर
अच्छा.
कैमरास, मे बी इट्स दैट वन.
सो सो अगर अभी सिंदारो टेबल कर कूद जाए लाइक सडनली, और ही जस्ट वॉक्स अवे, डू यू थिंक द कैमरा विल शिफ्ट? आई डोंट थिंक सो, नो.
um I'm 100% sure that was not the question you wanted to ask. but
दैट इज द
but
क्वेश्चन
yes, I
एग्जैक्टली
think
भाई.
so. If he goes back and forth, then I think it might change a bit. Yeah.
ओके, लेट्स सी. आई एम थापा यूनिवर्सिटी आ रहे हैं भाई, कोई और नहीं मिलेगा.
सहज भाई बिगिनर थे इंटरमीडिएट लेवल पे, तो आपने अपनी कैलकुलेशन और बोर्ड विजुअलाइजेशन कैसे सुधारी? भाई, it's been a while, yeah. It's been a long time. but it was consistency. Like I think every day I was doing calculation puzzles, and there was this book that I was just doing puzzles from every single day, where it helped me
My
a lot.
comment of the day for me is hot take. This will be a software developer by profession by the end of this year.
Oh, bhai takes on
But
d1. That's a mistake.
ooh,
Wait,
that's
wait, wait.
not great.
Queen takes e2 to force the air. Otherwise, you're a pawn down. You have to take.
It's not
Now,
so bad.
by only one move for Sindarov. And okay, this is, I think, much easier than his previous moves, which is h4. The idea is you let go of the idea of castling altogether and you want to play rook h3. And okay, the king is basically already castled. Rook h3, rook c3, and you're fine.
On the Vidit point again, I think he's somebody who has a lot of interests, like not just chess. I think ऐसा मुझे feeling लगता है. So it's great to see him pursue them. I think it's amazing. He can balance them all. But software developer, I think maybe he will need a bit more knowledge. I think AI के इस्तेमाल से I think becomes a bit
Yeah,
easy
but these
maybe.
days आप AI के through ही बन सकते हो ना. Like, I mean, if you want to
हाँ, but
code
like
something, you can just
developer
do it.
नहीं हो सकता ना, like exactly, because it's not you're not developing any, like समझ रहे हो, like it can't be the same as somebody who's learned like how to code from scratch. Like
No, but I mean, if you can code, then you're a developer, no?
you can't code, no, like Vidit can't code, like he's
नहीं
using
भाई
AI,
AI
I
के
guess.
थ्रू आप कर सकते हो. Just like playing advanced chess. आप
Ah,
आप
but it's
आपने कभी
like,
खेली advanced chess?
no,
Chat
but it's
आपने
like
कभी
using
खेली
an engine,
advanced
yeah.
chess?
It's like using an
Sorry?
engine to play chess because you can't understand कि move चली क्यों है. So you just kind
Hmm.
of playing the moves जो engine बता रहा है, but you can't understand why. So any changes you need like are not easy. By the way, H4 played best move.
क्या बात है भाई. Amazing. And now G6, by the way, blue arrow. Only move.
I That is not a good sign. Only move G6. Oof. And
भाई अब
time भी कम
सिंडारो
होता जा रहा
बोलेगा
है.
मैं खेलूंगा 2 नाइट से.
अरे यार वीआईटी बेकार है भाई. अरे यार वाइब कोडर्स भाई, ये नाम बड़ा इंटरेस्टिंग है. कम ऑन G6 G6. बट सिंटैक्स समझना आसान नहीं है ना भाई, मतलब एज फार आई अंडरस्टैंड कि भाई कौन सा चीज कहाँ जाती है, बड़ा डिफिकल्ट है. ओ ही प्लेज इट नाइस.
And now
ओनली
only
मूव
move.
फाउंड.
Again, only move for Sindarov. Knight C5. Very difficult, I think, to sack the pawn for free, basically.
या बट दैट्स फॉर एन
Knight
एडवांटेज,
C5,
लाइक ही
Queen
कैन प्ले
C2,
रुक.
and Rook H3. That's the move.
या आई थिंक इट्स जस्ट प्ले रुक H3. दैट लुक्स वेरी लॉजिकल टू मी.
Hmm. Can we have a bit of glimpse of other games too? Yes, bhai, for sure. Let's check Magnus versus Noderbek. Magnus having a slight advantage in the position. He has an extra pawn. Yeah, he has an extra pawn, but these pawns are doubled. You can play f5 e6. Some chances, but black also has connected pawns, so he has to be careful. But
Reminds me of
Noderbek can
a
save this with correct play.
Arjun game against I don't know who it was, against Udirbek only I think yesterday or somebody. जहाँ पे he had those passed pawns and Arjun had these settled
Hmm.
pawns. He was almost lost and क्या crazy game थी.
Hmm.
But yeah, Magnus still not guaranteed to win his third game. He's behind on the clock by 1.5 minutes. Nozebek putting up a great resistance right now.
Yeah,
And
for sure.
चारों game में कोई भी winning नहीं है साज भाई. Like, it's somewhere in the middle roughly.
And the only match between Vincent and Fabi is where Fabi has, the lead. He has it's 1.5 half right now, and looks like Vincent is he could potentially take over in this position. This Queen Knight, nice, nice combination. H4 आ रहा है next move में G2 पे pressure.
Hmm.
Pawn भी आप, I mean, time पे भी आप आगे हो. So some pressure
Hmm.
here.
Hmm. नहीं भाई, I don't even पूरा 11 पनवेल. By the way, H4 incoming as you mentioned साज भाई, mate के threats है. So
Going back,
going back to
yeah.
the Arjun game, G6 के बाद Sindaro still thinking, he's been thinking for a long time. Both of these players have come up with some impressive moves to maintain like a 96, 97 accuracy. But I think that's going to take a huge dip now in the next few moves. I think game के end तक किसी की भी 90 से ऊपर नहीं होगी ऐसा मुझे लग रहा है.
हाँ मुश्किल है भाई. But Sendarov so far is 97.2. Yeah, that's impressive considering the moves he had to find. Only 2 minutes and 45 seconds left now. And Knight C5 is the critical move. If he doesn't play it, he's basically black can just go King G7, Knight E6 and it's good. But Knight C5 अगर आपने खेल दिया तो आप Knight E6 हमेशा रोक के बैठे हो. even if you play king g7, let's say there's queen c7 and this knight is never getting out. It's a hard thing to evaluate to sack a pawn just because you don't want the knight and the rook to get out. It's very difficult.
ग्रेट पॉइंट है अभी भाई, नीमैन डकैत बीइंग इग्नोर्ड। एंड आप तो जानते हैं, यू नो, डकैत जी को इग्नोर
भाई,
करने के बाद वो क्या करते हैं साज भाई।
oh yes, by the way, Neiman is dominating again. Yeah, against Levon. This is the position. Look at this brilliancy in the
ओह,
last move.
वाओ क्रेजी।
He's a bit better. I'm not sure why the bar is not updating here, but he's a bit better here.
भाई Hans Niemann has played very well in this event actually.
Hmm.
You have to admire his play. He's really, really played well.
He's playing like his strength. I
And
mean, he's. Oh, look at Levon's time. Bhai, what?
wow.
Did you see that? Like 24 seconds he has.
But okay, I mean, like, Levon has just not been in form, I think. By the way, suddenly the bars are shifting, and 4 में से 3 गेम में black is better. Sahaj
Yeah.
bhai, okay. Let's go to Arjun's game, जहाँ पे Sindarov has no time on the clock now. What is he doing?
Bhai, 1 minute. He's thinking about that knight c5 idea. Bhai, I'm telling you. That's what he's considering.
Bhai, I also think about climbing Mount Everest, and I wake up. Come on, Sindarov, wake up.
In 100 game blitz games against Carlson, what would be your score? Freestyle and all. Why? इतना आप क्यों सोचते हो भाई? Such a big hypothetical.
Yeah, it's such a big
Like
hypothetical, yaar. Just like
I don't
the
think
number
like
zero.
any statement is gonna make any difference here. Like okay, like I can say okay, I'll win one game, but what does that change? It's like tournament situation. कहाँ खेल रहे हो? Form कैसी? I mean, so many different variables there. You shouldn't think about things like that,
By the
right?
way, 93 played. Now, one of the good moves. Now, Queen D1 is the only move for black. Queen
Queen
E1
E1
just
check.
looked, yeah, but it
अरे
looked natural, Saj
यार,
bhai. It did look natural, right? Queen E1 feels more natural. F2 attack कर रहे हो आप.
भाई Queen F2 तो
And
लेकिन आप
Queen,
मार ही नहीं सकते. That's a blunder.
that's a big mistake actually. Queen B4 is the only move now to take on
भाई ये
H4.
उल्टा क्यों हो रहा है? मैं ब्लंडर बोल रहा हूँ और आप बिग मिस्टेक बोल रहे हो. ऐसा कैसे हो रहा है भाई? गलत हो रहा है.
भाई ये गलत कर दिया आपने यार, मेरे साथ भी आपकी गलती है भाई।
Something is wrong in the matrix भाई. कुछ तो glitch हो रहा है भाई.
हाँ भाई, क्या है भाई, सिंदारोव की कुर्सी इतनी हिल रुक ही नहीं रही भाई। Like is he nervous? Like what's happening?
I mean, I don't think he would be nervous in a position like this. Yeah, for sure. It would be Arjun who's nervous here, for sure.
He's going for the pawn, but which pawn? Because F2 मारेंगे तो rook F1 आ रहा है with tempo. F7 is under pressure, and let's not forget black can't castle. You need to
Hmm.
vacate the F8 square for the rook to come in. So black is struggling in that position. Queen अकेली बस घूमे जा रही है, world tour करके आ रही है, बाकी लोग बेचारे poverty में जी रहे हैं.
Yeah, for sure. If Sindarov goes on to win the candidates in WC, will he be subjected to the same scrutiny as Gukesh or third time? I think people will still argue the fact that Magnus is the best player in the world right now. And जब तक Magnus chess खेलेगा और कोई और world champion, I think that part is always going to be there because of course world champion means you're number one ranked and Magnus has dominated that spot for a long time. So I think even for Sundarov, it would be the same.
एंड
Um,
थोड़ा शुभ शुभ बोलो भाई, आई मीन वर्ल्ड चैंपियन हम लोग किसी को देना ही क्यों है ऐसे, एंटरटेन ही क्यों करना
big
है भाई,
hypothetical भाई.
नहीं नहीं करना ही नहीं भाई। ऐसा कहा था ना आपने, अच्छा जवाब दिया साज भाई। हाइपोथेटिकल बहुत हाइपोथेटिकल, बहुत सारे
Hmm.
वेरिएबल्स है इसमें। फॉर एग्जांपल, क्यों मुकेश हारेगा भाई? आई डोंट सी एनी रीजन व्हाई ही शुड लूज इन द फर्स्ट प्लेस, सो लेट्स जस्ट स्टिक
True.
देयर।
True, true, true. Bishop F4 भाई क्वीन मर रही है. पहले क्वीन को बचाओ. Queen F2 और Queen B4 are the two moves. Queen
भाई
F2 is looking way more logical, but that's a mistake.
आई थिंक इट बी बॉर्डर लाइन लॉस्ट बिकॉज नाइट E4 नाइट F6 आ रहा है एंड
Not immediately H4 मर रहा है, but yeah, Rook F1 के बाद knight E4, knight F6 is very, very risky.
साइलेंस संजय, व्हाट इफ पराग वर्सेस गुकेश वर्ल्ड चैंप, हु विल यू सपोर्ट? चूज वन भाई। That's the only scenario जहां पे फर्क ही नहीं पड़ता भाई, honestly, like who wins. Like that's the only scenario. बाकी सब में my favorite is Gukesh. Like I'm gonna cheer for him, but that's the only scenario जहां पे World Championship में मेरा heart beat constant रहेगा भाई, touch wood. It's not gonna change because जो भी जीते भाई, इंडिया आ रहा है World Championship title.
तो
बाकी
बेस्ट
सब में we're
सिनेरियो
gonna,
भाई वो तो.
है ना, बाकी सब में we're gonna have a nerve wracking World Championship यार। नवंबर में थोड़ा वेट लूज करना पड़ेगा भाई, हार्ट हेल्दी रखने के लिए तक।
Yeah, true.
Plug is a choker भाई, ऐसा कुछ नहीं है यार, कम ऑन। He had a great 2025.
भाई टाटा स्टील जीता ना वो भी टाई ब्रेक्स में, वो भी गुकेश के अगेंस्ट हो, एंड वर्ल्ड
By the
कप
way, chat,
फाइनलिस्ट.
we are inching towards serious time pressure. Arjun has 3.5 minutes. Sindaro has 1 minute. And just for context, Noderbek, Vincent, and Hans, all three with the black pieces, are now close to winning. Magnus is losing against Noderbek right now. And that is insane to me. Like, Magnus might not be freestyle world champion if he loses this game, Sahaj bhai.
Now, let me just refresh one more time so the bar can appear. Just 1 second. And you can probably see like the bar taking a dip now because I did check it out a bit earlier. Looks very, very difficult for Magnus to hold this. These three pawns, by though connected pawns, is the problem. Oh, he goes rook d8. Some chance, but very difficult for Magnus to hold this.
It's very difficult, sir. I mean, there are. I mean, yeah, it's gonna take a miracle, I think, somehow to save this. King h1. Okay, nice move by Magnus. He's fighting for his life, but it's not easy. Meanwhile, um,
Hans is also completely winning now against Levon as well.
bhai, it's equal
And
now. It's equal now.
wow,
गलती हो गई भाई हैंड से.
acha, let's go there. Oh, last move was a mistake. Yeah, knight h5. Apparently knight e4. Bhai, I think because Levon ka time come hai, he started playing fast and then he made an inaccuracy there.
Yeah,
So yeah, let's
and
switch back to Arjun because time
also, by the
pressure
way,
is.
yeah, let's go to Arjun. By the way, Vincent, just an update. He is gaining back, so he's winning. So it could be a tie there as well. So no games ending in 3 matches today. And okay, he did play queen b4. Excellent move.
Nice. And now queen h4 check के साथ मर रहा है. But do we take it? Or do we just play king g7 and activate the knight? I think I would activate the knight first.
Uh, it does feel tempting to take the pawn, Sahaj. I mean, it's so tempting, yeah. Also, the queen can go like defend from f6 if there was a check, for example,
Hmm.
along the diagonal.
Hmm.
So has defensive properties. Also defends the bishop on h6. But the game is super complicated. Really impressed by how both these players have played in this game. It was such a
Pretty impressed with
difficult.
how balanced like this game has been so far from
Yeah.
both sides. Like in a positive way, both sides have played very good chess so
Why
far.
again? Look at Arjun, king g7. What a move. Oh, that's the first mistake of the game. And look at the move that Arjun has.
I
Chat, black to play, find the best move.
he
Oh, it was
doesn't.
not queen h4.
He can still find it
Hi.
though.
No,
It's not
it's not
as
the.
powerful now, but the move was chat in this position. There was bishop e3. It's just
Oh,
ridiculous. Takes and queen h4 and queen g3. That was a point. And he can still play
yeah.
bishop e3 by the way.
Why, that is crazy to me. Now, king g1 only move for white. Played.
Oh, finally, let's go.
And now rook d3 only move.
Yeah, he missed it. I think he missed this bishop e3. You would not allow bishop e3, right? Because rook
I
d3 के
mean,
बाद, bhai, I have knight e6. I mean, I'm for sure black is playing there. Black is the one playing there.
भाई क्या tricky position है यार. भाई, that time is helping him again. I told you, वो जो extra थोड़ा time था, 3 versus 1 minute, that is what giving him this edge, giving Arjun this edge. So you need to maintain that time edge always. Arjun के लिए काम कर रहा है ये. Every game he's
Hmm.
ahead on the clock, he's getting some chances. He might not win every time, but he's the one pushing.
Yeah, I think game 2, game 3, Arjun has pushed. Game 1 may also first half he was pushing, but so far I think very consistent from Arjun.
Yeah, but can he convert this time? Now,
बढ़िया भाई,
rook
लास्ट राउंड
d3.
में वाइट भी होंगे तो आई थिंक लाइक एटलीस्ट इट्स अ ड्रॉ या एंड लास्ट राउंड में वाइट है आपके सो दैट्स गुड रिजल्ट, दैट्स गुड
Yeah.
स्कोर.
Chat best move is rook d3. Oh, he played a bad move. That's a very bad move. And now bishop e6 only move for a clear edge. Attacking the rook.
So let's try to figure out what is he trying to do. I think he's trying to keep the rook, queen and the rook on this rank ताकि ये knight बाहर ना आए. By the way, he plays bishop
Whoa.
e6.
Bhai, the idea is queen b4, queen e1 check. That's essentially it. And oh, look at this variation, by the way. So
Hmm?
queen b4, Rook e5, preventing queen e1, and now knight d7.
Oh, because rook d1 and queen h4 will be checkmate. Beautiful. By the way, he plays queen e4. He makes a mistake. He defends the pawn,
That's
but
a
now knight d2 is bringing him back. But okay, दोनों के पास आधा minute ही है, more or less. So
you
we
can't
can
expect
expect some
perfect moves
mistakes
now.
now.
Yeah.
Blunder.
Bye. Queen d5 winning. Okay, queen d5 winning. h5 is also winning. But queen d5 is mating one, Saj. I think he'll find it, yeah?
Yeah, queen d1 is just mate. But queen d1 का idea क्या है? Like queen d5 का idea क्या है? Like I'll go king g1 back and then what?
Then h5 apparently. Or he
हाँ,
goes
he goes h5
directly.
straight.
I think basically knight d2 रोक रहा था वो, I think. The knight is kind of stranded after queen d5. That was the concept, but very hard to find that.
I'm guessing if you play knight g3 now, which seems very logical, black has queen d5 anyways.
Yeah, and h4 आ रहा है, तो knight को दोबारा वापस आना ही पड़ेगा. So, oh, rook e7 is not the best move. Now queen d5 again is
एक
super
second, queen
strong.
h4. 1 second, queen h4. Isn't this hanging?
Yeah, also winning. Also completely winning. Attacking the rook, attacking the knight. Was that a blunder, or I think he has queen b7, queen f7 plans, yeah? I'm guessing.
Rook f7, but उसमें कुछ like you're not getting the bishop back. You get 2 pawns back basically.
Yeah. Arjun, come on, less time on the clock. Play queen h4. Arey, yeah, that's a big mistake by Arjun. Queen e6. Arey, yaar, how can he be?
By queen e6 he missed 100%. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
Arey,
what?
blunder में सिद्धार्थ of queen c2. Arey, let's go, bhai. Now he's winning. Rook d8, activate the rook d1 check.
Yeah,
And queen
and
h4
queen
mate.
h4 is checkmate, bhai.
Let's go, let's go. I think that was a big miss by Siddharov. Arjun close to winning. Rook d8. Most logical move in the position. The move you play in bullet chess. Played.
Let's go, played. Brilliancy.
Chat stream like karo bhai, because if Arjun wins this game, he's likely to win the match because 2-1 ki lad hogi. Let's get more people in by. What a game by Arjun, yeah, this one. Insane tactics.
So Sindaro also played amazing chess, but have to give it to Arjun bhai. He just dominated. Rook d7, okay. Now take and just play queen c2. दोनों pawns मर रहे हैं. And you are just up 2 pawns. That's it. Oh, knight h1 का h1 पे ही बैठा है भाई तब से.
Exactly. Queen c2. Knight is literally there's no square for the knight, by the way. Where do you put the knight? He plays queen b5. But now apparently just... Yeah. You can just play queen d1 and knight f6, and apparently that's winning because there's some knight g4 drama.
Knight f6 सीधा भी तो खेल सकते हो फिर.
You can. But okay, bishop is hanging, so it's a tough decision.
7-6. Ooh, gives a check. Acha, he took... Ooh, bishop c7, nice.
Okay.
E4 check.
Still working. Queen c6 maybe now? Queen c4.
Queen c6 or queen c5. Like I don't like queen c4 because bishop b6 आपके पास allowed है.
But then queen b5 back, no? Like
but doesn't matter. Yeah, bishop d6 you can just play and that's it. E4 incoming.
So bishop d6 maybe now. Yeah, that's very safe.
Yeah, queen बचा के बैठी है. Yeah, Arjun is winning this. Let's go.
Completely winning by. Now knight f6, knight g4 is coming. E4 check is incoming, and there is no defense, it seems like. भाई black pieces से जीत रहा है यार. And chat, black pieces say Arjun is completely winning. Vincent is better. Noderbek equal now. भाई Noderbek equal कैसे हो गया है तो मुझे नहीं पता. But suddenly it's completely equal and Magnus could win also. As usual. Oh, Magnus completely winning, Magnus Carlsen. Big blunder by Noderbek. भाई साहब. क्या बंदा यार Magnus. He thought there's no way he survives and now he's winning.
यही होता है भाई उसके games में. You just never know when he's gonna strike.
We'll have a look at that at the end of this match, chat. But right now, this is crucial. Final moments. It's another 10 seconds for him now.
It's impossible to guard against this threat. There's also e4 check, which is equally dangerous. Oh, he goes knight e4, knight. Oh, winning,
it's
bhai.
khatam. Bishop e7 is winning. H4 check is winning.
Oh,
bishop e7, H4. Beautiful.
Bhai, knight के पास घर ही नहीं है. You see this? It's getting taken. H4 check bhai, bhai.
Oh, it's over, yeah? Oh, wow. Let's go. So Arjun wins with the black pieces, takes a 2-1 lead. And Sabe, let's quickly shift to Magnus. एक और
Wow,
गेम
so
बाकी है अभी.
2-1 lead, and now the last round he's also playing with the white pieces, bhai. So that's pretty impressive. By the way, I'm just going to refresh the board here.
Can we look at the blunder that happened?
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, this was the position. So AB5 के बाद rook e1 check was apparently equal. He goes rook e2, and that's a huge blunder already because there's this check and rook takes e2. And if you take
Did
with
you
the
see
pawn and rook
how?
e1, ये pawns
Did
अभी
you see
भी.
how Nodrbek took the rook on e2? He literally banged his queen. Like he was so angry at himself for messing this up. He was like close to winning, spoilt it. The game ended up in equality, allowed Magnus to get that pass pawn somehow. Then he blundered and now he's losing. And yeah, he's furious at himself. The chair again shaking.
Yeah, bhai. One of the right now the d8 rook is hanging. So if he goes rook f8 or something, then I'm guessing you can give a check on d4. King moves and then queen c4 also with a check, and that's lost. Is it over or it's over? Yeah.
Yeah, it feels like it's over, Saj. By pawns mar rahe hai, and white has two pass. Okay, there's always tricks because seconds hai, so you never know. But rook g8 played. Yeah, queen d4, queen f6 check, queen f8. Okay, he's queen d4.
Gaining
Now
some
what?
time.
Now what does he do? Is
Just
the
rook
question.
g1, I was thinking. That seems simple.
Yeah, because now back rank pe issue hai. 8 comes with checkmate. Yeah, essentially. That's the
Yeah.
problem. White's king is very safe. You can queen on d1, but if I queen on 8 afterwards also, it's checkmate. Just a6 probably wins.
Yeah, I think this is good. Just push, 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 and that's it. These two pawns are. I mean, you can play
भाई
d2.
ये राइट में फोन किसका है?
Sorry?
राइट में फोन आ रहा है किसी का कैमरा देखा? Did you see?
Record कर रहा है कोई
Magnus
क्या?
also looked at it, yeah. Magnus looked at the
Yeah.
phone. He was like, ये क्या है भाई?
So yeah,
ऐसा
basically
उसके
you can
दिमाग
play
में.
d2, but d1 queen नहीं होगा कभी भी, and c3 possible नहीं है क्योंकि आपने पिन करके रखा हुआ है. ये भी मर जाएगा easily. And you just push b6, b7, b8. That's it. It's
Yeah.
winning.
So Magnus will take the lead. Surprising.
Even Sahil, bhai, can you win this against Nordirvik as white?
Yeah, bhai. I think it's difficult. I mean, it's difficult to lose actually because black has no plan, I feel. From this position, I think black has no plan. Earlier, I could have easily lost.
Let's push b6.
Magnus chewing gum खाते हुए. By the way, chat, Hans Niemann defeated Aronian. So he is 2-1 in lead. Arjun defeats Sindarov. He's 2-1 in lead. And
Now a6.
Vincent is winning. So it's going to be, yeah, it's going to be 1.5 each there. And Nodrube and Carlson will be 2-1 in lead. So 3 players with a 2-1 lead.
और जो प्लेयर सेकेंड राउंड के बाद लीड में था उन्हीं का ही अब इक्वल हो रहा है बिकॉज दैट प्लेयर हैज लॉस्ट.
Yeah.
सो
So Noderbek, Sindarov, and Levon will be in a must-win situation in the final game. They will have no choice, otherwise they lose.
ओ वेट, क्वीन d8 चेक खेला उसने. आई थॉट क्वीन d7 था. व्हाट इज दिस?
Shock lag gaya tha bhai.
b7 played. Okay, it's
Yeah,
updating now.
it's over.
Rook g2 is a last try, but there is check and queen takes g2. You cannot go rook g2 because d1 queen is happening with the check, so you have to be careful.
Apparently there's queen d7, queen c6 check, and queen takes g2 also, Sahaj bhai kuch.
Why? Oh, he takes on g2. Yeah, that's it.
Ah, yeah, queen d5 check also works. Yeah, time to resign and Noderbek किसको फोन फिर से आ चुका है जिसका भी है.
Oh, he played on 1 second again. Takes it. Though queens. Why? Actually, technically, you can also play b8 queen in this position. You'll have
Oh,
like
that
four
will be
queens on the
hilarious.
board.
I would love to see it. Come on, Max, do it, bhai. Do it. Don't take on e2, bhai. Are
Arey yaar, he takes on
that
e2.
would have been fun. Yeah,
Oh,
Noderbek
he's
gets
very
up like
upset.
Kasparov did. And कुर्सी उनके बैठे बैठे भी हिले जा रही थी, उनके जाते हुए भी हिले जा रही है. साज भाई क्रेजी है मतलब
Northern was winning basically, yeah? And then you can see he was visibly very, very upset with that game. By the way, one more game remaining between Fabi and Vincent Keimer, which Vincent is completely winning. You have two pawns, extra pawns, and technically you can just resign here, yeah? That's why these pawns are just promoting.
It was the same handshake Kasparov had against Vichy, I think, in that famous game. Uh, Similar handshake, yeah. He just ran away from the board. Like he was so affected by the game.
Hmm.
He completely winning this game as well. Vincent knows it. Vincent, by the way, has done traditionally very well in the freestyle format.
D5.
Is
Here
it
goes King
compulsory
C6.
players to wear same blazer? Yes. In fact, I think they have the same color for the entire tour. Like the
Hmm.
color does not change.
Here, Rook E3, simple. Just push the
Yeah.
pawns.
Yeah. G5,
Completely
G4.
losing.
There is no counterplay
Ah,
check.
okay.
Yeah.
Defends this also. Yeah, just G5. That's it.
Yeah. Very simple. I think Caruana can resign. He knows. I mean, he's not going to hold this one. I mean, this is a position if you're playing the last round of candidates and you need
Hmm.
like a draw to survive and win the candidates. Maybe then you play on. Anything else, I think you can safely resign and be clear in your conscience. You're not going to save it.
Yep, correct. By the way, ये बोर्ड को क्या हो गया भाई?
मेरा तो चल रहा है साज भाई.
क्या हुआ?
आप
हाँ,
लाइव
ओके.
वो वर्ल्ड लिंक से देख रहे हो भाई जो समय ने शेयर किया था.
हाँ भाई.
अच्छा मेरा तो चल रहा है अभी एक्चुअली.
लिखा भी मैंने आपको भाई.
हाँ वो देखा मैंने. कुछ होगा वो मे बी टेम्पररी इशू विल बी रिजॉल्व डोंट वरी. Okay, check. King moving down. You spin my
And now King G3.
world round
Just push
and
the pawns. That's it. Yeah, if you could take this pawn somehow, okay, there could be some counterplay.
no, you're just gonna keep the rook on e7, yeah? No
Hmm.
hope whatsoever. Maybe king g4,
So
bishop
basically
d1.
Magnus is going to be in the finals. ये तो almost confirm हो गया क्योंकि Magnus अब white से खेलेगा last. Actually black से खेलेगा, sorry. But Nordirbeck is in a much must-win situation. And it's gonna be between these two guys, Vincent or Fabi, who's gonna play him in the finals. Chat, who do
Hmm.
you want to see Magnus was play in the freestyle finals? Fabi or Vincent?
So question to you, Saj, by counter question. Ideally, would you like to see Magnus win or somebody else?
Magnus, of course. I mean, it's not like whoever is a better player can win, yeah. But okay,
Yeah,
I
but
believe
see,
Magnus is a
objectively, we
stronger
know
player.
Magnus is
So
the better player. Like we know he is
yeah,
the better player. He might not be able to prove it in a 4 game match today or tomorrow. But would you like to see Magnus win or no? Like
of course, by
chat,
always,
yes or no?
of course. I mean, you want the
uh,
best player to win, of course.
True. मेरे को लग रहा है Magnus is Vincent होगा is my guess because now Vincent gains the momentum, right? Because he's the one
Yeah.
who won the recent game. So it's more likely Vincent wins. He will also have white. And Fabi, as we know, when he loses, he can sometimes go on a tilt like he did yesterday, lost 2 in a row.
Hmm. Still trying to
Okay, I
hold
mean,
on, but there's nothing here.
4, okay, some sort of bind, but
Knight
it's
D6,
temporary.
King G3, G4. Nice
Yeah.
played.
Okay, fate, King G3 now. Then G4 and okay, G4, Rook G8. You have to be cautious, but
Yeah, King G3, G4, F3 incoming. King G3 now also is possible. Oops. think he's calculating takes king a7, but उस पे भी rook a4 check था भाई, वो भी winning है. He's keeping the knight, yeah, that's it.
Yeah, he went
Nice.
to b5, then went to a5. Yeah, by the way, Fabi.
Mm.
Okay, now.
Okay, g4 not possible because there's rook g8. Some tactic there. Knight को वापस लाओ e4 पे. Or knight
Also
d7, that
works.
also works.
Very, very nice. Very
Rook
nice.
f5 पे rook e5 check is there.
Oh,
Very
knight a6
important.
was there, no?
अभी भी है
Sorry,
ना, मैं
sorry.
knight
G5.
f6 next move
Sorry.
पे.
Yeah, sorry. G5 was hanging. Yeah, that's the resignation, I think. It should be. It should be. Yeah, there it is. So Vincent Keimer wins a very important game, equalizes the score 1.5 each. And chat essentially the कोई भी game कोई भी match 3 game में खत्म नहीं होगा. इसका मतलब final game decides all the winners, Sahaj bhai. And coming to the Arjun matchup, do you think Arjun will maintain his lead and finish the match, or do you think we'll go to tiebreaks?
By white pieces and आपको सिर्फ draw hold करना. I think that's ideal scenario for Arjun.
Agreed. So, chat, the final game will start in just about 5 minutes, I think, maybe like 7 minutes. So, we'll be back after a very, very short break on the other side with the final game of today, Arjun needing just a draw to win the match. See you soon.
Welcome back, everyone, for the final round of the Freestyle World Championship. And we have one last game, Arjun or Sandarov ke beech mein. And Arjun is right now in lead with 1 point, but the benefit is that he's playing with the white pieces. He has been sitting for quite some time. There we have handshakes. Kya lag raha hai, chat? What do you think is going to happen? I feel a solid draw from Arjun. Although ye sentence thoda, strange hai bolna, because Arjun is never solid in that sense. He can be very chaotic. Draw. Yeah, I'll go with that. So, if I could ask you, both in Nordirbek versus Magnus and Arjun versus Sandarov, a must win is needed. Which game has a better chance of an upset? And keep in mind, Magnus is playing with the black pieces and Arjun is playing with the white pieces. Javakir pushes and loses with black. Possible. We'll see. And we have handshakes. There we go. And b4 apparently is the best move here, which I think makes sense. Bishop को आप activate कर रहे हो. And h4. You're kind of returning the favor. Yeah. This is actually not a bad move in this position, but okay, makes very little sense, but we'll understand in a bit. Javakir pushes. Yeah. भाई पहली move पे इतना सोच रहे हैं. That's interesting. And meanwhile, Magnus has played a move. Sorry, Nordirbek has played a move. He has gone b3. So kind of the same idea. Instead of b4, he's gone for b3, keeping it solid. I think c4, bishop c2. This is the plan overall. Just checking other games to see first move. Okay, Vincent is still thinking, and Hans has also played 1b3. So it is. I'm guessing this was the strategy. With the white players. What's my rating? It's around 2490 now. Black plays f6. Golden pawn. Wow. Theory snubbed. Let's go. I think the idea is to play e5, d5. Perhaps get the knight out, queen out, and just short castle. But it looks strange. You could technically go on the long side as well. But let's see. Kya hota hai? Going back to Arjun to see if he has made a move. Yep, actually the same position. So b3 and f6 on the board. So strategy समझ आ रही है यहाँ पे. I'm guessing black players have decided to go e5 and d5 in this position. F4 is kind of interesting. If I go f4, then because यहाँ पे e5 allowed नहीं है. So if black plays, there's no knight c6 also. That's a bit annoying. Okay, I really want to play e5. b5 is kind of interesting. Okay, आपने e5 रोका. Similarly, I'm stopping c4 as well. And knight g3 to try and play e4. c5, e4, bishop b6, some discover attack ideas with the bishop. Okay, I think the game goes on. Not really a huge initiative, but okay, a pretty promising position. He goes for f3, so copycat. I'm guessing he also wants to play e4. What is the golden pawn? My golden pawn is the f pawn. It's not really, it's something that my coach used to say to me long back. And it's something that has stuck with me. Basically, when you push the pawn, it kind of loses its value, but in the strategic sense. Like our king weak ho jata and all of that. But okay, it's in freestyle, it doesn't really apply. Sahil bhai kahan hai? Sahil bhai aa rahe hain. I think he'll be back in just a few minutes. Karo Khan. That's funny. So f3, b5 is good. e5 is also kind of interesting. Chat, can you guess what the best move for e5 is as white? By the way, he goes b6. But aapse question, what do you think is the best move for white here? Because it's completely going against the norm, yeah? Why accuracy so low? Because I think, actually, it is kind of low for Sandarov, even though he has played both correct moves more or less. Okay, last move was not correct for him, b6. But overall, I think he's played fine. But yeah, freestyle, it's understandable, yeah? But the move after e5 is to play d4. Because I was thinking white can go for e4, and then eventually you plan d4. But strangely, black is better here for some reason, like knight e6, c6, bishop b6. What a weird position. Okay, so b6 happens. He plays e4 now. So basically the same position, but अब वो bishop b6 वाला idea possible नहीं है. Black can play e5. and complete, copycat. अगर आपने कुछ c5 जैसे खेला, that's also possible. Kind of like a Sicilian. I mean, if you think about it, like white का king same position पे है, तो if you castle, it would really resemble a classical position. चाहे वो long side पे हो, चाहे वो short side पे हो. It's okay. It's close to it, at least. Long side maybe not, because you have to get the knight out, bishop out. Okay, that still looks a bit strange, but short side for sure. So c5 is possible. I think he's thinking, but why not e5 though? Same idea, I think, d4, and that's very good. Takes, and of course you capture back with the bishop. Actually, you can even, yeah, you just capture back with the queen. Actually, sorry, and that's very good. Oh, he plays c5. Okay, so Sicilian Jesse position, yeah, looks logical. The score is right now 2-1 in favor of Arjun, and this is the final game. So if Arjun holds a draw here, or he defeats Sindarov, then he will play for basically the 5th and the 6th spot tomorrow. He goes 93, but of course, if Sindarov manages to win with the black pieces, then we will have an Armageddon. Sahaj bhai, who quiz for you? Who was India's first IM? Manuel Aaron, I think it was. I think I've met him quite a few times. How is a bishop and a horse? But you mean a bishop and a knight, yeah? Because they are two different pieces. That's why. Okay, bishop c7. Maybe bishop e5 is the idea. बहुत strange है यार ये position. I have to agree. I maybe d4. It just looks tempting, but somehow it's bad. It's a very strange. Actually, it's very, very easy to go wrong in a position like this for either color. You make one wrong pawn push, and suddenly you can be a bit worse. So far, I think I like Sandarov's choices. Says, why do you remember who was India's second GM? अरे भाई अब ये quiz शुरू हो गया. It was Dibyendu Barua, by the way. But yeah, Queen F2. By up quiz, I think I have started something. Queen F2 played. I think he wants to go short castle. Black can also go Queen F7 and short castle as well. But the question is, आप knight किधर रखते हो? Knight G6 पे और E6 पे? Guessing knight G6 is stronger. But knight E6 से आप D4 पे आ सकते हो. It's like smaller nuances. I feel like it's just 19-20 का फर्क, but it's not really that different. Oh, I feel like I've started something. Yeah, now. GM कौन है first? भाई वो तो बताया ना आपको, Rishi sir. Says by how much rating to become a candidate master? I think candidate master is 2200 if I'm not mistaken. Luck plays e6. By Sahil bhai se pucho ye, because Sahil bhai is a candidate master as well, even though he doesn't say it. So after e6, short castle with some idea in the future to play d4. Maybe knight e2, d4, that if you take, I can capture back with my knight. And that looks pretty promising. But okay, this is also a decision. Yeah, एक बार आपने यहाँ castle कर दिया, तो the attack can be a bit dangerous. So maybe Arjun decides to just stall a little bit longer, like something like knight e2. Okay, there is an outside chance I might castle on the long side. That could also be a strategy. He goes d4. Okay, so breaking the center, takes, bishop takes, and remember यहाँ पे knight होता है usually. So knight c6 is what where the mind goes, but that's not possible here. I think a pretty strong position so far for Arjun. I see a 0.6 advantage, and it looks like a good version of a Sicilian so far. Sahaj bhai, India ka nahi overall first GM. Oh, that's a good question. That's a good question. I actually never thought about that. Um, I'm guessing like Botvinnik. I don't know. Batao bhai kaun hai? Oh, by the way, that's a mistake. D5 is possible now. Ooh. Okay, if D. Okay, he doesn't play it. Wow. He goes 96. Okay, but this is exactly chat. What is this structure known as? I've asked this question. I believe I've asked this question literally at SEC. But do you remember what is this structure known as for white? Maroxy bind, exactly. Botvinnik, I don't know, bhai. That was just a guess from my side because I never thought about it. But who is? नहीं, विलियम साइन उस टाइम पे जीएम टाइटल्स इंट्रोड्यूस ही नहीं। आप वर्ल्ड चैंपियनशिप की बात कर रहे हो ना यहाँ तो? देखिए, वर्ल्ड चैंपियन एंड ग्रैंड मास्टर डिफरेंट, या? शॉर्ट कासल played and Maroxy is correct, by the way, chat. So short castle, and now d5 is not that dangerous because maybe your king is not in the center and tactically doesn't make much sense. But I think he's gonna go queen f7 and short castle. But if Sendarov wants to go really aggressive, he can play some knight f4, g5, h5, and baad mein he can castle on the long side. Like that's also makes sense because he's in a must-win situation with the black pieces. So you have to do something out of the ordinary. What number GM I am? I think it's 29th, I believe. I'm not sure. 29th, I think. So Queen
29th
f7
क्या है
played,
भाई?
and White has to go. Yo, bhai, welcome.
What is 29th?
भाई पूछ रहे थे which GM.
ओह अच्छा,
Yeah.
आप इंडियन जीएम हो भाई? आई थॉट आप हंगरी के जीएम हो।
Very funny. By the way, look at this.
दिल्ली में
Some
दिखता नहीं
problem
ना
for
भाई।
Arjun, yeah, so far.
ओह अच्छा, दिल्ली में दिखता नहीं ना भाई, कई बार जीएम सामने हो दिखता ही नहीं है। बट ओके,
Mm-hmm.
दिस लुक्स लाइक अ more normal position, yeah, maybe than the others.
Maroxy जैसा एकदम, I think.
Hmm. Okay, I mean, not a big problem, maybe. थोड़ा आ रहा है, f4 square दिख रहा है, bishop c2 back, maybe knight f4 now.
मैं सोच रहा था something like knight f4 G. Okay, but he goes castle. He just castles on the same side. Still, I think fighting position, yeah, for Zendarov. Must win for him,
Yeah.
so important.
How many sahils in India? भाई हर चौथा बंदा, you know, sahil ही है इंडिया में। I feel like I personally know at least 10 sahils in my lifetime, maybe more actually. I'm really understating here. So it's one of the most common names, yeah. Maybe after Ramesh and he's like Ramesh, Abhishek, maybe these are more common, but उसके बाद साहिल ही आता है।
Yeah. अरे भाई मैंने भी अभी गूगल किया एक्चुअली बॉटविनिक वाज वन ऑफ द फर्स्ट वंस या दे वर द inaugural recipients of botvinik of the GM title. Salva, do you know this? Who was the first GM in the world?
बॉटवे था क्या सिंह?
हाँ, actually
Oh wow,
Botvinnik,
really?
you've Ruben Fine, Keres, like just time पे like um award किया गया था, like there were like multiple people
So who was the oldest guy to get awarded the GM title then? जो मतलब सबसे earliest आया था?
overall.
हाँ
I mean, but they were awarded the GM title like after they passed away, yeah.
हाँ exactly.
So probably Steinitz maybe or
Hmm.
Morphy even. I think.
Morpheus is given the GM title क्या?
Let me check.
अबे एक सेकंड आया।
No, actually. Oh, Madhu Black is thinking now of 22 minutes. D5, it looks kind of interesting, but after D5, I have. Okay, what do I have? Because I can't play E5. So if I take everything, that doesn't seem promising. Maybe I have knight B4. So takes, and knight B4. Okay, I'm provoking you to take, and then I have to capture back with my pawn because bishop B3, C5, something like this. Hmm. Not the easiest, I have to say. That looks very tempting for black to play D5 in this position. Even rook D8 and then D5 looks very promising. Why यहाँ पे I
Right.
think Arjun is in, I mean, some trouble. Yeah, I just don't like this D5 move.
But
I
is
think,
D5 coming by force? Like we can't
हाँ
prevent
भाई
it, yeah?
अभी भी आ रहा है.
Oh.
Like if you, I mean, firstly you have to just take and play knight b4 in this position. That's the only move. But if you don't play, like if you take on d5, knight takes d5,
Hmm.
and I don't know, knight d5, bishop d5, I guess. Even queen d5 is good. This is
Yeah, I
kind
think
of,
usually whenever black can manage d5, the engine will always say it's close to equal. But humanly, I think practically black feels so much more comfortable after d5 because pieces सारे खुल जाते हैं, ऐसे लगता है कि हमें आजादी मिल गई हो। And
hmm.
we know आजादी लेना कितना मुश्किल है, चैट क्यों? एंड चैट बाय द वे, कहाँ से आप लोग ज्वाइन कर रहे हो भाई? लेट अस नो चैट, वेयर इन द वर्ल्ड आर यू जॉइनिंग अस फ्रॉम? इंडिया वालों के लिए तो अभी पास्ट मिडनाइट है, सो होपफुली अर्जुन विल गिव यू अ ट्रीट टू रिमेंबर राइट नाउ इन दिस गेम. लयारी वाले
यार
अब तक यू नो एंजॉय कर रहे हैं भाई, आई थिंक. अब तक तो लयारी में कोई बचा नहीं होगा मुझे लग रहा है, जो भी ऐसा होगा कोई. झारखंड,
वाह वाह,
पैसिफिक ओशन,
यही
कनाडा,
सोच रहा था मैं भाई।
कर्नाटका, प्लूटो से भी लोग हैं, जर्मनी, पुणे, कानपुर, नाइस. कॉर्नर ऑफ द वर्ल्ड, ये फ्लैट अर्थर भी है चैट में, बढ़िया. नाइस भाई, बहुत सारी जगहों से लोग हैं. आई डोंट नो इफ दे आर राइटिंग दैट ड्रीम डेस्टिनेशन या फिर करंट प्लेस, बट वील टेक इट.
Sahaj, would you permanently change your name to Sahil Tikku for $10 million?
Bro, I mean $10 million, he will change it to
Of
something
course
much
भाई,
worse.
what
भाई,
question is this?
ये क्या है भाई?
भाई 2 बार, मैं तो 2 बार चेंज करूंगा। लाइक वापस चेंज करके वापस।
I mean, is there a name you would not change your name to? Like somebody you
भाई
know
भाई
by
भाई कहाँ जा
name?
रहे हो यार? गलत जगह जा रहे हो भाई।
Because most names should
एंगेजमेंट
be
आ रहा है भाई,
okay.
एंगेजमेंट आएगा, सही you'll see.
Yeah, most names should be okay.
हम्म,
But कोई ऐसे नाम तो होंगे which you would probably not change to for 10 million. But okay, wrong question from my end. But
हम्म.
Queen D2, by the way, played.
And d5 now is not as promising because I'm guessing knight b4 से अब a6 भी अटैक हो रहा
Maybe
है.
A5 then, stopping knight B4. But then फिर B5 square जाएगा, so कल को if a knight can be rerouted, it can cause
Yeah.
issues.
A5 apparently is interesting here, which okay, you just played a6, so I wouldn't consider that.
I won't change my name to Pappu. Would you change your name to Pappu for 10 million?
I mean, of
Pappu
course,
Grover. Pappu
of
Grover.
course. Like,
है ना? Anybody would, yeah. I mean, anybody would.
like, of course you would, yeah. I mean, any person who says no is, I mean, clearly lying. Okay,
I
rook
mean,
f d8.
unless they already like they already have more than 10 million, like then I would understand. But
Yeah, maybe.
10 million is what, bhai? 80 crore, 90 crore, I mean more than that. So yeah. That's like
Okay, by the way,
मतलब
he is planning to play d5. Why आ रहा है? I think slight worry. I don't know. It
yeah,
looks
defense
exactly like a
always.
classical position, but it
And look,
feels like black has gotten there faster because bishop already 8 पे होता है. Like,
exactly why bishop on a8, knight on e7, rook on d8, pawn on e6, queen on f7, like all looking towards that d5 break. Like it's going to liberate all the pieces. Now, it doesn't mean कि Arjun will lose if it happens, but it does mean कि black's play will become simpler. कोई कह रहा है I will do it 5 by 50% discount देने के लिए लोग ready है भाई. Chat is so generous, है ना? भाई, I mean 10
wow.
million भाई, that's a lot भाई. That's like 2 weekends of Samay Raina shows. That's crazy.
By the way, he goes king h1. Very typical move in hedgehog positions. hedgehog बोल रहा हूँ मैं, क्योंकि यूजुअली पॉन d6 पे होता है, ब्लैक का पॉन f7 पे होता है यार, ये पोजीशन रहती है ऐसे with these four literally
हाँ,
same यार. अगर d5, अगर usually आप hedgehog में भी you try to play d5, so or b5, but looks literally the same.
maybe the pawn is not on f6 though in some cases, but the rest I think I agree. Like the d5 break looks natural and black को पता क्या करना है. That's why you see
तो
Arjun like
भाई सो
not
आप
ahead on the
अपना
clock.
नाम आप अपना नाम $10 million के लिए क्रेजी मार्शन रखोगे, लाइक लीगली?
Of course, by तो I've voluntarily kept it for free on my Chesscom user. तो why would I not keep it for 10 million, right?
Nice, 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 nice. Okay, so king h8 and now maybe b4. Oh wow, played nice. भाई ये क्या हो रहा है?
भाई ये कौन सा इल्यूमिनाटी का वो ऐसे लग रहा था
ये क्या
चिट,
हुआ भाई?
है ना?
What?
This was like
अरे
अच्छा,
क्रेजी.
लेट्स गो फुल स्क्रीन भाई. फिर से तो कुछ
हम्म.
इल्यूमिनाटी टाइप लग रहा था भाई, स्टफ आई डोंट नो. I was like, I say,
I was
this
so
broadcast
confused.
is being stopped because of the message from the president. ऐसी feeling आ रही थी मुझे, है ना?
हाँ,
Crazy.
मेरे को हंगर गेम्स की याद आई, पता नहीं क्यों।
सच में मुझे लगा कोई 10 मिलियन देने के लिए आ गया है भाई.
क्रेजी भाई।
10 मिलियन बहुत ज्यादा दे दिए. 10 रुपीज बोलो, ये देखो भाई, ये आ गए भाई. ज्यादा
What do you
हीरो
need?
बनेंगे अब. हाँ हाँ, हम तो 10 रुपए के लिए भी कर देंगे.
Anything, anyone, अबे वो, I mean, you have to specify the details, ना? Like उससे उससे पहले, like you cannot confirm or deny. Then it can be, you have to give me some specifics.
पनीर टिक्कू भी रख देंगे भाई. मैं तो पनीर मेरी फेवरेट डिश है, वन ऑफ द फेवरेट वंस एनीवेज. Actual hot take, Gukesh didn't do well in tournaments after World Cup because he's 12 championships slowing down, doesn't have much experience. Saving prep for defending. I don't think भाई दुनिया भर हर tournament prep save कर रहा है वो. The experience point might be correct. By the way, knight f4 played. Apparently not the best move. There's e5 from white, which kind of throws a spanner in the works because d5 के chances कम हो गए. Knight on f4 is hanging, and also the bishop on c2 opens up a little bit.
I look at this idea, e5, firstly blocking the bishop, so knight d3, and another intermezzo. You take on f6. If you
अरे
move the knight, then f takes e7,
अरे
hanging.
बाप रे.
So you have to capture and just simply, oh, queen d3 actually, not bishop d3. Bishop d3 is bad. Oh, queen d3
But now
and
e5 and d5, why? It's still
e5,
quite
bishop
interesting.
moves, d5. Yeah, थोड़ा precision चाहिए, I think, white की side से. Doesn't seem easy.
Yeah.
Okay,
इस
let's see
मैच
what
में
he
पता
goes
नहीं
for.
क्या होगा चैट. इट्स वेरी वेरी इंटरेस्टिंग.
देखो वो हो रहा है, आई मीन नेगोशिएशन चल रही हैं चैट पे, 1 million नाउ.
1 million फॉर यूजिंग साहिल टिक्कू आफ्टर. ये क्या है भाई? ये क्या मतलब है? समझ ही नहीं आया मुझे.
Okay, so after e5 there's apparently
Okay.
knight c6 is went. So
So
look at this
sad
line.
भाई.
नहीं भाई,
What do
थोड़ा
you
सा,
think of
yeah. Look at this line though.
हाँ.
Knight takes, look, knight c6, knight f4, fe5, queen d3, and g5.
Oh wow. That's crazy, Sam. Right?
है ना?
That's insane. Oh my god.
Crazy.
Teaches. It's in the game.
अबे यार.
Right. Sorry, bhai.
Wow.
It's 1 a.m. bhai. It's 1 a.m. You have to give me the credit now.
भाई मेरे लिए सवा आटी है लेकिन आप. Just so you know.
But okay, but I mean, come on. It's
Yeah.
India, bro. It's only
Yeah.
1 a.m. And if I
Mm.
played Arjun, what a move by Arjun, Arjun. Just cruising.
मैं सोच रहा हूँ कि मेरे को एक्सेंट्स की एक अलग सी वीडियो बनानी चाहिए कि नहीं, लाइक एक तो एनालॉजी की तो आ रही है, तो आई एम जस्ट
But
थिंकिंग.
उसमें आपका एक हुक
आई
भी
डोंट नो इफ
चाहिए.
इनफ
Like you,
डेटा है, आई मीन मेरे पास या नहीं.
hopefully you will include your, message also before.
Oh yeah, yeah,
By the way,
of course.
by the way,
That's
क्या
the whole
पोस्ट बना
point,
के
yeah.
बैठा सिंदारोव. सिंदारोव का पोस्ट देखो. ओके, 200 million on red. ऐसे लग रहा है मुझे. Anyways,
Yeah.
e5 played. So I went knight c6. I think again looks logical. Very
हाँ,
interesting
यही
भाई.
देख रहे
Knight
थे हम,
c.
fe5.
हाँ, ये देख रहे
जब
थे.
आप
हाँ.
जब आप मेरे एक्सेंट के बारे में देख रहे, सोच रहे थे,
अच्छा अच्छा अच्छा.
जब g5, look at this.
I must have been distracted.
Yeah, yeah, for sure. By the way, but the position is really, really scary. If you take on b6, okay, rook b6, white goes knight h3, and somehow some positions you're getting some e4, like knight g5, e4. What is this?
Crazy Saj bhai. What a match. Sahil
Wow.
Theka, listen, Sahil Theka is eating, brother. He's eating his opponents for brunch. Meanwhile, Sahaj bhai, Valentine's Day is over. अच्छा, आपके पास टाइम है एक्चुअली सेलिब्रेट करने के लिए अभी नहीं? क्या टाइम है आप पे भी?
सवाड भाई.
तो एनी प्लान्स फॉर वैलेंटाइंस डे साज भाई?
No, bro.
नो. ओके 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 ओके. मे बी गोइंग आउट टू अ डीजे. Who knows? What a
Oh,
play.
yes.
E5 played. Chat knight d3 we saw ef6, knight c6 we saw, knight f4. There's also knight f g6 apparently, but that's like a retreating move, not something black would want to play.
Hmm. And knight d3 पे ef6, knight c6 पे knight f4. I mean, it's just not easy. I think knight c6 is way more complicated. I have to say. This looks very, very scary. Like if black
Wait,
is trying, if Sindarov is in a must win situation, this is the position I would want. I mean, like, this basically. This
yeah,
is
yeah, yeah,
ideal
yeah.
after g5.
Yeah, and also all the four games, yeah, right in the middle, close to equality. By the way, he just takes on d3, so goes for the relatively solid choice. But yeah, anything but solid. Now ef6 is the move.
Mm.
If you play
Only
queen
move.
d3, queen h5 is the move, Sahaj. That's insane.
But mate in one, huh? So basically, you're also threatening your own mate in one. If you go
Yeah.
ef6, then h2 is always hanging. So
So
makes sense. But ef6 he has to play. Maybe he sees that by if you remember after ef6, gf6, that e5, d5, that looked very scary.
by the way, taken on f6, played by Arjun.
Okay,
ए, क्या
gf6
बढ़िया चेस
forced.
खेलते हैं यार.
Chat, by the way, Magnus is a bit better against Nordirbeck with the black pieces. And Hans, by the way, again, slightly better against Levon. So Levon is most likely, I mean, Hans is going to, if Arjun wins, then Hans is going to play Arjun, basically.
Wow. And right now, gf6 is the only move for black here. Not many options. He's thinking. And Illuminati attack again. So I clearly we know too much.
कुछ तो है भाई.
है ना? हमें एक्स्ट्रा
कुछ तो
इन्फॉर्मेशन है
है
भाई.
दया. दया कुछ तो है.
हाँ. वी एनी बहुत सारी हम फाइल्स की बातें करते हैं साज भाई. ए फाइल, बी फाइल, सी फाइल, यू नेवर नो.
Right.
राइट.
But I'm not sure why Sandarov is thinking now. Like, Pishli move it was clear, right? He was going to go gf6. He must have thought enough time.
And he's considering knight f2, but I mean,
That's
that
just losing a
e5 d.
tempo. Knight f2, I think this queen f2 and just queen h4. I mean, you're just losing a tempo there. Actually,
I think
just
he's
knight
evaluating
g4
that
also.
e5 d5 maybe. He's trying to understand,
But thoda
is
late
it
hai na,
better, is
because
it
if you go
worse?
knight f4, I mean, that's much worse. Actually, fg7 is just bhai, knight g4. Okay, this is, yeah, just completely winning.
Yeah.
So you have to go gf6 essentially.
How much you need to become a candidate master? 2200 by 2200 today. Arjun looking very confident right now. And Sindarov's chair, bhai, is it shaking at unbelievable speeds or it is not shaking at all? Something is happening.
Hmm.
Bhai, it's shaking at unbelievable speeds, I think. Nahi?
Yeah, but okay, it happens, yeah. I mean, he's done it multiple times.
नहीं भाई स्किल तो है इतना तेज कुर्सी हिलाना इट्स इंसेन हाउ मच टू बिकम अ कैंडिडेट मतलब 2200
Okay.
स्कोर क्या चल रहा है स्कोर इज 2-1 इन अर्जुन्स फेवर
And maybe let's go a bit deeper. So let's go gf6. White goes queen d3. We were looking at e5. Okay, bishop b2 I think makes the most sense for the bishop. d5. And now you have to take only move, by the way. Black has to capture knight d5, only move. And now for some reason, knight d5 is not good. So if knight d5, I'm guessing bishop d5, rook d5. Okay, bishop d5 and some bishop c4 ideas. But instead of knight d5, then this is what Arjun has to see here. A move like bishop b3 or queen b3 is even stronger. Okay, but this is kind of Okay, going towards a draw. Yeah, maybe this is why Chandarov is thinking. यहाँ पर I mean, black के लिए जीतना बहुत मुश्किल होगा. Knight e3, queen
That's
e3,
true.
bishop d5. This is very difficult to win, no?
That's true. But if not that, then what? Yeah, it's only too late.
Yeah, I think a bit late. क्योंकि अब knight f4 जा रहे हो तो you can just take and go knight g4. That's we just saw that it's winning for Arjun. And then next move is just to take.
Yeah, and by the way, Caruana and Magnus are both better now with the black pieces. Sajbhai, will you commentate in Prague Masters?
अरे,
Sajbhai, what's the situation?
oh, he just played 95. Will I
Wonder, yeah?
Bhai, I think I'm gonna be in South Africa, but like, I think Sahil Bhai is still gonna be here.
Yeah,
But I will try
Sajbhai,
to join maybe in the final days.
साउथ अफ्रीका जा रहे हैं अभी कब जा रहे हो साज
मैं परसों भाई, like for
भाई? तो चैट को कुछ अगर क्यों जा रहे हो साउथ अफ्रीका अगर बताना हो.
it's
रफ आइडिया.
just for training bhai. That's it.
हाँ. सो साज
खुद की
भाई शायद
training,
प्राग के लिए होंगे नहीं, तो राकेश भाई विल जॉइन अस फॉर प्राग. एंड साज भाई उसके बाद फिर नेक्स्ट वापस आ जाएंगे. आई थिंक कैंडिडेट्स ही है ना उसके बाद, आई थिंक.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah. It's a extremely interesting and packed schedule this year. By the way, 95 is a big mistake. And
But no FG7 anymore. So FE7 is
हाँ.
forced. Queen E7. Okay, some healthy advantage. F4 के बाद, by the way, it's almost like more than +1 now.
Yeah. सादा एक सवाल है. So I've heard of training. Like I think many people are doing it. What is
Hmm.
training? Quite interesting.
Coaching bhai. Training, chess की
अच्छा.
training, exactly.
Got it. Got it. चेस की ट्रेनिंग करे सिर्फ साउथ अफ्रीका
Yeah.
में. Got it. Nice.
Okay, so 95 he's thinking now. It's between FE7 and I think I'm guessing F4 maybe. F4 also looks kind of into. Why is F4 bad? Um, yeah, actually not sure. F4 में problem क्या है?
By
Queen
F4, Queen
F6,
F6.
FE5 I was thinking, and Queen H4. Okay, it suddenly just becomes better for black. Yeah, so it's easy to go wrong.
By just take the knight on E7. Yeah, खत्म करो कहानी. And then play F4. And it's not
Yeah,
too complicated, I think. Makes sense.
I mean, hard to judge. I think they kind of look the same, but one pawn is at a different square and kind of changes things. I'm guessing with f4, you're like after takes f4, you're activating the bishop, and जब pawn आपका e5 पे है, तो it becomes a liability. But still,
Yeah, and
f4 is not
also,
easy. Yeah, bishop को खोल रहे हो आप एकदम. It's not an easy
yeah,
move.
true, true, true. But also taking back the knight, na, like जो central है, kicking it back. Bishop open है आपका towards the black king side. So,
Hmm. Exactly.
so let's see. Sahaj will make Hungary great again. Okay, what does that mean, Sahaj bhai?
Bye. Let's not go there. Dangerous.
True.
By the way, Nordic versus Magnus पे एक बार एक नजर. Magnus is a bit better here with the black pieces. He has an extra pawn, and the bishop is on a1. This is looking quite bad. Yeah, I think Magnus is through. Yeah, don't see
Yeah,
him losing this. No chance.
भाई 2 गेम के मैच में you can confuse Magnus. 4 गेम के मैच में बड़ा मुश्किल है.
Hmm.
And Caruana also, by the way, has a very nice move. We can check it out once. Knight to C4 blue arrow. Wow.
Oh, nice. It's pinned by both pieces. The knight, of course, and if you take this, and rook b1, and Fabi is winning. So knight c4. Yeah, actually, that would mean he's winning.
Yeah.
Then it will be Magnus versus Fabi. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
chat भी वही
And
चाहती थी, if I'm not mistaken.
I mean, Arjun ke baad, yes, I think that's what makes
Yeah.
sense. And yeah, so let's go to Arjun's game. I think Fabi all set to win. Knight C4 निकाल देंगे वो.
Yeah,
अर्जुन
there
को
it
सिर्फ
is.
ड्रॉ
Oh,
चाहिए.
he has played it. Wow, he took on e7, played f4, knight c6, and just went bishop c3. Wow, beautiful.
भाई, he's playing some amazing chess, yeah, Arjun today. It's just like
Hmm.
kind of smoothly walking towards victory in every game. Of course, the bishop on a8, let's not discount that bishop. If you play g3, for example, here, trying to attack the queen, I'm pretty sure you're going to regret it very soon. So,
You
have
know,
to be
you would
careful, but
think some knight e5, knight b4, knight e7, but you're supposed to just go queen h5, and that's it. And keep it for the next move.
but yeah, next चाल बड़ी दर्दनाक होगी साहिल साहिल भाई
Hmm.
did I say साहिल भाई
Sahil bhai.
what the hell अरे यार shit what's happening
Wow.
साज भाई
पता नहीं संजय भाई क्या हो रहा है.
really have no idea.
How come most players are wearing wristwatch? It's something that they've gotten from the event itself.
From the
So
organizer.
yeah,
Reward
and
by
it's a
reward
Rolex.
of playing freestyle. So if you want Rolex, play freestyle.
Nice. And
भाई ये क्या है Illuminati?
okay, that
अच्छा नहीं
timing was
मिलेगी नहीं 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 दे
unbelievable.
रहे Rolex नहीं दे रहे
Why
Rolex भाई
that timing was unbelievable,
है
yeah.
ना? That was a
Just
bit
watch
sus.
freestyle and suddenly you see the logo.
भाई मैं चुप ही रहता हूँ यार.
Crazy, why?
Anyway, I'm a D4 player. I don't even play on the E file. So रैंडम सिस्टम खेलते खेलते इतना रिस्क नहीं लेता मैं भाई. By the way, still no moves by Arjun.
Apparently, King G1 is very good. He goes Rook
Oh,
F3.
Rook F3.
Ooh,
That's the best move in the position, by the way. And
really?
after look at
Bishop
this,
F4
Bishop F4.
में?
You just
हाँ,
take the bishop.
Queen F4. Ah, Bishop G7. King
What a
G7,
move,
Knight
bhai.
F5. अच्छा,
Knight
at least draw तो
F5
होगी
check.
ना इधर. You will have repetition here for sure. Yeah, for sure. अगर draw करना है
Bhai,
अर्जुन को तो कितना easy है ना तो.
but he has to take the pawn now. If he doesn't take the pawn, he's dead lost because I mean, Rook is coming to the third rank. Yeah, Rook G3 is
अरे,
incoming.
wow,
Rook
that's actually
H3.
amazing and great like match awareness from Arjun as well, yeah. Because Bishop F4 force careers and वहाँ पे repetition है. And if you don't play the repetition, you're lost.
And repetition be like you're better. It's not even like he's trying to force a draw. He genuinely played the best move. So Arjun today, if he had played yesterday like this, like would definitely be in the top for today. He's just been like flawless.
Yeah, agreed. It's a good day.
चौंदिया 24 इंडिया भाई याद आ गया वो.
So
Saj bhai, how
basically,
much
yeah, go ahead.
uh, how much time Arjun will take to reach his peak? 5 Rolex. एक से तो already
My no
freestyle
idea,
solve हो
man.
गया है.
I think, but I think we will know exactly when it's peak.
Yeah.
That's the beauty of it. I was looking at some other ideas. For example, if you don't go Bishop F4 in this position, but the problem is कि next move Rook H3 आ रहा है forced, and H7 is hanging. The best you can do is go Knight E7, and then there is Rook G3. Because Rook H3, of course, Queen H3 is there. And if Knight G6, then Rook G4. This is completely winning for Arjun. Why? I think he's
Yeah.
through.
Yeah, both the bishops look strong. Arjun has, by the way, more time on the clock. So absolutely no points of stress. His
Arey,
bishops
bhai,
looking.
look at
क्या
this.
हुआ?
Hans
हाँ.
and Levon. Levon is in a must-win situation, by the way. Impossible, no? To play
Yeah,
for a
yeah,
win.
it's over. I think it's over. I think
So
Hans
Hans
can
is
just offer a
through,
draw.
and Hans will, like,
Yeah.
let's say 90% play Arjun
Yes.
tomorrow.
Yes. So Magnus will go through, Fabi will go through, Hans will go through, Arjun will go through, no tie breaks.
Yeah.
Amazing.
Okay, he's thinking. 8 minutes. I think the only match that could potentially go into Armageddon is Vincent versus Fabi. Like, it's not clear yet.
Yeah, maybe. But okay, 95 आ रहा है वहाँ पे भी, so feels like
Hmm.
practically maybe वो भी कम chance है कि ना जाए tie breaks में.
Actually, nice question from the chat. If Bishop F4, what if Rook H3? Actually, this is a nice exercise, yeah? Basically, it's a discovered check. You can take pawn takes and knight d4 check, and the idea is king g1 पे हमेशा knight f3 है मेरे पास. And you cannot go knight d5. Generally, आपको knight d5 था in positions में, but this is also pinned. That's why bishop f4. So let's say in this position, अगर मैं rook h3 directly खेलता, then black could take and play knight d4, and I would have knight d5 there.
But look
Yeah.
at this. In that position, after, let's say, rook h3, queen h3.
So after bishop f4,
Yeah.
yeah.
Even knight c2 instead of knight f3 check. After king g1, knight
Wow,
c2.
knight c2. Knight
And
f3 check
after,
is of course winning.
if queen c2, bishop e3, king f1, rook f8, and king e1, rook f3, whatever, it's still lost.
Wow, that's actually very nice. But yeah, of course, knight f3 check is cleaner. So bishop f4 possible, but problem is it just goes into a repetition by force. I mean, Arjun can still play on. I mean, because it's, I would say maybe not a winning advantage, but very close to it. But he has a repetition, and if he, advances, then he's just going to take a draw. That's it.
Yeah, and that's fair. You don't need to. जब मन ही दाल खाने का है तो भाई क्यों मंचूरियन बनाए.
Wow, wow, क्या बात है. And by the way, Hans and Levon have drawn their match, so Hans is through. And let's say 90% he plays against Arjun.
Yeah.
As of now. Oh, 97. He doesn't go for the repetition. Now it's winning
Oh,
for
that's a
Arjun.
blunder, by the way. Rook g3 now completely winning. Rook
Hi, Rook
g8.
G. Is Queen D7 hanging? Is Bishop F4. So I'll go Rook G4 first and then Queen D7, I'm guessing.
Even king g1 is winning actually with the idea of rook h3 next.
Ah, that's clever. The King G1 is easy.
Also, knight e7 ke baad, there is no knight d4, knight e5. So you will get that check, for example, from the bishop at some point, but rook g4 played.
Yeah. He's looking at Queen H6 and Queen F2 with Rook H4. And that's GG.
Wow. Arjun moments away from winning. I mean, 3-1 victory would be insane, yeah?
Against Sendarov,
Against
no
Sindarov.
less. And also yesterday also he defeated Sendarov.
Yeah.
It's quite a statement.
Also building up a psychological edge against him, like for long-term matches, like he's crushed Sindarov every single time.
Yeah, true. I think he's just taking it in because he knows next move, it's basically over. But defense in here, you have to go Queen H6, Queen F2 or Queen E1, both are winning. And Rook H4, Rook H7 is just hanging. G7 is also hanging. Right? These bishops are just super, super strong.
Agreed.
What's top 10 freestyle by rate? You mean, I think there is a rating list, no? For freestyle, if I'm not mistaken. Pretty sure there is. I think Arjun is number 6 or 7 on that list, if I'm not mistaken. Like, वहीं पे Magnus hit 2900, right? Sahil bhai?
I think so.
Queen
I'm
H6
not
played,
sure
by the way.
who.
Queen F2.
Yeah, Queen F2 now, or Queen E1 also, but I think Queen F2 just saves the F4 pawn also. With that you have Rook H4. Essentially, आपको Queen देनी है भाई. After Rook Queen F2.
Yeah.
He might just resign because he doesn't need a draw, right? He needs a win. That's not going to happen now. Wow.
Nice. Rook H4 incoming. Clinical.
गाना बज रहा है. This is the end. Hold your breath and count. ऐसी फीलिंग आ रही है मुझे. But I think Sindarov, I mean, is he playing any events before the candidates, by the way? Do we know?
No, not really.
है ना? So I mean, how he performs here
Okay, makes
might
sense.
carry
No,
off.
yeah. I mean, candidate is not very far away. Like it's far, but not
Exactly.
not super far. Like okay, you need time to prepare for that.
Exactly. So whatever happens here, he will carry some of it to candidates. Yeah, the confidence, psychological pressure. No, Prague he's not playing. Prague Noderbek is playing. So this is an important event for him. He would have loved to perform better here.
Yeah,
Like seventh and eighth place ke liye fight karna is not what he was looking forward to.
agreed. Yeah, it's basically going to be him versus Aronian now, and I'm sure neither of them are happy. Oh, he
Yeah,
just
he
resigned.
resigns.
Wow.
Wow, I think pretty fair because there was absolutely no hope of him winning that, even if he had somehow managed to pull off a draw. And wow, I mean, he literally asked Arjun, where did he go wrong? Yeah, there was no idea. Yeah, he says GF6 marna chahiye tha, right? Arjun mentions that. Wow.
Yeah, 23 move miniature. That's quite nice, I would say. I mean, of course, Endarov took I think, a very big risk from the opening itself. And somewhere around here, it was, I think, GF6 is what they were talking about.
Yeah.
Look, even then, Arjun had a slightly better position. So,
So
Arjun plays Hans tomorrow.
yeah, and that is confirmed. Let's have a brief look at the two games remaining, Sajbhai. First of all, Caruana, who seems to be completely winning. We can seal that game off quickly. It seems like कि भाई वाइल्ड का किंग E2 पे मतलब बस बोलते हैं ना like सेंटर ऑफ अट्रैक्शन बल्कि सेंटर ऑफ टारगेट बन चुका है.
अरे यार ये तो analogy नहीं बनी यार. I was trying to note down, but कुछ बना नहीं. And by the way, look at the time as well. Vincent having just a minute, and he's a pawn down currently. Like, apparently, one of
Yeah,
the best moves is King F1 here, which okay, just giving up the knight.
like everything is giving up pieces. Yeah, it's A3 giving up the pawn, King
So
F1
why
giving
not
the
knight
knight,
C4, for example? A knight C3 check
knight
probably.
C4, yeah, knight C3. भाई नाइट C3 या किंग D3 खेलना है आपको बाय द वे. नाइट C4
Wow.
नाइट D3 किंग D3 खेलना है आपको. Good luck with that, by the way.
नहीं भाई तो this looks too risky.
So I think Fabi is gonna win. He's gonna play Magnus in the finals tomorrow. So final Magnus. Any chances for Nodrbek here to win this, Sahaj?
I think definitely not. I just the attack on the king side is just it's looking too scary. King H7 just getting away from the pin, and next move Rook G5 G2 पे attack. Hmm, I yeah, it's very difficult. He does have I mean, oh, he doesn't even have an extra pawn. Sorry, somehow. But okay, that doesn't change anything. Yeah, it just feels very very bad for Northerbeck. They
So
both seem to be
basically,
completely winning.
yeah, so Magnus avoiding his uncle status yet again for another event. He's gonna reach the Freestyle World Chess Championship finals tomorrow. Sajbhai, I think maybe we can end the stream now because we have context. And Kal chat tomorrow, it'll be Arjun versus Hans. That's gonna be the match for fifth place. Then we're gonna have likely Magnus versus uh, Fabi in the finals. We're gonna have Noderbek versus I think Kamer for fourth and third place, and then finally Sindarov, the candidate, versus Aronian for seventh and eighth place. Bapre. So Arjun will be very happy by what happened tomorrow, though.
And by Arjun versus Hans में मसाला तो होगा for sure.
हाँ.
So that will be fun.
Yeah. So chat, thank you joining in. I think ये गेम में पता ही है हमें क्या होना है. Squeeze होगा थोड़ा बहुत and साल वैसे कहते हैं juice निकलेगा. So we'll see that juice tomorrow. And thank you chat for joining. We'll see you tomorrow. Take care and good night.